engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AO. This region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise him!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTF Scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius, 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AO. This region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then pack the scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise him!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the
Warning.
signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 5. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
Court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And we're here for another good action. And finally, we can see the PC division play under the new rules. I'm so excited. I'm Bang Liga. Joining me, of course, we have Olu with me. Olu, how are you today, bro?
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. All right, Bang Liga, because today is going to be the day we are going to have to see the actions coming down from the PC division, which is I'm waiting for this moment for a long time, because yes, we have seen the PC played a couple of times, only week 1 and week 2. So this is going to be week number 3, even though we are on week 5 technically, but this is still week number 3 for the PC division, which means a lot of action is going to go down. But again, with the new format, we have yet to see them to play in this new format. Of course, I have heard some of the teams doing their scrims, talking about the new meta shifting, but we have yet to see it on the main stage. So I'm very excited to see the PC boys trying to rack up their points, trying to get those gunfights, Bang Liga. How do you feel about today?
Of course, I'm really excited, and I think it's going to be really fun to watch, because like I said before, PC division, of course, is different than mobile. I'm not saying that mobile is not entertaining. They are so good. Right? Yesterday, we saw how entertaining the game was, but PC always have a different style, Olu. As you can see about the mechanic itself, the game plan, how they want to play. I think that's going to be really interesting. And like you say, this is going to be the first time all of them is playing under the new rules. So I think we're going to see maybe some change in plan for some of our teams. But let's see, because I'm really quite curious. I mean, in the PC division, I know that so many aggressive teams in this team, even in the old rules. So I think in this new rules, it's gonna be more aggressive again. And of course, round 1 is gonna be really interesting in Zero Dem. It's gonna be so many kills gonna be happen. I'm sure about that. I don't know about the later, but let's see about it. But first, let's talk about the roadmap allocation first, because in the PC roadmap we have total of 12 slots in the Southeast Asia Partnership and Southeast Asia Open Qualifier in Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines. And from 12 slots, it will be going for the 3 slot to going to Pan Pacific Operation Cup Season 2. And the last slot, it will be in a last chance qualifier between the South Asia Partnership and South Asia Open Qualifier. And all of them, it will be mixed with the other region from Vietnam, Thailand, and Taiwan to fight in the Pan Pacific Operation Cup Season 2, to looking for the slot going for Delta Force Invitational 2026. Olu.
Yep, that is right. Everybody is fighting for their chance to show up on that Delta Force Invitational 2026. Of course, we in the last POC we saw silver, of course, on that particular tournament, which is I want to see new faces in DFI. We want to see our representations over by the DFI. But again, even though you aren't able to find that slot, you are still going to bag $1,000 as the first winner for this tournament. Of course, this is going to be on the money side of things. Of course, everyone is fighting for this. They do want to have their pride on winning the Delta Force National Championship, but of course, Bang Liga, the money is what matters. And $1,000 for the first, $700 for the second, third will get 500, and so on and so forth. But again, Bang Liga, a lot of teams are going to fight it out. We know we have a lot of teams participating in today's tournament, and these teams showing us that anything could happen. What we saw on week number 2, of course, some of you guys have probably forgotten about what happened in week number 2, but ROG and Navi is the main character here.
Well, yeah, I think that's true, but like I said before, we never know about these new rules. Maybe something's gonna be rise up. Maybe team like EVOS, maybe they can rise because we already know this team can get many kill points. But the problem with them is the Mandel break. So I think that's still gonna be a little bit problem for them. But let's see about the new rules. And don't forget about RRQ because RRQ always want to play aggressive. We know Beyond want to take the chance. They want to initiating the move, initiating the fight. Yeah, maybe in these new rules it's gonna be work because maybe there's some team is gonna be like looking for situation for looking for intel, looking for information. But let's talk about the participating team in PC in Operation Delta Force Championship. RRQ, EVOS, Onyx, MNA, EWG, Magic Starship, RBN by ROG Community ID E4, Navi, ROG Community ID, Tarung Falala, Team Flanker, GTS F1, and Executor. Like you said before, so far, I think team like ROG is so strong, so that's a Navi, but you never know. And of course, I will looking for some surprise into this match because, sometimes if you like ROG keeps dominating the game, come on, I need some new color, man. I need some new flavor in Delta Force. So let's see. I hope there's some surprise. It will be happen into this match.
I mean, looking at the teams, of course, we have names like Flanker, who has been a perma-ban by Navi on their pick and bans, which means Flanker is really good. And we saw what Flanker could do on week 2 and week 1. How they dominated the whole lobby but was unable to obtain that second Mandel breaks. And again, this new format allows you to play more aggressive. You want to get those kills, you want to get those Mandel breaks, of course, by trying to find those points. And as we see right now, we are going to once again remind you guys about the tournament rules, where overtime is for now we don't really have the round 7 until round 10 overtime, but we do have a round 7 where every operator will be reset into 2, so you can bring out those 2 Tempests on round number 7 if the match point has not been won by any teams. Again, you have 40 points threshold to achieve before you can decode that one last Mandel break to be declared as the winner. And so a lot of teams, from what we saw yesterday from the mobile division, they do obtain a lot of points from those Mandel breaks that they decoded. Like we saw in Group A, where all 6 teams got their hands on that decoding of the Mandel break, Bang Liga. What a game we had yesterday, but of course I'm looking forward to our PC version.
Yeah, I mean that's really interesting about the new rules because all of them fighting each other for the Mandel break. And obviously, if you get Mandel break, doesn't mean you're gonna be win the group because you need to at least first you need to secure the match point, and that is a 40 point. And we will see about the asset later for your information. Maybe for some operators starting to watching us right now, we will tell you later about the match point. But yesterday, yes, that's a really bloody match, and all of the group in the mobile division going until the round 7. I think all of them play really well. Like I said before with Zanken, I think every team started growing in this tournament. So I think they play real well and they start to compete each other. I mean, if you remember yesterday in Group A, and I think until round 6, the gap itself is so close between each other. But
yes,
let's talk about the new tournament rules. If the squad accumulates 40 points is to activate the match point. So if one team getting 40 points, they will be activate the match point. And the next round, in the match point round, if they decoding one Mandel break, they wins the game. But if no match point squad decode the Mandel break, squads are ready.
5 points. Squad point rules and calculation. Of course, guys, squad points will come from your kill points, asset points, and also Mandelbrick decode points. 1 kill equals 1 point, while 2 million in stash equals to 1 point. So it's not a 1-by-1 kind of point, which means the more you loot, yes, you can get that match point, but again, you need to get those kills because it's a 1-by-1 point accumulation. And for the Mandelbrick at round 2, if you successfully decode the Mandelbrick, you will have 12 points up until round 6, where you will have 16 points each, and every time you will, if you get that Mandelbrick decode for your team. So the later rounds it gets, the more rewarding a Mandelbrick decode will be for your team. Of course, if we got into the overtime rounds on round number 7 and until round number 10, of course, this is still being saved until the later schedule of the game. You have 20 points if you get that decode onto the Mandelbrick. And as we see, for now, we are currently at week number 5 at the 23rd of August. Of course, we are going to have a lot of more Delta Force gameplay for you guys, of course, on week 6 all the way to week 10 using the new rulebook. So yeah, we still have a lot of Delta Force gameplay for you guys. Of course, if you still want to train, you can use that Beacon Challenge tickets to find yourself inside of a tournament with other players, trying to find whether or not you have the skill to play and participate in another season of Delta Force National Championship. What do you think, Bang Liga?
Yeah, I think the journey is still long. I mean we're still in week 5, like we said before. In terms of PC division, I think it's still like this is like week 3. But okay, let's focus on the week 5. Let's talk about week 5 now. Under the new rules, I think this is gonna be a long journey. Maybe in this first week for this PC division, I think they need to learn. I think they need to adapt first, not the rules. But maybe in the next week we're going to see more and more again about the performance. And let's see about the bracket in mobile. Let's talk about the yesterday, because this is like a bracket for the mobile division. As you can see, we have a 12 team from the mobile division, and this is gonna be the placement itself. So if you become a top 1 in every week, you can get the bracket itself. But let's see later, because it's going to be really interesting for this division. And let's see about the group standing in the PC division. Now Navi and ROG now in the first and second place with a 10 point, Team Flanker and RRQ in 7 point, EVOS and GTS F1 5 point, and then the bottom 6 we have Onyx and Arbion by ROG by 3 points, Tarung Fala Executor 2 points, and EWG and Magic Starship in 1 point. But don't forget, Olu, this is just one match play, so we still have so many matches. It's gonna be fight for all of them. So I think there's still a chance from the bottom 6 to rise up to the top 6. Olu, what do you think about this?
I mean, we have a lot of strong teams here. RBN, of course, with that 3 points, still be able to find their way and get the win. Of course, they are going to be in a really tough group, I believe, if I'm not wrong. They are going to face against Navi or Onyx, some of the teams. And Onyx also, they were one of the teams that went to POC. Don't forget, guys, Onyx secured their win last season and went to POC. Of course, they didn't end in a real good manner over by the POC side of things, but they have another chance. But last time they played here with the late rules, they got cut down pretty easily in the earlier side of the map. But with the new rules, I think they are going to pull out that rotations. And as we see right now, Navi is going to be on Group A still with their phenomenal enemy of the group. RRQ is still there with them. EWG, GTS, EFOS, and also RBN is going to be for your Group A. While Group B, we have ROG, aka the killers of the group. Flanker, the absolute monstrosity of killing machines. M5, the winner of Season 2. Onyx, Also is there Executor and also Tarung Valhalla. I want to have a little conversation about M5, Bang Liga. M5 last week ended up on probably bottom 5 or bottom 6 at their respective group. What? They were a strong name coming into the match, coming into the tournament. They had the reputation as the season 2 winners. But what do you think happened with M5?
I think they just need to adapt. I mean, if you, as you can see, I think Magic Starship still not used to play maybe against Indonesian team. So I think that's why they need to adapt. But yeah, you know, week 1 for them, I think just more like a warm up for Magic Starship. I think you can write off this team because this I agree with you. They're kind of struggling, but I hope they can rise up today. And they can do something different today. But let's see about the map rotation. Like I said before, we already under the new rules, so there's no such thing as a tight prison. We're going to zero them as usual for the economical round, and then we're starting with the Mandel break run from round 2 and until round 6. With round 2 and round 3 is gonna be a Brakkesh match. So I think it's gonna be really interesting, and I'm looking forward, you know, in the Brakkesh, because Brakkesh is always a bloody match, especially when there's team like RRQ, team like RBN, and don't forget EVOS. Remember, Prop always play aggressive in Royal Museum, and I think it's gonna be really fun to watch. But let's see. But yeah, once again, I'm talking about Magic Starship. I think Magic Spaceship, I think, yeah, you know, they're kind of struggling, because if you remember in POC, even they kind of struggling, you know. If you remember they're in the POC, they kind of struggling. I think they like in the 5th place. Correct me if I'm wrong. 5th place in the group, and I think when they going for the last chance qualifier, they become the bottom one, the lowest place in the 6th place. So in terms of performance, I know they still start struggling, especially when they face Indonesian team, because we already know Indonesian team always have a really unique habit, and that is play with aggressive. You know, Indonesian player always play aggressive, and I think they don't ready for that. So I think, like I said before, in the last week, in the previous week, I think they need to adapt it first. So now they already know how to handle this team. Let's see how they solve this problem, Olu.
Of course, talking about the team matchups, of course, we cannot go back onto the words of Nemesis, because Nemesis in this both two groups, we have each own respective groups with ROG versus Flanker, and also Navi versus RRQ becoming their own Nemesis. So it's going to be spicy, because Navi really hates Flanker and ROG really hates RRQ. So we'll have to have another week of Navi versus RRQ and ROG versus Flanker for our treats of the day. But nonetheless, the other teams still have the same chance, you know. And I want to see what I saw yesterday from the mobile division, where everyone is running for that Mandel break, and the action is right by the decoding station. Or you can get some of the rotations coming. Of course, we saw Navi with their rotation gameplay, where they were able to cut down a lot of teams outside, trying to rotate into the decoding station. But they have a better plan coming into the maps. Of course, probably Space City is their favorite map. We have seen a lot of Space City decodes by Team Navi, of course. To a total of 4 Mandel bricks got them into that first place. So they are going to be the most watched team in Group A for Space City. But RRQ, on the other hand, yeah, they're also really good. But sometimes they went too aggressive on their gameplay.
Yeah.
So they got picked off one by one. And then when it comes down to the last 2 players, sometimes it's just very hard for them to find their footings, and then they got wiped. So RRQ needs to play a little bit more safer. Maybe let the other teams try to decode first, and then Navi and RRQ will have it on for themselves on the later rounds maybe. And ROG and Flanker, of course, Flanker being the killer machine of the group, is still going to be the hardest team to fight for ROG, which means the other teams have a real bad chance when it comes to the two of them if they're still alive. So teams like Executor and M5 needs to find another way, play a little bit more aggressive, maybe show up to the fights early, try to find a rotation that is worth to take, maybe learn from what Navi do, maybe learn how Flanker does their rotation, take notes and do what they do.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I totally agree with you about the problem with RRQ. I agree about they play too aggressive. But, and sometimes I kind of like, beyond sometimes playing by himself, I think that's sometimes going to be problem for RRQ. And for me, my other problem is beyond always relying too much on D-Wolf. I mean, listen, I'm not against D-Wolf. I'm totally love that operators, but I think when Beyond use it at the Space City, I don't think that's really okay. I mean, okay, I think it's good for a triple blaster. Don't forget, triple blaster is matter if you want to guarding the Mendel brick. So I think it's totally okay. But my point is, Beyond play D-Wolf, right? I think I think he didn't use triple blaster to guard the Mendel brick. I think he used the triple blaster to make aggressive move. So my point is, it's okay. D-Wolf is totally okay operator. I love that operator so much. But how he used it, I think that's really risky move, so many risky move. And sometimes he play by himself. So I think he needs to learn to adapting for the team. He needs to learn to play as a team. I think that's going to be a better result if RRQ can play with a compact, with a good mindset, and they can play together as a team. Let's see about the RRQ. But in the group A itself, I think I want to talk about the other team, EWG. EWG is kind of like okay, not bad, but sometimes it's confusing me. I mean, I don't know how what's the target, what their achievement, what are they want? Are they want to play aggressive? Are they want to play safe? Sometimes like that's kind of ambiguous, So I think that's why I think EWG needs to commit. If they want to play aggressive, just go for it. If they want to play safe, they want to secure some resource for the next round, just go for it. But one thing for sure is don't do it just half-heart. You need to do it with a commitment, and I really hope EWG is done that. And again, let's focus about the game, because now let's see, because now RBN and RRQ get sorry, yeah, RBN and RRQ getting a tier 1 spawn. EVOS and GTS get a tier 2 spawn, and Navi and EWG is getting tier 3 spawn. How do you feel about that, Olu?
I don't want to see Team EWG getting wiped out first, but of course Navi is already over by that mini substation and leaving only Pizza Boy on that major substation. So they might find this first kill onto the match. But of course, as if per now, we are going to see Beyond quickly gaining that position onto that eastern side of admin. Nothing going on. Of course, we want to see more rotations coming in, but Zero Dam is such a small map, and we probably know whether or not you are going to play on the southern side or on the northern side, whether you play for admin or you play for that paid extract over by the riverbank. So it's going to be pretty predictable whether you want to play on the southern or the northern part, but you just need to be aware that there is going to be a team like Navi is doing to guard that rotation area, that major substation and minor substation area is going to be guarded by one team, looking back at some of the gameplays we saw from yesterday. So yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty chill couple of minutes starting into a game, Silver Wings. And looking at the operators, actually, there's not a lot of Raptors being thrown out, actually. Oh, never mind. There is
four teams.
four Raptors.
4 teams.
So some teams actually is not coming in with Raptors, which I think it's really good because you can use Raptor in Brakkesh, Bang Liga. What do you think about using Raptors in Brakkesh?
Yeah, I mean it's good. I mean it's good. I mean generally across the board, I think operator comes not looking anything super suspicious, so I think it's totally fine. But if you didn't bring Raptor in this map, I think yeah you need to commit in one thing, right? You want to play aggressive, or maybe you just want to play safe. I think you must decide it right now because like okay, let's talk about Navi about the composition. They pick Firen, Toxic, and Uluru. I think this is a really good composition if you want to play aggressive because don't forget Toxic have a Dragonfly Swarm. You can play at admin or maybe in major using your utility and go for it, go for the kills. And of course, we have Iron. Definitely, it's really good for the zero dem map. I think you can just go for it using Mertic Bomb, using Crouching Tiger in the tight spot, and you can get some kills. So I think Navi already determined themselves they want to play aggressive. So I love how they pick these operators. And so does the EWG. But EWG, I kind of question about Philander. I mean, I'm not against that operators, but to be honest, yeah, okay, there's some smoke, and of course you can revive in a long range, so I think it's fine. But then you bring Luna in there, so I know, like I said before, like I said before the match, I think like EWG once again kind of
Oh,
confusing
first
me.
push.
Are they going to play aggressive or they going to play safe? But let's see because now there's some moment is happening because now
Oh,
two
delay.
players, two teams already inside the admin in the building itself. Now they're doing some walk to hoping for the catching them, hoping for RRQ unaware with the RB and ROG. But I think RRQ already know, and I think they decide to just fall back, just looking for a safe option. But look at in the outside, it was already walking outside the western of admin, and let's see, are they going to be looking for kill? I think they looking for some intel first maybe, so they will know exactly where the team is in admin. So I think for a while, I think they're going to be sitting here a while, waiting for the moment. If they already get some information, I think they will be go for it. So let's see. Now from EVOS, they just waiting for outside. They're not even going in because they don't want to, take the chance. I mean, that's a risky move, right? So I think they're just waiting.
Oh, this
And now
might
looking
be
for
our
airdrop
first.
because I think Navi gets the airdrop so easily. But look at for GTS, I think they want to fight with Navi, but Pizza Boy already activated the airdrop, and I think it's gonna be M82. It will be
Yep.
count for Navi, Olu.
Yep, it's Navi now witnessing that GTS is actually closing by, who spawn all the way on the visitor side but have made their way to try and take this airdrop from them. But they will play a little bit more passively. But Pizza Boy using that M82, actually finding a kill onto Zenith. Of course, if you have that M82 sniper rifle, you want to use it for that KPs. And Zenith, out of nowhere, gets dropped down to the ground as he is lying dead for his team to revive. But on the other side, we see two players remaining onto Team GTS. After dropping down Zenith, they aren't sure whether or not Team Navi will actually do the full swing on them, but it looks like Navi is trying to find the rest of Team GTS as they back down because they know with 2v3 situations, it's going to be a little hard, especially when you know that your teammates just got knocked by that high caliber weapon, and in this case, Pizza Boy obtaining that M82 sniper rifle from that first airdrop. It is really good, sometimes you just get caught off guard. You know it's the first airdrop coming down, but again, you still want to challenge. You still want to re-peek that angle. Sometimes the angles, of course, the nerves gets into some of these players trying to find their hero moment, and sometimes it pays off, but sometimes some other time you'll just get knocked instantly by that high caliber weapons. As of course, RBN, who started this match on that tier 1 spawn, who was for the longest time staying in that area of the western side of admin, now has made their way to the eastern side via the basement. That means the western side of admin will be taken control by EVOS. 10 minutes into the game. Still not much happening except for that fight onto GTS and Navi. Of course, Navi coming out with that M82. They are going to look for fights over by the southern side of the map with that Pate Extract. Of course, because they have that high caliber weapon, they want to bring it back home. RRQ on the eastern side is just going to play it a little bit more safe. Sometimes you want to play a bit more safe because you don't want to get these KPs rolling for some of the teams, especially for RRQ themselves or for Navi, because they are the scariest team currently in the group. We sure have names like RBN, EWG, EFOS, and also GTS, but hell, the brackets, the overall standing speaks for themselves. You know, our RRQ got that 7 points, and Navi on that 10 points. They won. They won last week, so people are very scared of them.
I agree. I totally agree with you. I mean, RRQ play really aggressive, but this is kind of weird, to see that RRQ plays safe. I think I'm not used to watch it, but do you see the player cam? Oh look, do you see the player cam? I think it's kind of like a little bit more motivated than last week. So yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good for the you're boosting morale for your team. I think it's really good. But let's see, RRQ stay safe in this moment and looking for a chance. And let's see, can they get it? Is it gonna be another kill point or not? But he's sitting here ready to holding the angle, looking for the chance to fight back against RB and ROG. But I think it's still safe, and RB and ROG still looking for some information to make sure they know exactly team RRQ are, where's the position. So I think they don't want to play aggressive. They just want to, just tease a little bit, just try to bait RRQ. But I think RRQ now is play more comfortable.
I think they will play a little bit more comfortable with a lot of people here. Of course, ROG spotting out RRQ inside of that CEO area will try to find the best angles to trap them inside of here because they don't want to actually have that gunfight in the very close quarter combat. Of course, beyond holding this angle, the engineer fence. Without an engineer, of course, you cannot go through that little fence that is blocking your way. As we see from RBN, do not have any engineers. So Beyond will stay here for the longest time, waiting until somebody overextends. Probably EFOS will come if the gunfights happen between RRQ and also Team ROG RBN. RBN still holding. Not much really happening. A lot of small fights happening in the admin area, which means some of the teams will try to close in the gap. As we saw, GTS was on top of that high rope on the southern side of the area. Sushi now getting a knock onto GTS. Randy's goes down. Unaware of the position from Sushi. And he goes down. Navi now taking the container area on the top side of that parking lot. EMP goes out. Silver Wing. EFOS is closing by. RRQ is still holding inside of the CEO. Other side. Of course, we have Navi pinching down GTS. The last two remaining players out of GTS. GTS now dropping to one player remaining. Control Z. Of course, they have close by. They are just in the nick of that wall. Rap notices the sound cue out of the players here from RBN. Having that lesser sight on, of course, is going to be the fastest way to shoot. You don't want to have that ×3 scope ruining your aim in this close quarter fights. You need to use the laser sights to have a clearer view. Silver Wing goes out. EVOS got spotted by RBN. All three in a very tight spot. So RBN might be able to actually spam their EMP. onto the teams here out of EVOS. Silverwing goes out from Team RBN. From Team EVOS, I mean. Okay, you're back, Bang Liga. We are getting into the fights here. Smoke goes out from Mekis.
Let's go.
Right. Still no moves out of all the teams. RBN don't want to be the first team to be overextend. They are just going to wait. It is about the waiting game. 5 minutes left on the clock. Of course, 1 minute and 30 seconds on that extraction point. Navi, after getting that M82, of course, they want to look to go back. They want to extract, to bring that M82 for the later round. So they will camp out that extraction point. But for the other teams, of course, Prop is still going to look for these KPs. 3 teams currently is going to go heads on, Bang Liga, inside of admin.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting, but let's see which team is going to be initiated first. But look at it right now, EVOS, turn very aggressive, go into the room, and Bob is down by RQ. And leave on the other side, we have now RQ trying to fight back. EVOS in trouble. Now become the last man standing. Now let's see, because now RB and ROG looking for the last member of EVOS, and EVOS getting eliminated by RB and ROG. But let's see, because now there's a third party, RQ.
One more team, one more player.
And ROG destroyed every single team, and now RRQ become a trouble because Beyond become the last man standing for RRQ. Can he survive? But Beyond looking for the chance. They know there's one player in there, and looking for the chance to live for the kill, and he gets it. Beyond secure one more kill, and not so much. There's no clutch in this one because RBN ROG play really well, and he gets a total 10 point in the round 1. What a play, but there's another party is coming. GTS F1, Miori, no! RBN ROG now is down by GTS F1, and I think the player himself is kind of shocked, like, oh, okay, Aurodum is done. They are eliminated because there's only one man remaining, GTS, and but in other set, Navi already extract, and so I think so that's for EWG. I think they're just waiting in the riverbank, and GTS F1 become the last man standing. What a play! What a game we watching right now, Olu. I think that's gonna be really interesting. But for me, like, this is the problem with EVOS, you know. I'm telling about you, Olu, about EVOS in before the match yet. The problem with them is sometimes they play aggressive, I know, but they kind of like too aggressive. I think they need to chill a little bit, looking for information, because if they don't have information, they don't know exactly where the team was. So I think that's really the problem. RRQ in other side, I'm kind of shocked, you know. I'm kind of shocked. RRQ play really defensive in holding position in the inside. They don't play aggressive. I mean, it's not like RRQ we know, right? RRQ used to play aggressive, but right now they play so defensive. But I think it's okay. But yeah, you can still get 1 or 2 kills. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think it's totally okay for RRQ. Now, GTS F1, I think with amount time remaining, I don't know. Can he going for extract? I don't think so. So yeah, but let's see. Is it going to be enough or not? But overall, I think GTS F1, last man standing, I think it's totally fine. Maybe looking for another value, maybe to end this round, secure some resource, or maybe they're going to backless extract. Maybe I think still possible with a 1 minute 35 second remaining. I think it's possible if you want to backless extract to make sure you bring out some resource for the next round, Olu.
I think it's an overall take what you can loot kind of scenario for GTS. Of course, Mew being that last player alive after the 2 teams, after his 2 teammates got picked off by Navi and also by RBN, and it's probably ROG RBN who got the hang of the fights. EFOS kind of came rushing in. I don't know what they did. EFOS with their comms. 2 players go into that CEO area without any full information, you know. They just kind of swing in, open the door, swing in, try for the best, but they just got wiped out of the map so fast, and then leaving the last player alive from EFOS alone in that particular room. So I think it was a really bad play done by them. But And then RBN just come in and sweep out the floor. So they got the kills onto the last remaining players out of EFOS, and also the last remaining player out of RRQ, right? So I think the true winner here is going to be ROG RBN with, of course, that 9 total score. Having that 3 kills, I believe they got 3 kills, or
I think
5 kills.
More, you know,
I think 5 kills.
Yeah.
5 kills maybe onto that 2 squads. So yeah, I think it's just a bit of a miscommunication done by Team EFOS. You could not. Yeah, sure, you want to be the first team to make moves, you know. If we want to hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself from Delta Force Rise, of course, from Killzal, they don't want to wait. They want to be the first team to make the move. But you do need to have that information of where the teams are, of where the players are. In this case, EFOS bringing on that Raptor, of course, it's going to be hard for them to know exactly where the player is, because you're fighting inside of admin using a Silver Wing. It's not like you have a sonar scan by Morse, right? If you have a sonar scan from Morse, you exactly know where the players are. But using a Silver Wing, it's really hard for you to actually locate the teams. And as we see, EFOS kind of went overbroad with their plays, trying to push, trying to force something, because I feel like they really want to get that KPs. But again, this is operations. You can get cut on your rotation. You can get cut. One wrong move will equals a team wipe, and that is just how I feel about Team EFOS getting wiped on the first fight here. Of course, RBN cleaning up onto RRQ, and then the last player got cut down by GTS. Well played from GTS also, trying to find what they can. And that last kill and the loots that he got from all those body lying around in the admin area is going to be good for them.
Yeah, I think the problem is EVOS doesn't have enough information, you know. I think the information is not enough, so I think that's why they're kind of confused. I mean, I think they all just know about RRQ position. They don't know about the RB and ROG. I think that's the problem from EVOS, and I think, you know, sometimes if you not have enough information, that's gonna be a really problem for them. And yeah, of course, RB and ROG play really well as a third party. I mean, a little bit of chaos, to be honest, but it's still okay. You get some kill point. Don't forget, kill point brings you more value for the resource for the next round. So I think it's totally okay for RB and ROG. But don't forget about Navi, Olu. I mean, okay, they only get 2 kills, maybe just 2 kills.
One. But only one.
Only one or maybe 2. Yeah, I can forget. But they bring M82, you know. So I think totally it's okay. It's still okay round for Navi. They can extract, bring all the resource they have. They get M82. They can use it for the Brakkesh or maybe for the specialty later. You can use that. So I think it's totally okay for Navi, RB and Origin. So I think both of them get the W for the round 1. But for the other teams, I think they need to step up the game. They need to play with more discipline, especially EVOS. I agree with you. EVOS need to looking for enough information if you want to play aggressive like that. Okay, but I think we're going for a short break, and next will be Brakkesh. So looking forward to that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after break. So stay tuned.
bears no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations PC version. Zanken is with us in the crowd. Make some noises, of course. Zanken, how you doing, Zanken?
Very, very great. Very, very excited for today's match, especially on our LAN, our PC series. Not to compare with mobile, because mobile yesterday was what of a match, what of a group A and B is very, very fun to watch. But today, PC is our LAN back again. It's one of the most exciting and the most expected tournament to be held today, and I am more than happy to cast it with you and Bang Liga as well.
Of course, happy to see you here after that hiccup monstrosity yesterday.
You gotta bring
happening,
that, yeah. You gotta bring back that hiccup accident, yeah. You gotta bring
No,
that
of course, but because you need to be on good health, because we have a lot of good gunfights happening, especially on that last round where we saw a huge brawl on that last 5 minutes on Zero Dam. Because we saw RBN cleaning up the map. Obviously, they came out as the winner, top of the group currently with that 9 points. I believe we'll see just that in just a minute. Of course, Navi with their own storyline, taking down a player from GTS using that M82 from that first airdrop, dropping over by the Sara cam. That's also nice. And then we have EWG still doing pretty much absolutely nothing, just trying to survive and eventually do the paid extract and extracting happily ever after as a 3-man squad. So I feel like PC is going a little bit slower on the eco rounds, Zanken. Do you feel it too?
Yeah, I agree. The way that they approach other teams, the way that they took the rotations is quite different if we compare them to what we saw on mobile yesterday. And now looking at the leaderboard, you were right that RBN is leading the group with 9 total points with 5 total KPs, chased by Navi with 1 total kills that you've said that it got from the M82 dropping from airdrop with 5 total points, RRQ with 4, GTS with 4, and EWG and as well as EFOS with 3 points and 2 points. Even though EWG is playing a little bit more passive, they actually got 3 total points from their total assets. And sadly, EFOS, who was trying to get a bit more aggressive toward admin, but they got obliterated first by either RRQ and RBN, pinched by 2 different locations, 2 different sides, making them only getting 2 total points based on their total assets. And looking back on EWG, I watched them before I casted them and before the new rulebook sets. The way they have been approaching Zero Dam is actually the same thing, you know, as you just said that EWG was playing a little bit more, it's not a little bit, it's more to passively playing the eco rounds on Zero Dam. And overall, I also agree with you about how this PC team has been playing Zero Dam is more to a passive aggressive play style compared to the mobile version.
Yep, I think certainly teams have their own strategy coming into the match. Of course, this is still the eco round, so we were expecting the fights to be on the very last minute. But we are coming into Brakkesh. Yes, two Brakkesh map is coming up your way now on round number 2. Of course, we are going to see a lot more happening in the game itself, so don't expect EWG to just chill in the middle of the map and then all of a sudden take the paid extract. Of course, that's not going to happen. We are going to see a huge all-out brawl, I'm hoping, out of the teams, especially from Navi and also RRQ. Now, mind you that I believe Navi actually bring out their heavy guns, their 50 cals onto Brakkesh the last time I saw them play. So there is a chance where we are going to see that M82 on Brakkesh. Of course, Brakkesh is not going to be their favorite map. Their favorite map is Space City. But again, there might be a chance they pull out the big guns over by Brakkesh, especially on the Mandelbrick station where it's more of an open area. But looking at the operator compositions, of course, we are going to see a lot of Noxes. Usually you only see one Nox or even none, but here we actually have two Noxes out of Hefos and also out of GTS. What do you think about the Nox in Brakkesh?
Yeah, it's compared to what we saw on mobile. They actually trying to get an advantage of playing Tempest, right? And maybe one or two Devolve, but now, as we've seen, they take control of Nox right now. They really want to take an advantage of the ultis, the flashing discs, and to actually take control of these tight alleyways and angles to get them chip damage from the disc. And the way they have been playing this Nox, I'd say probably it's gonna be for the Mandelbrick snatching, you know, to actually decode the Mandelbrick within players upon, and making other teams who are trying to get those Mandelbricks can't, you know, make that focus onto the Mandelbrick, but needs to be pushed by the Noxes. And now Stretch and his team already getting the Mandelbrick from the
first gunfight coming out of Pizza Boy.
A gunfight from the windows, getting his one
Stretch.
there, Stretch. Getting his one. Because, to be real, I want to ask you, if you actually play on those angles like what EVOS has done, Olu, that angle, even though you have the high ground, you make the lower ground can only see your head. Am I correct?
Yep.
Yep. It's kind of a bit of a disadvantage, you know?
Yep. Of course, there are a lot of angles happening here in operations, unlike in Warfare, Zanken. If you don't know, we have a lot of different angles you can take. Some high ground angles is actually disadvantages the person who's trying to peek, you know, because sometimes you can only see the head, and if the shooter from the low ground spots that head, you just instantly got cut down and killed by 3 bullets. And it seems that is what exactly happened onto EVOS, trying to find that pick, trying to kidnap one of the players from team Navi. But Navi, being the Navi that they are, they know that angle is going to be taken by the team from Museum. They want to take this fight onto the Asara camp. But on the other side, we actually have RBN and EWG fighting it out on the most farthest area of the map. And now EWG getting pushed. Sushi, now Sonic Paralysis goes out. Cap W being spotted. The legs come out but did not connect. Another Sonic Paralysis getting taken down by Sushi. So it's going to be a hard fight here for the team who is trying to go out of the Tower of Babel. They need to wipe out each other before they go out. So which means it is left with only 3 squads from RRQ, EFAS, and also GTS to fight for those Mandelbricks. But RRQ now is actually closing by. Safi spotting out a player out of EVOS. EMP connects. So they know that in this museum, there is still going to be a team. So they need to either rotate out or they want to drop literally everybody on this museum area. Which means GTS is going to have that fight onto Team Navi by the decoding station. Again, we are seeing a little slower pace being done by the teams here in PC. Probably they want to play a little bit more passive, I would say, because they don't want to be the first team to get wiped, Zanken.
Yep. Oh! The timing! Control Z was looking at the right
Silverwing.
But the Silverwing made him his control over that angle, lost it. But now, I thought.
Thank God, Zanken! The pilot.
dead.
The pilot is dead. No more
The pilot
helicopter.
dead. I thought Wheezy was going to be one of the victims, but he
Not
actually-
today, he says.
he actually killed the pilot, and now Control Z is still on the same angle. And I think maybe, bro, the timing. Look, it's
Oh, no, the
actually
timing again.
Every time Control Z wasn't on that angle either.
Oh,
ever.
EFOS!
And now getting down by Pizza Boy on the other side of the Royal
what?
Museum. Now Control Z now has to actually
Huh?
reposition because he got also pushed by RRQ Beyond and also MRY now on the decoding station.
30 seconds.
33 seconds, 30 seconds right now. Navi is getting pushed by GTS F1, trying to get some angles here, stretch. Still doesn't
MRY
want to
got the kill.
take the first fight. Now MRY, correct, getting the kill on FOS Prap there. Now Zinni trying to get an angle there, but doesn't
10
seem
seconds.
to actually hit that. 10 seconds, I think it's gonna be free. Not all free Mandel break. Olu.
Oh no, Zenith is going back. Tim goes out of the hands of Pizza Boy, actually trying to connect, and of course Navi will have this first Mandel break to their names. On the other side, MRY actually dropping down Control Z, but I'm still a bit confused on what EFOS was trying to do, Zanken, because they sent one of their players to the Asara camp, to the decoding station, and just instantly got downed. And now they are wiped again. EFOS, what are you doing? They are confused. 2 players in museum trying to head on with RRQ while Undog tries to go for the Mandel brick alone. What? And so
Undog,
EFOS just gets wiped like that.
What was Ando using? Is it Nox or?
I believe it was Nox.
It's probably, they want to try something. Nox trying to get the Mandel brick with the ult, but it doesn't
come on,
seem to...
seriously?
Like, it doesn't
Solo?
seem to actually... Yeah, I mean, what's another excuse for that? What's another excuse to actually send one of your Nox to the decoding station without any covers, without any backup, just to actually decode? Or they expect the decoding station to have gunfights and trying to get a kill point from just the Nox. But I agree with you, the way that they have been playing is a very questionable and actually doesn't get, enough actual value from it.
Yeah, I believe so. It was I think it was a pretty bad call, and as we see right now, RRQ actually coming out with that M82. So we have 2 M82 available to use over by Space City, Zanken. This is going to be a bloody fight. Of course, RRQ needs to send that M82 back home on the other side. On the other side, in the tower, we still have these 2 teams fighting it out. Still have not yet get a single knock. They have been exchanging fights. They have been exchanging ammo, of course, wasting each other's ammo. But the frag grenade actually connects onto a player from RBN who needs to reset. Maxi over there need to try to reset. Demon now, of course. Meki C. Sushi getting the pick onto a player from EWG. He goes down. A great shot. Headshot onto Team EWG. Which means now RBN could try to push and look for that KPs. RRQ also stuck inside of this. And Cap W actually finding the kill. And now they are wiped off the map. ROG, the winners of our Zero Dam, is now gone from the lobby. GTS now looking for the kills onto RRQ, who has this M82. Mew popping out that Nox ult, pulling out those utilities to push Team RRQ from this building. This might be a really bad situation, but Savi using that MK4, those nice kill, little SMG getting a kill onto Miu, and another one for Safi. He gets two. Safi unable to get another one. The last player alive from Randy's actually get a trade onto MRY. And now it's a 2v1 situation. GTS, one player left. RRQ could possibly find this last kill and beyond using that M82, of course, trying to look for that angle. Randy's is just there, spotted by that Silver Wing, and he gets it. M82, clean shot out of beyond.
Yep. What a usage of the M82, but taking
Navi.
back, I don't really get to comprehend what just happened between EWG and RBN ROG. It's like a lightning speed that RBN getting wiped out of this lobby is just a blink of an eye, and I haven't seen again RBN getting wiped out that fast after a gunpoint exchangement. Now on the Tower of Babel, EWG is mid with Navi here on the upper ground. Kid now with the Gizmo setting up his smokes, and also the Cap TV setting up some of this Sonic Trap, already consuming his utility, and now already on 9 total score, and RBN has to be stuck on 9, chased by the RRQ, already surpassing 15 points, and Navi with their Fremantle Brick with 22. Now EWG, RRQ, and Navi is still on their complete roster, the complete players, 3 players remaining full one, and I hope that they, especially for RRQ and EWG, because they don't have actually their, Mantle Brick and asset, they really want to take these kill points and assets from Navi, and it's still on the passive side. I think Pizza Boy has a lot of view there, has a lot of point of view to actually clear out EWG, which is on the lower ground now.
Gizmo trying to pull out his utilities. Crawler's Nest goes out, trying to spot the player of Navi. Cap W is really close, just on the under of Pizzabor here. Tim goes out. Cap W will be spotted. Frag grenade goes out, did not connect. The team connects onto the player on the right side. Cap W getting pushed by Pizza Boy. Connects. Kid low, dropping low. Onto half HP, getting pushed by the 2 players of Navi. Wheezy, Stretch finding the kill onto Kid. Last player alive from EWG, trying to find this connection, but unable to do so because Pizza Boy is there to finish off EWG. 26 total points from Team Navi. They will probably send 1 player, of course, going to that dog tag extract on the top of the Tower of Babel, or they want to pull the extraction point. It's all good. It's all fine. They got a lot of points. Navi again with their gameplay, with their active gameplay, with their aggressive gameplay, taking on that Mandel Brick, taking on the fight after extracting with that Mandel Brick onto EWG and securing their loot after they wipe off RBN. So this is going to be 2 squad worth of loot for Team Navi, which is going to be a really, really huge investment coming on to the next round, Zanken.
Wow. Navi, from the Fremantle Bricks to actually find EWG hiding on the Tower of Babel, I think they just wants to wait to actually extract from either dog tag that they just got from maybe EFO, sending one of them as well onto the dog tag extraction, or just actually trying to loot some more and wait for other people to cut them off. But actually Navi, with the higher ground advantage, actually finding them, cutting them off guard. Now Beyond still with their M82, trying to actually extract from the helicopter extraction point. Now Navi is still on to the Babel of Tower with 4 minutes left on the clock, with 27 total score, chased by RRQ with 16, and the other 4 doesn't seem, been able to actually grasp their fitting on this Brakkesh map on the round 2 as well. And I want to talk about the way that this PC team has been approaching one another, the way that they have been playing. As you've said, if we compare this to the mobile version, I think the players on the mobiles, have the actual strats to actually play more aggressive rather than, just cutting people out from their rotations. And if we compare them for the first two match, I can say maybe the mobile version has, a little bit a more braveness towards other team, not playing that safe, not playing that passive. But now Navi, the games hasn't ended yet. Navi still on the helicopter expression from the Babel and trying to actually get a hold of RRQ here. That is also wanting to extract 3 versus 3 M82 on Beyond's hand. Triple Blaster on his hand as well. Savi with the utility spamming. Navi's team not wanting them to actually get past through this gate with 49 seconds on the clock, Olu, before the extraction.
Stretch. Of course, they want to get this last KP, and of course, they want to get this M82 out of the hands from RRQ. They don't want to easily give them the extract. Goes out, swinging. Trying to find that angle onto Pizza Boy, actually dropping really low. Savi also dropping to half HP. 20 seconds on the clock. Last fight of the game. Pizza Boy having that angle. Trying to look for the kill. Beyond using that M82, of course. Rollers Nest connects. 15 seconds on the clock. They both are closing in onto a really low HP. Beyond dropping to really low HP. MRY trying to survive. Savi, of course, they want to go out with this extraction point. The push coming in. A full kill onto Beyond. And I think... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a lot to unpack there. Okay. 5 people extracted. Okay. Zanken, 5 people extracted. It was a really tight... It was a really tight match. It was a really tight extraction fight, okay? But I just want to point out that 5 people extracted. 3 of the Navi players extracted, and 2 out of the RRQ players extracted. 1 player left behind. But what's good for RRQ is Beyond survived and extracted, which means they still have that M82 on their pocket.
Yeah, it's what a gunfight. That time we talked about how these PC teams doesn't want to play more aggressive, and maybe that is where Navi and RRQ hear our voice and trying to, just fight this out from the extraction point, trying to get some more kill points. Especially RRQ was already getting that M82, trying to make it more advantage to them for the next matches, for the next round. And they're actually trying to be more aggressive, maximum aggressive towards 5 seconds to the extraction mark, and actually taken down one of Navi's players, that eventually resulting the players who were extracted is just around 5 players, and 1 player from Navi can't actually get it on. And for the next matches, which is round RRQ?
Yeah, RRQ lost 1 player. Not Navi. Navi extracted in all 3.
Oh, damn. All right, then,
so
then Navi is on a really good position now with the top of the
That is what I'm saying.
Full asset, Vandal bricks and kill points. I think if they actually can get this through, they can actually trigger the match point on the 3rd round.
Yep, I think so, because, well, what we saw from what Navi did this particular round, they decode the Mandel brick instantly. Of course, this beautiful shot coming out of Beyond, getting that kill onto the last player from GTS. And this push also, I want to point out how Navi actually plays the game really well. They know how to push teams out of position, where we saw the team get being deployed by Pizza Boy, catching that player on the right side, and then killing the player on the left side, because he know that the right side player cannot lay down a cover fire for his teammate. And so Navi just kind of went in, swing to the left, and try to wipe off EWG, and they got those kills onto them, which is a really good showing that they know how to play aggressive and they know what to get in this match, and that is the kill points and also the Mando breaks. They did get both of them, and of course got a little kill points onto the RRQ squad. One player did not have the luckiness factor inside of him, so they missed one player onto that extraction point, but it's okay. Beyond holding that M82 still extracted, which means on Space City we have 2 high caliber weapons in the stash to come out, and we'll see a lot of sniping gameplay, of course, a lot of the crispy shot coming out of this player, which is going to be a highlight of the game.
Yeah, I agree. The way that they have been playing, as you've said, luck factor and everything, but it came back to what the efforts that they have done on the Brakkesh, on the round 2 and on round 3. Still have on a Brakkesh, right? Still one more Brakkesh to be played, and I don't know. Do you think Abion will, bring that M82 on Brakkesh, or just save it for the Space City on the 4th or 5th round?
I think he's going to save it for the 4th and 5th round, or maybe the 6th.
Court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Champion Southeast Asia Season 3. And what an ending in round 2. I mean, before talking about round 2, I want to correcting something because I rewind it again because because that's a really close call at the extract. So I will rewind it. So I will say about it. Okay, now Navi actually one player doesn't get extract, and that is Stretch. Stretch, I think Stretch is down, so he didn't get extract. MRY gets to one player kills and one player just knock. So it doesn't go for kill. It just knock Navi player. And in Navi itself, Pizza Boy knock one player, and that is MRY. But MRY doesn't get eliminated. So that's so the conclusion is Navi only 2 players getting extract. RRQ complete with the 3 of them extract in that moment. So I need to rewind that because that's really close calls, Zangan. I mean, and in that moment, anything can happen, Zangan.
I mean, the way they have been approaching one another, I thought what Olu just said when Navi was still on the Tower of Babel, they want to send one player to, extract from the dog tag. But actually, they trying to contest RRQ, who has been calling the helicopter to extract. Maybe one time, 2 times, RRQ has been able to actually hold them off with the utility, but actually, when the time goes down to 20 seconds, Navi decided to actually push them. And as you've said, as you've corrected, Navi lost 1 to not extract, and RRQ, even though MRY has been knocked down, they can actually still, extract with 1 more kill points. The M82 on Beyond's hand and actual assets from MRY still getting extracted from it. And now on the 3rd round, Brakkesh, still 1 more airdrop and another medal break. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be another all-in gameplay maybe at round 3. I mean, team like EVOS, I mean, they need to chill. They need to chill a little bit. Just play safe for a while. Don't extend too much. Just play safe. Just play more discipline. Just looking for more information, and then you can go for it. But for I think for the first 2 rounds, I think it was just being reckless. They just want to just straight forward, going for kill. I mean, it's totally okay. Don't get me wrong. I think it's totally okay if you want to looking for kill point because kill point is really matters, yeah. But still, you didn't have any information. You didn't have any information. You just decided to let's move forward. Let's looking for kill. I think that's so reckless. But let's see about the leader first because Navi takes the lead with a 26 point because they get a 12 point from Mandelbrick. So I think it's a really good point for them. RRQ in second place with a 17 point because they get the airdrop and get the 8 total kills. So I think it's a really good result for them. I mean, even without Mandelbrick, I think still it's a really good result for RRQ. RB Energy in the third place, 9 point. EWG 8 point, GTS 5 point, and EVOS still only 2 point with 0 total kills. That's my point, Zanken. My point, if you want to play aggressive, it's fine. It's totally fine. There's nothing wrong about play aggressive. But if you didn't have any information and you want to play aggressive, that's a reckless move. I think that's why EVOS need to chill. Just play with chill a little bit. Just take a deep breath. Just waiting for information, or maybe just waiting for third partying. Maybe you can play like that. You don't need to initiating first. You can just waiting for all of them fighting for Mandelbrick. They throw out all the utility, and then when the time is right, go for it. Go for third party. I really hope EVOS doing that because 2 point in 2 rounds, that's looking bad, Zanken.
Yeah, I agree. 2 points into round 2, and now into round 3. 2 rounds has been paced, and yeah, as you've just said, I reckon that their total assets hasn't been, getting more assets as well. Still 4 million, no total points from the kills. Still on literal 2 points for just the assets that they had on 4 million, right? Only 2 points, and they really need to make something out of nothing for this round 3 to actually take their step back onto the game. And looking at on Navi, they're on 26, and if they can actually, take another Mandelbrick on this map, on this round, they can actually trigger the match point because they have 26 already. Maybe one more Mandelbrick and some of the total kill points, or at least some assets getting gathered, I think they can actually make this down for their match point. And RRQ with, still 19, I think they can still also chase Navi's point, but I don't think they can actually trigger the match point on this round, to be specific, because it's kind of too far between 19 to 40, but 26 plus maybe the Mandelbrick and some kill points would make them as the match point holder for this round. And now looking down, RRQ and GTS has their TN1 spawns on the Royal Museum, as well as EVOS and also Navi on the Tower of Babel there. Now RRQ going straight to the basement, and now Control Z getting wheezy, cutting off guard here. Bang Liga, they're trying to play more aggressive. They want to actually approach team in front of them, playing off spawn and trying to actually press them to not having any space to revive Wheezy there.
Oh, but good utility using. Oh no, it's looking bad for EVOS. 3 of them already low HP. Oh, this is looking bad. What a grenade by Stretch. Now 1 versus 3, but Stretch will by himself. Can he survive? Pizza Bread takes the kill from the other side. EVOS getting down 1 by 1. Disaster from EVOS. What's going on? Why are you doing this again, EVOS? I mean, okay, I know you locked down Stretch, getting trapped in that corner. I think it's totally fine. But like I said before, Zanken, you didn't get any information, so you don't understand where's the other players, where's the exactly the other players in that moment. And look at the Pizza Boy just gets the free 2 kills from EVOS. Now EVOS really in trouble. Disaster round from EVOS once again. And remember, when when they get one player. I think that's Wheezy, but okay, now Pizza Boy is down. Okay, there's some fight back from Prab. Prab now become the last man standing. Now I think the fight is still going on, you know, with EVOS and Navi. But let's see, it's getting fun. And another red is found by Beyond. It's a good value for them. That's totally okay. But look at for the Mandel Brick itself now. GTS gets the Mandel Brick. I mean, I kind of forget the Mandel Brick, you know, because Navi and EVOS play really tough, man. And I kind of forget the Mandel Brick. But let's see, because I think if this fight is keep going on, I think GTS can go for a free Mandel Brick. But let's see, because now RRQ in the Royal Museum, but now other team, RB and ROG, now can become a third party in Zenken.
Yep, as we can see, ROG here already making their movement towards the Royal Museum. One of the most favorite place to decode by Olu and Bang Liga here is because everyone who defend this Mandel Brick decoding station on this side of the map, which is Royal Museum, they have more advantage to actually get the decode. Now ROG has making their movement again towards the stairs, towards the second level where the decoding station is held. Now Demon still holding his steps, not wanting to actually, you know, make another sudden movement now, because as we can see, RRQ Savi there with Shushi, if I'm not mistaken, is side by side. Maybe was hold it by a wall there. I think it's second level and the first level. Yeah. Now ROG still going again closer and closer to what GTS F1 is holding their Mandel Brick on there. Little bit spray on Shushi, not being able to actually take GTS down there. Very, very close, 1 HP. Now Shushi still holding the same angle, not wanting to make any more sudden movements because GTS is already aware of their whereabouts now. Now Makey C is also grouping up with Shushi here. RRQ on the first level, 1 minute and 20 seconds into the clock, Bang Liga.
Yes, but look at the for RB and ROG now set up for seize the Mandel Brick. Let's see, can they done it, because now there's another party, and that is RRQ. RRQ now try to fight against GTS. RRQ now they initiate the move. One player is already low HP. RNDZ, I think they need to play safe for now. But look at that for MRY, because he already used a Crower Nest, but not found anyone. But look at for the other side now. I think GTS F1 try to fight back. Xavi looking for the momentum. I think they're gonna be wait, you know. I think they just wait, but the time is ticking now. Time's running out for RRQ. I think they need to do something. 35 seconds remaining for GTS, getting free 13 point. But let's see, can they get it or not? Because RRQ is closing by. Beyond ready for fight. I think Beyond ready for fight for the Silent Shadow. But look at that for other team, because now RB and ROG become the third party, and so many utilities on. This is gonna be the utility war between these three teams. Is it gonna be RB and ROG? Gets the same break, but that's Incendiary, and they want to seize, but now they don't. One player down by GTS. Good defense by them. Now RRQ trying to fight back other party. Beyond cannot move anywhere. I think it's gonna be GTS secure the Mandel Brick. And the huge 30 point is getting by GTF1. What a great defense by GTF1. And I think RRQ cannot do anything. It's a really good play by GTS F1. But I kind of want to remind all of you that he was getting eliminated again by Navi.
Oh, yeah.
So this is third time he was getting eliminated early and only secure 3 point. Oh my God, what's going on with EVOS? I think that's so disaster. 3 round, only 3 point. That's disaster. But different from GTS F1, because they play real well and they play more like an objective. You know, they just play for an objective. They don't want to looking for war. They don't looking for kill point. They just want to focus on Royal Museum, get decode the Mandel Break, and when they get it, that's it. Just move on. Go for a safe option. Maybe going just maybe trapped in some place. Or maybe just doing some gatekeeping. But now EWG activate the airdrop, and I think they will be get M82. Wow, I think there's gonna be so many M82 in round 4, Zangen.
Yeah, I agree. EWG is trying to actually get that M82 to bring it to actually round 4, which is Space City now. Talking about GTS, this is what I've been talking about. When when you actually trying a third party and you actually want to snatch the mantle brick on Royal Museum, you cannot wait until it's just seconds. And now Xavi with the ROG, Demon RBN wiped out of the lobby. While I was going to say about how you defend the mantle brick, Xavi here hunting down ROG like one hell of a victim there. Now RB and ROG has to be satisfied with just 9 points on the third round, already wiped off as well. Now still Navi, RRQ, GTS, and EWG as well. Looking at F1 from GTS already secured their mantle brick because most of the teams here actually trying to snatch the mantle brick, decode the mantle brick in just 30 seconds left, which is quite more impossible. And talking about impossible, GTS has already saved up their utilities. They can delay now. Beyond another Zenith 1v2 situation, high ground on top. Beyond trying to get a heal, trying to get a reset from the outdoor medcred. Now trying to actually make some more safe pick from the high ground, from the window. Navi is also on the first level with 32 points. If they want to make this match point, if they really want to actually get the mantle brick to secure the match on the next one, they need to get 40 points on here. And look at that, GTS F1 is getting flanked by Navi. Pizza Boy now still doesn't get the vision, but still now GTS has already been aware of where the whereabouts now, taking one off to the chip damage is going now. Pizza Boy, I think they're going to, flank and actually get the total kill points because 32, 8 more points and more assets, making them being able to actually control the match points here. Wow.
Wow.
Another
What
kill,
a
Bang Liga, from Beyond.
Yes, what aim by Beyond, but Beyond sent down. I think it's a little bit too much for Beyond. I think they need to be humble, getting one kill, just go fall back first, recovery first. But now because Beyond is taking it on the spot too long, I think that's why they're getting down. But I think it's okay. But now Navi becomes the third party. Let's see about it. GTS F1 now in the deep trouble because now there's only one player left. But look at it for Navi because now Navi is getting attacked by RRQ, MRY. Now looking for a revenge. I think it's gonna be another rematch between these two teams in the Brakkesh. I think it's gonna be really fun to watch. Navi against RRQ. Now Stretch just waiting on the corner. MRY doesn't look Stretch, and that's a really good position. He just sitting here, ready holding the angle, and there you go. Free kill for Stretch, and what a move by Navi. One player down from RRQ, another kill point for Navi, and I think they're gonna be closer and closer to the 40 point, but at least it's still safe for now. So let's see, because now RRQ now just stay at the outset, the Royal Museum. I think they're just waiting for a chance. I think they really want to revive his teammate, but of course we already know that Navi is gonna be definitely guarding this spot. I think I don't know. I think they just kind of sitting here, just holding the angle, or maybe just they want to looking for a kill point because they know that they need another point to going for a match point. So I think that's why they're looking for a kill point, just for kill point. They want kills rather than getting out of the map. I think that's the point of Navi. But let's see, because now RRQ just playing safe for now because there are only 2 players remaining. I think they want to, I don't know, maybe RRQ try to save his teammate. Grab one player maybe and get confirmed. That's a big move from RRQ, but let's see. Now the smoke is they're still not on from all of them. I think they just want to play safe. And now GTS F1 with the 2 players remaining, I think Me is gonna be facing Navi. Navi already know one player in there. GTS F1 must be careful because there's some utility moment, and GTS F1 somehow getting fight back, and 2 players from Navi is down. Oh my god, that's really, really bad move by Navi. And GTS F1 play with it so patient, looking for the chance. They don't want to move forward. They don't want to be too aggressive. They're just waiting. Just doing a waiting game. And look at the player. They're just loving. They know that this is their plan. They want to trap Navi, and they get it. Another 2 kill point for GTS. Now Navi only 1 player remaining, and I think Navi decided to just stay safe for now. If I cannot revive my teammate, I just fall back. maybe going for the backless extract or just maybe going for the dog tag. Let's see. But still, Navi must be careful, must be respect to other team because I know Navi is leading right now, but the point itself is not that far. I think GTS F1 now become the new challenger in this group, Tenken.
Wow, what just happened on this map, especially from this last minute, the way that GTS F1 playing passively and now they change their strats to actually display the angles, play with their utilities and making teams that play more aggressive like Navi into their trap and actually getting punished. Now F1 from GTS now chasing down Navi with just around for 7-point difference. They got 26 total points. They get the mandal break. They get the assets. Even though they lost one player that actually cannot get extract, but actually 26 points is huge if you compare from current situation like ROG, EFOS, or EWG. Even GTS is on top of RRQ right now. Even though RRQ, you can still see that they are still on a complete players with 3 players on their arsenal, trying to actually get another kill points, I should say, because I think 23 is not enough for them in this round. And yep, they are going closer and closer towards GTS. Now Mew trying to get a hold of pick there. Savi looking at the right position. Alt is getting opened by the Gizmo. Now, info is getting gathered. Now, another utility getting on now. The Nymph is on a low HP. MK4 getting 1, getting 2. And Mew is also getting wiped out. Savi with another 3 kill streak. Huge point for RRQ. And I think if this is how it's going to end on this round, RRQ is going to chase Navi, which is maybe if they loot this around 26 to 27 points for RRQ. But as we can see, Stretch is still there. EWG, even though one of their players getting extracted, there's still 2 players that they still need to make around this map to actually getting extracted by the either helicopter or maybe dog tag in the Tower of Babel. But I don't think that seems to be feasible. And I think Bang Liga Navi Stretch here is going to be, eaten by RRQ again if they're gonna do the same rotations.
Yeah, I agree.
Still alone here.
Yeah. I know. I mean, Stretch. Of course, they just want he just want to play safe, and of course, there's always going to be multiple teams that are moving up into this area. So I think that's why Stretch know it, and I think he decided to just play safe. Classic crouch walk, and look at helicopters already doing their job. Try to destroying RRQ, but I think it's totally fine for RRQ. I think RRQ is fine. I think they can get a helicopter, but let's see. And actually they get it now. RRQ, I'm starting to panicking about RRQ because it's gonna be really funny if they cannot get extract because helicopter. I think it's gonna be funny, but Stretch. I think he's looking for the opportunity, I mean, they know helicopter already showing them. Okay, helicopter is down by RRQ, but Navi getting information. They know RRQ in that position, and now they're looking for maybe 1 kill point because like I said before, I think Stretch already know his fate. I think they know that it's gonna be hard to him to extract. So I think they just wants to kill rather than getting out of the map. So let's see, because now Stretch now picking up on in front of him. Let's see, because now Beyond still not pop out. So that's Savi. I think Beyond Savi doesn't realize there's a Navi in there. Oh, I think there's a mark. Okay, he's really close one. Okay, really close one. Oh no, Stretch is getting found out by RRQ. RRQ know where the Navi is. I think Stretch need to get out in this position. Should they go for it, or maybe they just go fall back? But let's see, because now, Beyond gets another wooden sculpture. I think it's gonna be a really good resource for them if they can get extract. But let's see, now Stretch, becoming close. It's really close. The Navi 1 versus 2. He gets Beyond, and he gets the player. RRQ down by 2 players. What a sweet comeback by Navi! Now we get 1 versus 1. Oh, disaster by RRQ. They really won it. And 3 kills, 3 for Navi. How on earth he done it? I don't understand. I mean, they already know there's one player below them, but they decide to just recklessly doing. Oh, but look at for other team, EWG looking for Navi. Okay, Stretch, I think you need to stay calm. It's not safe. It's still not safe because EWG still looking for some kill point. But wow, what a moment is this, Zangen?
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of speechless the way that Stretch
I am
taking
speechless right
down
now.
2 player from RRQ just like that. Even though he's on the lower ground, he's on the better angles, I suppose. He can see whole body of the RRQ players. But I don't understand how on earth RRQ can lose the 2v1 on the same actual angle, just on the one players and in an open position, actually making me speechless. And now RRQ, because they lost 2 players, they need to get back to 24 points mark, and Navi is going on the 36, because Stretch, man of this match for Navi, is actually completed his mission to get not only 2 players getting down from RRQ there. What a match. What a match. Now, I'm still speechless. I don't know what to say. The way, what do you think RRQ players, was thinking? They push 1 player with 2. I know 2 players usually is enough to actually take down 1. But after they met one another, I think you need to respect them, respect Navi, even though you're on a handicap, you play on a 3v1 or 2v1, you need to actually take control of those 1 players and, shoot them together, jump shot together. Because the way that RRQ have been playing, it's so tight, one player to another, they play a little bit tight, no space, and making Stretch can actually hip fire, right? He hip fires the second player and actually getting them down.
Yeah, I think they kind of lost of focus, in RRQ. I think they already focusing on the next round. Maybe they already move on. Okay, I think my mind already focused on Space City, and then suddenly Stretch coming from below them, and they got down by Stretch, 2 of them. So I think it's really good moment by Navi. But still, at the end of the day, no one's getting extract. So I think they just bring home some resource maybe in safe box. But I think it's gonna be really interesting in round 4 because correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's gonna be 3 M82. It's gonna be happen in round 4 because EWG 1 player get extract with a backless extract. So I think he bring home the M82. So I think now we have 3 teams have M82. I think that's Navi, RRQ, and EWG. Wow, I think round 4 is gonna be really interesting. But now let's focus on this highlight because Beyond actually doing a good job. Actually, Beyond is doing a good job. But my point is, Beyond staying in that spot a little bit too long, maybe. So I think that's why the other teams already realize the position and they counter attack them, and Beyond is down. So I think in that moment, RRQ now not getting any perfect situation. But look at Stretch. This is the clutch moment. What a play. I think it's a really good moment. I think there's some trap in there. I think that's why both of them is getting confused by Stretch. And this is really good individual play, but good clutch by Stretch. And I'm looking forward for the round 4. But okay, the other team is fine. I think Navi, RRQ, EWG is totally fine. EFM 82. But let's talk about these 2 teams. RB and ROG and EVOS. Okay, RB and ROG I think is fine, but I'm still confused about their planning. I mean, it's okay, but this is not enough, for RB and ROG. And of course, if you talk about EVOS, this is really bad, man. This is really bad from EVOS. 3 points. Just 3 points, Zangan.
Yep, it's kind of hard to actually turn the tables for them because it's already on round 4. But if they can actually get on their feet back on round 4th and round 5th, because I think they're gonna be round 5th, right? Because none of them is actually triggering the match point. EVO's going to have to actually turn the tables, kill people, take the Mandel brick to actually turn the tables, getting 30 or 40 points. And I hope that can actually be happen, because I don't see them until now, learn from their mistake. They're still doing the same thing, but we're gonna save that for next, for Space City, for round 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll catch a break. See you later.
The AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And now, finally, we're going to Space City. It's gonna be really interesting because I think I want to pinpoint and I want to asking you two all about the situation in round 4 because first of all, I think we're going to have 3 M82. It's gonna be unlocked in round 4 because a Navi, RRQ, and EWG. Yeah, I think that's the 3 teams that have a M82, and probably they will be using it in round 4. I think, what do you think about that? And the second question I want to ask you is, what's going on with EVOS, man? I mean, I don't understand how they play today. I mean, they play so reckless. I mean, no information at all. Just strike, move forward. Nothing to check the around, and I don't understand. I kind of speechless about how they perform. And yeah, how do you think about that, Olu?
I mean, first of all, I want to say thank you, Bang Liga, because you are actually correct, because RRQ was the one to extract with all 3 players on that round 3.
Oh, yeah.
Because I said Navi was, I think the audience might know that I'm a little bit on a Navi bias here, so sorry. But I mean, what can I say? RRQ had the game for themselves in that particular round. Of course, they went out with a lot of points, and also the M82 from round number 3. So it is beneficial for them up until that very last fight, that stretch with his individual gameplay, got the 2 kills onto Beyond, and one other RRQ member was immaculate. That was an amazing play. Of course, adding up to the KPs onto Team Navi. So they are even closer now to the match point. Of course, we have not yet seen any teams reaching that match point with Navi. Of course, the closest one having that 35-36 points. But talking about EVOS, reckless is the one word I would say to describe how they play in this last few rounds, especially looking at their spawns. They had that tier 2 spawns earlier in the game, right? In the Zero Dam, they got that tier 2 spawns over by the tier 3 spawns over by the highway area. They did get into the admin, and the last 5 minutes they just went in without any information, to try and fight RRQ, who's inside of the doors of the CEO, which is really bad, number one. Number two, yeah, sure, you brought in the Nox, but the Nox didn't really connect his utilities, so RRQ just freely wiped out the two players who came down rushing into the CEO side, and then leaving one player behind that just get wiped by RBN. And same goes in round 3. Round 3, they went in, did not know where the player were, and then just died instantly again. And in round 2, round 3, they spawn in Babel in front of Navi, and then out of nowhere, yeah, sure, they got that one kill onto Pizza Boy to ensure that they could do something here. They could try to find the fight. 3v2 situation was happening, but they just went in too slow. Stretch assessed the situation really good. He puts down the Sonic Trap, just like how he wiped out the two players from Team RRQ. He puts down his Sonic Trap, and then all of a sudden, all 3 players from EVOS just went down to half HP. And then Pizza Boy, out of nowhere, after getting getting revived by Wheezy, came down swinging and got the kills onto the rest of EVOS. I mean, like, EVOS needs to play a little bit more chill, assess the other player's situation. Of course, you want to play for those Mandel bricks, so you might, I think EVOS might play it a little bit more slow. Even if they got that tier 1 spawn now over in Space City, I think they're just going to wait, especially until the Mandel brick gets decoded. Maybe and the 2-minute marks of the decoding station, decoding process, they will start to play into the Mandel brick, trying to be that third-party team. But nonetheless, man, I mean, something is definitely going on to the strategies EVOS are bringing into the match today. So I want to see them come back up. Of course, the caster curse still is in play, because we saw a couple of teams after getting scolded by the casters yesterday bagging up that Mandel break. So I'm pretty sure we holding up EVOS right now is going to get them the Mandel break, because the caster curse is here, and we are also here in Space City for game number 4, Bang Liga.
Yeah, let's see. Are the caster curse is exist? Let's see about that. And let's talk about now the resource. I think that's quite interesting, because there's no one want to bring Tempest, because I think the point is, because there's no match point in this round. So I think that's why all of them thinking like, I don't think we should bring Tempest in this round, because there's no match point. It will be, I think it will be guaranteed round 5, right? So I think that's why it's really useless if you bring Tempest in this moment. So I kind of agree with all of them. But talking about EVOS, I think they kind of remind me of the grand final last season. If you remember Olu, in the last season grand final, EVOS become the favorite. Okay, but there's some kill, because Pizza Boy takes the kill against GTS F1, and Pizza Boy start the round 4 with a really good play. And let's see now, Pizza Boy throwing a magnetic bomb all by himself, but Pizza Boy no problem anymore, because Wheezy back up really well, become a super system, and oh my god, no way, Wheezy, please put some mercy on GTS, bro. And they execute really well. 2 players down from GTS F1, and they start really well. And maybe, just maybe, Olu, maybe they can secure the 40 point to unlock the match point in the next round, Olu.
I mean, Navi doesn't have to do a lot of things here. They just need to get the kills until they don't even need the Mandel bricks right now. They just want to look for the kills. 1 more kills, and boom, the match point is there for next round. So I don't think Navi will play that aggressive. They want to find those KPs for their match point, and they want to try to extract with their guns, especially with the loot points that they have gathered from their KPs. But until then, I think Navi is still going to chill out a little bit. And also, I want to see where EVOS is currently. And it looks like they are near the Mandel brick spawn. But looking from their lineup of operators right now. They brought in Blinder and also an Uluru. I kind of like this, especially for a more chill out kind of round, which we are having right now. Of course, Prap needs to be a little bit more careful because you don't know whether or not the other side of connector still have another team, but it looks like it's going to be clear enough for him to gain that Mandel break as the first team to try and decode in this Space City first round. Of course, this is going to be really good. Talking about their operators, this particular lineup I think is really good to play a defensive kind of play style, especially with the Ulurus and the Viren, which will be able to delay a lot of teams who tries to push in, especially in the close quarter area. They might have to let the Mandel brick get seized to lower the timer, but I think other than that, they will play really passive this particular round. They just want to get the Mandel break, even though other teams are pushing in. They want to save their utilities until the very last second. So we might just see a little bit of incendiary grenade here and there, and then the magnetic bomb, of course, also going out here and there. So that's going to be the play of the game, I think, for Team EFOS right now. They want to secure all what they can to ensure that they could find those points to go up. And again, the caster curse is still reigning supreme, Bang Liga. If EFOS actually get this Mandel break, I think we need to scold more teams who are currently in a bad spot.
Well, if we're calling them more, I think we should go for the. I think we should go for manager, but let's see because there can be another G get to the face, RQ, and one player down. But let's see because now fight back is happened. Now let's see get this RQ takes the kill, and RB and ROG is getting eliminated in round 4 once again. RRQ doesn't want Mandel break. I think they don't care any single bit about Mandel break. They just want to get a kill point, and that's it. And I think that's why in these new rules, I think RRQ kind of have some benefit, because as long as you get a 40 point, it's totally fine. You still get the match point. And I think RRQ will get a 40 point without Mandel break. I think so, but let's see about that. It's really interesting. But now Navi become the more party trying to get the Mandel break. But let's see. I think they just want to move slowly because there's some time for them to interrupt EVOS for decoding Mandel break. Let's see, can this is the Mandel break, and so does the RRQ. And RRQ already watching EWG at the bridge. I think they already know information, and so does Navi. Okay, now RRQ get some information. I think this is a really good one because now they know the other teams. And now let's see, because now Navi gets EWG and Pizza Boy already half HP and he needs to step back, recover some HP. But Pizza Boy looking for a chance, and EWG want to play really aggressive, Olu.
Navi right now is just going to play it a little bit more safer because of course they have that 40 match point threshold on their account right now. They don't want to lose anything, any loot points that they have gathered up until now. If I were to be Navi, I would like to just extract with all of my loot right now. But of course, Navi being Navi, I think they are going to contest this Mandel break. They are making their way onto the bottom side of Centrifuge where nobody is currently watching but RRQ. Now getting delayed from Endog. A magnetic bomb goes out. Another shock arrow goes out. Magnetic bomb again from Endog, trying to delay as much as possible. But look who's coming from the basement of Centrifuge. It's Navi Prap holding it alone. Dropping to 1 HP. Need to be very careful. Incendiary goes out from Control Z. Loitering also trying to get a delay. And Beyond actually goes down. But Savi gets the trade kill onto Prap. Stretch now actually fighting Evo. And Evo gets down. The decoding station now on another kill from Stretch. RRQ now left with one player remaining. It is going to be a close call. Pizza Boy spots Savi here, trying to dash into Savi, but Savi could finally be a little bit more safer. Shock arrow goes out. Wheezy and Pizza Boy trying to look for this last kill. Pizza Boy, Wheezy, will he get it? Magnetic Bomb goes out, trying to heal up. Shock arrow goes out, finding the position of Savi, and Savi will finally goes down. And now the decoding station is free for grabs, and it looks like it will be Navi's now. One full team remaining, and also GTS with that last player.
Wow. I think that's so unlucky to become EVOS, you know. I mean, I think the curse is not strong enough, Olu, for EVOS because I think we need to boosting our curse, you know. I mean, it's only 1 second remaining, and they got in through because they got eliminated by RRQ. I mean, oh, poor EVOS, man. But yeah, the show must go on, and they stuck in the 3-point, and RRQ is getting down too. I think they cannot secure the match point, and now it's Navi already dominate in this round, and let's see, can they done it? Can they secure this Mandel break and make sure put them in the great position to get a match point in the next round? Let's see. Now Navi is still complete with 3 players. And now GTS F1 now looking for the opportunity just by himself, because yeah, of course, GTS F1 only one last man standing in Mew. And let's see, I think Mew just, yeah, I know I think he already know but his fate. I think they know. I think he's gonna be wiped out, but I think they're looking for 1 more kill point maybe just to secure another point. I mean, 1 kill point is really good, you know, if you can get it. So I think it's totally fine, even if you guys are wiped out. So let's see. I think he already give up about getting out of the map. I think he just want 2 kills rather than get up of the map. And let's see now Navi now looking for a chance. I think Navi just guarding the Mandel break. And where's EWG? I think EWG still on the behind. I think in the centrifuge behind the centrifuge. I think they just waiting for the moment, waiting for the chance in buoyancy lab. And let's see, can they got it? Because now GTS F1 now looking for the chance. Navi, I think Pizza Boy already know one player hiding in that position, and Pizza Boy now become the hunter. They want to hunt the player itself, and I think they're going to get some kill. But I think GTS F1 already escaped in this situation, and Navi still can holding the position, holding the Mandel break. But there's some time, 1 minute 20 seconds remaining for Navi to secure the Mandel break. And I think don't forget about EWG Olu, because EWG I think going to become a problem at maybe like the last 10 seconds or last 15 seconds. I think EWG gonna be commit for the Mandel break, Olu.
I mean, it's very hard for EWG, especially when you look at their operator lineups. You know, they have a D-Wolf and also a Toxic to try and push Navi here. But again, it's really hard when you just got delayed by a magnetic bomb. All the things that you have been planning out might just fall down to the ground. And especially if Pizza Boy was able to connect his crouching tiger, not even talking about that part of the ideas. So it's going to be a really hard fight if EWG will want to try and seize this Mandel break, because it looks like 25 seconds remaining. And Navi still haven't been contested, but of course Mew will try his best to find the KPs onto Navi. Wheezy here got a handful with Mew in front of him. Mew tries to reposition himself, and again the rotations from Team Navi, 5 seconds on the clock, turns out to be really great. And he gets a pick onto Pizza Boy, but Pizza Boy goes out. Navi have successfully decoded the Mandel break. The fight is won again and again by Stretch, Bang Liga. What a player we are having right now. Stretch coming in clutch, of course, for Team Navi, being that refragger roll onto Pizza Boy. Pizza Boy jumps, and Stretch become the last, the other player who also will jump together with Pizza Boy and gets the kill onto Team GTS. So 3 KPs for the hands of Navi. EWG, of course, still on the area, but Cap W Did not realize that Pizza Boy have an angle onto him and he goes down. Full kill. Another KP goes down to the hands of Team Navi. Trying to push. Stretch become the first player in contact with Kid. And Kid also got thrown down to the ground by Stretch again. Another kill for Stretch. This guy is on fire today. Last player alive from Team EWG. Nabs trying to survive. Spotted out by that Luna scan. Trying to survive and again.
Wow.
Team Navi got their KPs. Full team wipe and a Mandel break bang. An absolute domination shown by Navi.
Wow, what a play! What a play by Navi. I mean, they're already in a good position, starting in this round because they're taking lead. I mean, they know that they don't need to take the Mandel break first. They just let the other teams take the Mandel break, let the other team fight for Mandel break, and when the time is come, they just go for it. They go for it and sweep them all. And I think that's a really, really good play by Navi. And of course, you can just pull off and you can extract with a full squad, full resource, and you get the Mandel break. And of course, you trigger the match point. And I think it's a really, really good result for Navi because if the Mandel break goes for another team, I think the other team is gonna be unlocked the match point too. For example, if GTS F1 gets the Mandel break, it will be bring like 14 points. And then you can just put some maybe one more kill point and go for extract. You're going to get the exact 40 point. So I think that's why this Mandel break is really important for Navi because now in the next round, in round 5, it's only Navi who triggered the match point. And look at the hour this man. I think he gets asthma. I think
his inhaler
I can guarantee you, Olu. I think he is the EVOS fans. I can guarantee.
I think it perfectly encapsulates how EVOS fans right now, all the tigers out there are feeling right now. They need their inhalers because looking at how EVOS is playing currently, you do need that inhaler. Of course, we want to see EVOS shines, but unfortunately, Hudson now showing off that feeling.
I think he's F4 spams, I think he's F4 spam. F4 spam saying, come on, bro, support them, bro. They just only get 3 points, bro. Come on, go make some support, bro. For F4 spam. But okay, that's just a joke. But overall, what a fight, what a play by Navi. Navi show us again, especially in these new rules. I think Navi quite understand about these new rules, Olu. I mean, if you look at the first round, the second round, until this round, I mean, he play really disciplined. I mean, okay, we know the 1 point, they're just focusing on what? They're just focusing on getting M82, fight in the riverbank, getting like 1 or 2 kills. I kind of forget again, and that's it. You just extract as a full squad. So they just play safe in round 1. But because what? Because they know they want to focusing on round 2. When he get the Mandel break, that's the point itself. And when they get the Mandel break in round 2, maybe, or round 3, I think round 2, right? Navi gets a Mandel break. I think that's the moment that Navi think, okay, we get the Mandel break, we get secure like a 30 point something. We just put additional point a little bit, and we're going to trigger the match point. And that's why they controlling this group, they controlling this game, and I think Navi deserve in this moment. But the game is not done because we still have at least minimum 1 more round in round 5. But Navi triggered the match point. I mean, of course, always gonna be really happy about this result, right?
No, I'm not, of course. Again, guys.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Of course.
I think I'm gonna be different Navi then.
No. But again, Bang Liga, the first team who was able to unlock the match point will never close out the game right afterwards. So I think Navi will not be able to close it down on round number 5. I think it's at least going to go to round number 6 because what we have seen yesterday from the mobile division and also some of the other weeks we had, the teams who have that match point unlocked never really close it out on the next round. At least it will take them 1 more round. So I think it's not going to be Navi's game for round number 5. It maybe could go down to the hands of RRQ or maybe GTS or even EFOS. Of course, we want to see EFOS on the play.
There's still a long way, you know.
Yeah, I
There's
think
still a long
they-
journey for EVOS, you know. I think
It
they need
is.
the whole 3 Mandel break for EVOS, you know, if you want to get the win, because only 3 points, and then let's imagine if EVOS somehow gets a 3 Mandel break, I think they're gonna win. Okay, obviously, because you get a 15 point in round 5, 16 point in round 6, and 20 point in round 7, and of course you're gonna win, right? But is it gonna be possible? 3 Mandel break in a row? I don't know, man.
You know
I
what?
don't know.
I asked the same
don't know.
question about to you yesterday about 5-man hopeless, and they did get 1 Mandel break, Bang Liga. They did get 1 Mandel break.
Yeah.
So EFOS might get 1 Mandel break, but who knows? You know, who knows?
Who knows?
And again,
Who knows? Yeah.
I think what separates Navi from the other teams is that their rotation, they know exactly where to go. Like they did this dirty execution on GTS, of course, there, Wheezy onto Zenith. They know right after killing the teams who spawn over by the sand dunes, they know where to go. They exactly know how they want to approach the fights. You know, they got their kills onto the sand dunes. They right away after killing the teams that spawn on the tier 3, they went through employee and onto test range, and then trying to make their way onto the centrifuge area, which I thought at first was, you know, some other team might be there, but there just isn't any other team trying to cut them off. They are the ones who cut other teams' rotation off, which is going to be really scary for, you know, the teams that are currently in Group B. And some of the other teams in Group A should probably take notes of what Navi is currently doing and try to implement it onto their gameplay to have more chances to be that last team surviving. And that is just a beauty coming out of Navi. And of course, not taking in mind the individual plays from each and every one of them, Stretch with those clutch kills, getting those KPs, and Pizza Boy with the dashes, and Wheezy. Yeah, Wheezy is just being Wheezy and getting the last kills. But of course, it's just amazing. Of course, we are going to see more action. Will Navi take it for themselves? Will they win on this match point? We'll have to save it for later, because we are going to a little short break, and I'll see you guys in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Delta Force National Championship Season number 3 PC version. Well, Zanken, we got a domination going on over here with Na'Vi cleaning out the lobby for themselves. What do you think about them?
I agree. What a performance by them, especially on the last round with, if I'm not mistaken, around 70 or 60 points for them. Like, it's one hell of a domination for them for the whole lobby, fighting out RRQ, taking down EFOS while they going to decode the Mandel Brick, triggering the only match point for this 5th round. Na'Vi is like, yeah, I'm speechless about how they played this basically very, very well. The way they have been approaching players with their strats, making, other team as their own punishment. They can actually take advantage of every single actual fight, making them the most points held by this group stage. And looking back on the map rotation, maybe on Zero Them, RBN playing as one of the best teams on that round, but looking back on the 3 last maps, which is Brakkesh and Space City, Na'Vi was being the best and the dominated squads in this group stage. And I also want to talk about what you and Bang Liga just getting on a conversation last round. EFOS with just 3 points for actual 4 round, and we can see here now from the leaderboard, Olu 3 total points, 1 total kills, 5 million assets, chased by EWG for 9. Maybe even though RBN and EWG has more points, they doesn't seem have to get good matches, but 3 points, Olu, just like Hudson. The fans of EFOS need to get some inhalers. 3. It's getting really, really hard. It's close to impossible for EFOS to actually win this game right now, because it's already on 5th round. Okay, it's already on 5th round. Even though they get Mandel Brick, they still need to get the skill points or assets, but who knows. But 4 round, what do you think? 4 round and already gathering 3 total points. How do you recover from this type of situations?
I mean, if you want to recover, you really just need to have that conversation going with one another. You'll need to assess some situation going on with your communications, probably, because we saw a disfigured fight coming out of them. Really, one player stays behind, the other 2 try to swing into a really small area, really compact area, a really close quarter combat area. You're not swinging with full 3-man. You're not using your utilities quite correctly, and even in the Mandel Brick defending situations, right? They were really scattered around. Prap was in front of the Mandel Brick station, while Control Z was inside of the centrifuge area, closing out the door. And then the other one, and Dog, was in the staircase, getting pushed by Na'Vi. And then he drops down. And then Prap, being alone outside, did not have any cover. It drops down to RRQ. And then finally Control Z just got aped on by Team Na'Vi, and there's nothing EFOS can do. So it's really disfigured, the fights coming out of them. So you need to have that conversation going on, especially with the breakthrough we are having, to kind of reconcile what have you done wrong in this map. Because you didn't have any kills, you did not loot, and you didn't have any Mandel Bricks yet. Sure, you got the tier 1 spawn over by the west gate, and then you take the Mandel Bricks, and then you try to decode it, but unfortunately, you're not lucky enough to have it defended. And I don't think it's about luck. I think it's more of a strategy. And as we saw, Na'Vi, of course, with that match point, with that total of 72, 71 total points, is going to bring out their compositions actually bringing out that Morse. But on the other
Yeah.
side, EFOS finally having that first kill onto Mekisi. But the kill gets stolen by Safi. And there goes the kills for EFOS. That KP again. Oh my god. Sure, they got the KPs, but again, getting stolen like that is just really bad. But it looks like Mekisi is still fine. He gets revived.
He
But
got
of course,
revived.
he has a weakness because he got a full kill. Navi now spawning by the dormitory area, bringing out that M82 by Pizza Boy. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the operator selection from EFOS. They're pulling out their smokes and also their recons this time, and also that Tempest to try and contest that Mandel Brick, but they spawn on the tier 2 spawns, which means it's going to take them a little bit to get into the area, especially with RRQ going to decode it on the centrifuge. So it's going to be a while for them to get here, especially with RBN being in the way. So we'll have to see what Team ROG, Team EVOS is going to do now.
Yep, as we can see, EVOS finally got their one of them KPs, and now RRQ, as we've seen, they really want to trigger that match point for them as well. They don't want to make space for Navi for actually closing this game and taking the round home. And as we can see, Navi also still wants to play a little bit more passive. They know EWG is spawning next to them from Westgate, and now Beyond, I think, got an awareness towards GTS F1 that is closing from the Hudson area, rotating towards the left side of the map. Now, Beyond still, gathering around info, not wanting to actually getting backstab from the back while he decodes the Metal Break. Now, finally, Navi is getting closer to EWG. Kid right there, just going alone. I don't know, maybe one of their teammates is anchoring or playing Crossfire right off the corner. But now, Pizza Boy finally taken an out. Now, Smoke is going up. Now, another Pizza Boy getting Kid down. What a kill. What a kill. What an out. Good value getting out from it. Just 2 players left from EWG to be taken care of with Navi here. 72 total kill points. Not many players around them. Just EWG and Navi on the dormitory and Westgate side of the map. 2 versus 3. Angle is being locked down by EWG. It's still a chance for them to actually win this fight, but Wheezy trying to get a little bit of jump shot. Another headshot from Wheezy, just like he plays on Warfare. One more player. Now trying to get a quit there, and another kill. NABX going down by Stretch, and there it goes. Olu, EWG out of this map, out of this lobby. And another point, another 3 points for Navi, 76 kills. All they need to do right now, if they actually want to close this game, is snatch the Metal Brick from RRQ, because 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock going down. And as we've seen on the setup, I can see that all of the Navi's players is going to be all in, all tier 5 bullets as well. And I think it's their time to actually snatch the Metal Brick from RRQ, because 1 minute is not that, that long of a time, and RRQ already on a setup position. And as we can see, finally, ROG is playing from the lower side of this map, trying to get a flank from RRQ, because 1 minute and 8 seconds into the game. EVOS is also trying to get it from the left side, from the BUNC, trying to get a push. Smoke out, MRY getting one. The Savi is getting CTRLZ going down as well. Still 40 seconds, none of them being able to actually touch the Metal Brick. MRY still roaming around with his KC-17, trying to. Navi is finally on them as well. Now 30 seconds, would they actually be able to snatch the Metal Brick, Olu?
I don't think so. This is going to go to the hands of RRQ, because EFOS just got delayed by MRY. And on the other side, Pizza Boy is also getting delayed by Team RBN, and RBN actually finding that kill onto Pizza Boy. So Pizza Boy is currently down. 10 seconds on the clock. This Mando Brick will go to the hands of Team RRQ because no other team will likely be able to take it out of their hands. And so the teams are going to look for KPs, unable to close it out. Once again, I have told you guys. Wheezy now getting pushed by Sushi. Sushi got that particular angle to Wheezy, but again, Wheezy with the clutch. Even though he got shot at first, but he was able to full kill on the other side though, and Dog finding the 2 kills on the Pizza Boy and also Wheezy, cutting them off guard while they are currently healing, but EFOS also gets wiped. Control Z goes down on the hands of Beyond. Beyond is trying to look for more kills. ED device goes out. Yon trying to look for the angles. Trying to take this fight in a little bit more a slower pace, but Stretch on the other side also gets Demon. So RBN ROG is out of this game. Once again, Navi with their clutch player, Mr. Stretch himself, is going to take care of this lobby alone, it looks like, because RRQ, of course, reaching that match point threshold. So the next game, Navi and RRQ also will fight for the Mandel Brick. As per right now, GTS is going to try to find those class KPs. Mew actually dropping to half HP. Beyond trying to find the angles, the wide angles to swing. Of course, he has that M82 in hand, so he has the advantages on the long range fight. While on the other side, Stretch, of course, was able to pick up his teammates. So Wheezy now is going to be alive once more. EFOS also getting back to 3 players. While RRQ is still going to look for these kills onto GTS. Finding one. Trying to get those kills. Marksman rifle in play. But on the other side, Wheezy, whilst healing, gets dropped down by Control Z. And EFOS gets the full wipe onto Team Navi. The sweet revenge is finally here. Because they have successfully kick the Navi players out of this lobby as if for this round.
Finally, EFOS get their hands on some kills and some assets, but now GTS trying to get a hold of them, and now trying to get a jump shot, but can't seem to find anything there. Mio is trying to holding back it, doesn't want to play aggressive deathmatch and doesn't want to get punished there. And finally, RRQ, MRY with the jump shot, getting the name out of this lobby, and Rendez with the jump shot as well, getting Beyond down with the heat fire with the asphalt, getting another one from RRQ, another kill from Trade from RRQ. The name is going down as well. Thing 2v2 is currently going on. Rendez is in a sketchy position, doesn't know what to do. They have to do anything. EFOS also joining the party. Mew getting one. Rendez getting two. Mew still, and Brock is going down as well. 1v2. RRQ still with the 2 players, and GTS only has Mew left. RRQ with a 49 points mark. GTS with a 27, still grasping their legs into this group. Now Xavi and MRY just need to actually revive Beyond, and they will reset to 3 players all. What a gunfight, what a scene here.
RRQ is of course going to look for the last kills onto Control Z and also Mew. Mew again being the last player alive. I don't know how Mew does it, but he always ends up alone. His 2 teammates, of course, getting wiped off the face of the earth in 3 different rounds, I think. The Brakkesh round and also the last Space City rounds. So Mew looks like he likes to play alone. Control Z getting spotted by that sonar scan. Of course, going to slowly reposition himself to get this last KPs onto Team RRQ, and of course take Team RRQ out of the lobby without bringing back home that tier 5 armors. Of course, RRQ also spent their tickets on their tier 5, so if they want to keep it, they'll need to extract They just need to find this last 2 kills to ensure a safe extract while Beyond pushing, using that EED device, actually getting caught by Control Z. So Control Z knows that now RRQ does not have the EED device, would likely be playing more defensive. Drill Charge goes out, trying to find out where the positions are from this team RRQ. Does not know, does not have any recon. His teammates are all down and being held by Team RRQ inside of Centrifuge area, while on the other side, Mew trying to reposition himself from the buoyancy area, from that doorway. Free fire goes out from Safi. Roll goes out from Control Z, and what a shot! What a control! What a control! Now PKM in hand is unable to do the job because Beyond gets the pick onto Control Z, and EFOS is finally wiped off the face of the earth, while Mew trying to find this last pick. Of course, he heard those gunshots, so he wants to make his move, repositioning himself. Beyond still with that KC-17. Mew trying to play the revive, trying to play one player, trying to revive his one teammate to ensure a 2v2 gunfight, a fair fight. Not as per usual, where he was left alone, but Beyond connects his drill charge and finally wiping out the lobby.
Wow. The way that these players from RRQ eventually plays this actual round very well. And I don't know what's on the mind of Mew. They know the drill charge is, going on that wall, but he kept, trying to get the revive first, not knowing Beyond is just in front of the doors. And now, oh my lord, this is, I don't know, it's either the face of the fans for the EWG, EFOS, and RBN, or I don't know, he's just standing around right off the corner there. Because as we can see from the leaderboard group, the 3 squads, the 3 teams, EWG, RBN, and EFOS, not in a great position, only gathering 9 to 10 points. And if we compare them to the top 3s like Navi, RRQ, and even GTS with the 30s, if I'm not mistaken, 27, look at that total score. It's one hell of a disparagement, We can actually see that the teams that have adapted to this new rulebook, or even, make a little bit more improvements from last week, is actually these top 3 teams. I don't know what's happening with EFOS, especially, and with RBN, because last time I've, casted them and watched them on several weeks, I don't ever think or ever expect that they would play this kind of mess. Every time they wants to actually now be on Mr. Yono there, and back again, getting the camera onto him, very seriously looting, as we can see on his face. And now it's just a matter of time before they extract. They still want to gather more loot, making a more total points from the assets, And I think on the next match, it's only between RRQ and Navi, because seeing other team not doing well, not doing, that confident, or at least perform surprisingly or confidently, making them as the top of the leaderboard. But nah, these 3 teams, I don't know what happened to them. EFOS, RBN, and EWG. I think they're just having a bad day, or they just keep, they really cannot get a grasp on how should they play these new rule sets, or how they need to actually take fights when it matters. But back again, it's Delta Force operation. Everything can happen. Everyone can get a good day or a bad day. And to be stated, it's an extraction shooter. Anything can happen. It's more to like a battleground, but you can extract. You have to extract that multiple rotations to be made. But what we've seen today, especially from RRQ and Navi, they're just exchanging fights, exchanging points, making them deserve to be the top of the leaderboard. What do you think, Olu?
mean, a great showing of gameplay from RRQ, of course. Not to look back because their fights are just very calculated. Especially that one fight inside of Centrifuge, where they were trying to defend against Navi, and then they force Navi out of the Centrifuge area. They aren't able to find the picks onto RRQ, so Navi kind of went out through the basement onto connector, but unfortunately EFOS, who was previously holding down defensively that buoyancy doorway, actually goes out of buoyancy and try to get, you know, okay, Savi.
What?
Unfortunately, he forgets that. What? Yeah, sure. The players are out, but Mr. Savi, there is still bots in this game. So again and again, well, unfortunately, his gold armor will be cracked up real good. Oh no, Savi! Oh, I think he just went out. He went AFK for some reason. Oh no, his armor
getting some food
will be repaired. Oh, not again. You know that one meme where he says, "Not again."
Yeah, it's
The
not again, bro.
NPCs,
Not
man.
again. The NPC prevails.
The
NPCs one more time. But I think he can just actually buy one more new tier 5, no? Because they can do the all-in for the next round. Looking at the 58 match point as well as Navi, so they really need to
No.
set up properly for the next round, no?
No, you can't. You only have one. You only have a chance to buy one gold armor. So if you aren't able to extract with it, you can't buy it anymore. But you still can use it if you have extracted or some way you take another person's gold armor. You can still use it, but of course, if it's cracked, then you'll need to repair it, right? So the durability of the armor itself is going to be decreased. Like if you're using an Elite Vest, you have a 95 durability, and if it gets cracked up, depending on what repair you're using, it's going to decrease by the time if it's broken. Every time you repair it, of course, the durability of it is going to decrease. But again, I think Navi just kind of stick around too long. I mean, it's not too long. Going against EWG, of course, they got the wipe pretty fast, but then the rotations kind of is a little bit shaky coming out of them. They got caught by RBN inside of Centrifuge, and then of course RRQ was still there. So nobody really went from ramp, which is a surprising strategical move by the teams. Nobody really pushed RRQ from ramp. I thought Navi was coming out from ramp, but turns out they come from connector, and that's why they get kind of a little bit pinched by all four teams. RRQ, of course, above them, and then you have RBN coming out of Hudson from that basement area. They are in the middle between RBN and also EFOS, so that was just very unfortunate from them. Of course, we usually see the rotation coming out of Navi, but it looks like all the other teams are taking notes, you know? It looks like some of the other teams have seen the pathways that Navi usually takes, so they took it. And Navi playing with a very one-dimensional strategy is being read just like a book. So yeah, props to EFOS getting their revenge on Navi, of course, which is really great.
Yeah, I agree. Finally, EFOS. I think even though their points is still on the lower side of the game, they starting to actually get a grasp on their feet, get a the anchor of how they should play this game. I hope they can actually make some movements, make some changes on the next round, even if it's going to be ended in 6 or 7. I don't know, but I think EFOS need to step up their game. But we can save that for later because we're gonna catch a little more break and we're gonna see you on the 6th round. See you later. Don't go anywhere.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3, and we're going to round number 6. RRQ trigger the match point. Now the game is become more interesting again. RRQ fight back really well. They get the Mandel break. Navi, I don't know. Is this gonna be cursed? You know, is this cursed about the team who the first one triggered the match point? Because I think yesterday it's done it too. I mean, the first team who triggered the match point doesn't get match point until game 7. I don't know what's going on. Is it gonna be cursed, or maybe there's some some kind of scare maybe? I mean, you get the match point, you want to secure mana break, but on the other side you think like, but if we get wiped out, I think it's gonna be a problem. So let's just play safe, just play other party. But when they done it, the other teams already got the mental break. So I think that's why. Is it cursed, Zengen, about the match point itself?
Yeah, I think if you talk about last matches, especially yesterday, we have seen, I agree with you, every single team who has triggered the match point first, they doesn't seem to manage to close this out. It's probably caster curse or maybe match point curse, I don't know, maybe choking. Every time we can see that a player or a squad, especially who has triggered the match point, can close this out, can close the game. On the next match, they weren't able to seem to actually close the game, not knowing how to complete the series. And now we can go to the round number 6. I mean, on the Mandel break, another Mandel break before round number 7, which will be randomized by the referee. But as you can see now, Bang Liga, it's in the hands of RRQ and Navi if they want to close this game on their level. But if they really can't seem to actually complete it, it's gonna be on round 7, and there's the actual, I think GTS can actually get on that if they been able to actually go to round 7, even though the chance is not that high. As we can see, Navi with 2 Mandel break on round 2nd and round 4th, RRQ on 5th round, GTS on 3rd round. And now, Bang Liga, finally, EVOS on the 10 total points. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you compare about the last 4 rounds, of course, I know round 5 is good round for EVOS. I mean, they get 4 kills, correct me if I'm wrong. Of course, now we have 10 total points. But in terms of the EVOS standard, I think still not good enough for me. But yeah, at least they improve. I think that's a good point. Let's just be positive about this team. I think maybe they will step up maybe in the last 1 or maybe 2 rounds, because you never know. Maybe if was getting mana break and unlock the overtime, because if you're talking about curse, I think we have Zanken in here with overtime curse. So, I mean, but let's see. Let's see about that, because there's some chance maybe even for GTS, because if GTS somehow getting a mana break and gets 16 point, they become like a 43 or 44 maybe in terms of the total kills and the asset itself. You can chase Navi, in the round 7. So maybe still a good chance for Navi, RQ, and GTS. But I don't think so about EVOS, Arbian, and EWG. I think the EVOS, Arbian, and EWG, I think they're going to be focused on 3rd place, because at the end of the day, it's still just a group stage. You need to at least secure the best placement that you can. And for EVOS situation, I think 3rd place is their base in this situation, because they still only got a 10 point. But the one thing for sure is EVOS now need Mandel break if they want to at least upgrade their placement. But let's see, because I think round 6 is all about Navi and RRQ for me personally. I think round 6, this is my prediction. I mean, 80% I'm wrong about my prediction, but I still going to predict. I think it's all about Navi and RQ. That's it. I think my prediction is not going for round 7. I think it's gonna be between Navi or RQ getting mana break. I'm 1 or 5. I'm getting correct. So only I hope in the 20%, but I don't know about that. How about it? Do you have any other prediction?
Yep, I agree with you. I hope they can actually close this game on the 6th round, because RRQ and Navi very dominating these lobbies every single time, except for the Zero Dam, which was dominated by ROG RBN. Now looking at the setup, GTS going full send with the tier 5 as well as RRQ, and also from Navi, because they lost their tier 5, they now has to actually go on with their tier 4 gear, but still on the tier 5 bullets. And looking at this, I still have to see the spawn points, and I can see Navi spawning from, I think it's from the employee side of the map. Now looking at the dormitory here, Pizza Boy with the I think it's an SV98. Now looking for the CC spawn point. Pizza Boy trying to get his grabs on the higher ground, doing the game as a Tempest there. Now we can see Navi on the CC, RRQ on the dormitory side of the map, as the core area is controlled by GTS and also ROG. And on the printing side of the game is EWG, and the Mandel Brick is on the core area. And I think it's going to be approached by GTS here, Bang Liga.
Wow, it's really interesting to see that Navi and RQ doesn't get a tier 1 spawn. So I think it's gonna be really interesting to see, especially maybe Navi, because Navi gets a tier 3 spawn. It's kind of like difficult if you want to go for the Mandel Break because it's still far away. But let's see, EVOS and RB and ROG get the tier 1 spawn, and I think it's between these two teams who gets the Mandel Break. Let's see now. Prap once again, as always, try to initiate the move, try to become the first one to get into the Mandel Break. But let's see now, GTF1 looking for a chance. Now they already holding up at the test range. I think they're just looking, just waiting EVOS. I think they're looking for information. Like I said before, information is the key point in the Mandel Break run. You cannot just go for Mandel Break and doesn't look around you. So I think just F1 just looking for situation. I think they know obviously one player is going to move for the Mandel Break, and I think they're going to be releasing soon because EVOS now getting closer and closer to the Mandel Break. But look at the from behind. I think RB and ROG already going in the black chamber, and wow, I think this is between these three teams, between RB and ROG, GTS F1 and EVOS, who will we get the Mandel Break. Let's see about it now. Prop now looking for a chance. Okay, I think there's one smoke already throw out. I think it's gonna be a chance for for Control Z, and there you go. EVOS takes the Mandel Break, and they're gonna be just decoded outside the lab. Maybe I don't think they want going to black chamber. Yeah, there you go. I think they just want to seize the they want to decode Mandel Break outside the lab. I think that's like a safe option. But like I said before, EVOS never gets to decode the Mandel Break when they decode it first. So I think that's the curse for now. Can they break the curse? Let's see about that. But now EVOS so far is still safe, but yeah, you know, the time itself is still a long way because there's still 3 minutes more for other teams to interrupt, to seize the Mandel Break, Zenken.
Yeah, I agree. And we can also see even RRQ still on the left side of the game, still on the dormitory side, and Navi even still looting at the command center in the middle of the game. They don't want to seem to actually approach the Mandel Break first. They want to keep other players, other team together around Space City core area under the CEO to actually contest the Mandel Break before they actually get into them. But this is what I've been stating all the round before. If you play too closely to the clock, you only want to snatch the Mandel Break when it's within 1 minute or 30 seconds mark, you usually making it more impossible for yourself and your team to actually get the Mandel Break. And you need to actually set up on the 1 minute or 130 points mark, because the longer you wait as the players that wanting to third party, the lower your chance to actually get the Mandel Break. Now, as we can see, Navi is trying to get the rotation through the employee passage. I think RRQ is going to open the west gate, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're going to go straight to the buoyancy and actually flanking EVOS from their backside. Now 2 minutes on the clock. Still, EVOS is still on their decoding station, still waiting. And I think it's just a matter of time. Maybe on 1 minute mark, it's going to be actually, the place where the gunfight will be exchanged. Now, as we can see, ROG is still on the CEO side of the second level here, still looting, doesn't want to actually get involved in the Mandelbrick fight. I don't know what they're going to do with their only points, as we can see, 11 points, 10 points, and now already on the 6th round. What do you think, Bang Liga, if you're on their position? What do you want to do?
I think RQ gonna fight for it, but let's talk about fight because now GTS F1 try to trade from EVOS and I think Prop is down, but RNDZ now getting down by Navi. Navi become the third party, down by aggressive, and GTS F1 become the first team to getting eliminated. They want to fight EVOS, but they didn't look around. But on the behind, Navi already take the action, and so does RRQ. But now RRQ is gonna be face RB and ROG, and I think it's gonna be an advantage for EVOS because Navi and RRQ kind of busy at the other things. So I think there's going to be a chance for EVOS to secure the Mandel break. But let's see, can they secure it? Because now only 40 seconds remaining. I think now RRQ running out of time. I think they need to move faster if they want to retake the Mandel break. They want to seize Mandel break. Let's see about that. I think RRQ starting to slow it down. And is it going to be free Mandel break for EVOS? Let's see now because there's smoke train. Beyond already move forward using a device. Looking for a kill. Control Z already saw in the inside and beyond, ready for the Mandel break. Is it gonna be happen? It's not gonna happen. EVOS still a good defense, and is it gonna be EVOS takes the Mandel break? Let's see, but I think Navi is not going to move forward. RQ doesn't get it, and I think it's gonna be free Mandel break for EVOS. Good defense for EVOS, and I think we're going to round 7. EVOS takes the Mandel break. Caster curse is real. Oh my god, EVOS somehow they survived in this round and now they pop up going to the 3rd place in this group and the game is still on. And I think Navi just waiting game, because Navi knew their challengers is only RRQ. So as long as RRQ doesn't get Mandel break, it's totally fine for Navi because Navi already secure so many points, like we already saw 80 points Navi already get. So I think that's why Navi doesn't want to play aggressive, doesn't want to retake the Mandel break. Maybe yes, okay, looking for 1 or 2 kills, but that's more like a bonus, you get the kill point, is up your score. But as long as RRQ doesn't get extract, I don't think Navi want to interrupt the extract itself. Navi prefer going to round 7, going to the last round. Yeah, that's some race, of course, but I think Navi just want to, being a third party, doesn't want to initiate first. And EVOS getting a Mandel break with a really good way. And now EVOS somehow, I think EVOS fans is going to be really happy about this result because I know it's still far away to going to the 1st or 2nd place. But at least if EVOS somehow secure the 3rd place in this group, I think it's already a good result for them, Zankan.
Yep. I agree. I think EVOS is just going to chase their total points for the global group stage leaderboard. Now Navi with 1 players down, I think they're just going to pile up their points onto maybe the 90s, and now RRQ with the 3 players, I think they also want to actually pump up their points as well. And what I don't think, mention about the caster curse every single time, I don't know what's going to be happening on the group B later, but I don't know. That I've just stated it before. If you play too much now, Beyond getting stretched down on the core area now. Finished by Control Z. EDD device going back now. Control Z getting his ass back home. Not wanting to actually play a little bit more aggressive. 79 points from Navi there. It's only 1 players left now. Navi, RRQ, and EVOS still on the full players. RBN left by 1 and EWG left by 2. Now Beyond getting another kill, too easy. And now Navi is wiped out of the lobby. And now still RRQ, EVOS, ROG, and IWG with 8 minutes on the clock now. Maybe GTS F1 needs to make something out of nothing here because they got actually chased down by EVOS with 31 kills right now. In the next actual group round, on the 7th round, they need to make something. They need to make changes. They need to actually, not concede any more first kill or off spawns, because if they lost another one dying off spawn just like this round, they may have been chased by EFOS for the third placement race. And now, looking on the other two, I don't think RBN and EWG will actually make any changes, because the way they have been played is like more like a hopeless style of gameplay. They don't seem to know whether or not they're going to for Chaos or the Mantle Blade, but I don't see any more goals or like vision towards these two teams. Now looking at Savi still with the 3 players, looking for other teams, especially EFOS, that on the right side of the connector. Now EFOS getting more points for their assets, getting 32 points. They don't need to actually think about the match point anymore, because the 7th round is the last round for this match. Now RRQ going closer and closer to EFOS. Now what do you think EWG can do is in these certain positions? I think it's more too impossible for them to actually turn the tables, Bang Liga.
Yeah, I mean, they have no choice, I mean, they only get a 10 point, just 10 point. But look at Bryson now. EVOS trying to fight RRQ, but one player's down. Now let's see, can RRQ get another kill for EVOS, or EVOS somehow survive in this situation? Let's see now. Xavi looking for a chance, looking for some information, playing some recon, and Beyond once again become the frontliner for this team. Prap already guarding in the position inside the centrifuge facility, but Beyond by himself, and look at for the other side, because RB and ROG, the last man standing, is down. It's gonna be one more kill for EVOS. Now RB and ROG now is getting eliminated, and look at that. Wow, what a pick by Savi. One player's down from EWG. I think RRQ found out the other enemy, and that's it's EWG. And I think EWG in the really awkward position. I think they need to fall back. They need to secure some more position, more safe position. But let's see, because now Beyond already move forward and try to looking for another kill. Now EWG try to revive his teammate, but Beyond already settled in the position, ready for the fire. And let's see, because now gunfight is real, and all of them is down. EWG is getting eliminated, and never doubt about the aggressivity from RRQ. Now become the big match, the El Clasico, RRQ versus EVOS Esports. Let's see about that. Now the chart is on. Beyond already in low HP. Now become the chance for EVOS. Takes down Beyond. Beyond cannot go anywhere. Fourth arrow is on to Beyond. Beyond is down. Now become 2 versus 3. Control Z trying to fight back, and what a pick by RRQ. Salvi takes another kill, but now become 1 against 2. MRY now become the last man standing, staying behind. Now looking for the position. Now looking for the enemy, and I think RRQ cannot be survived. 1 versus 2 is not looking good. It was play really aggressive, and they play really well in this round. MRY decided to run away, going to inside to recover his SP, but I think Ndog tried to chasing him down. Can RRQ survive? But I don't think it was gonna be chasing anymore, because MRY is already escaped to really long way, and I think RRQ somehow survived. But what a round by EVOS. EVOS play really aggressive, and finally they're getting grip in this game. I mean, yeah, it's really good. Maybe it's far too late, but I think, yeah, it's better than nothing, Zengen.
I agree. It's better than nothing. It's better than late, better late than never. And actually, EVOS getting their grasp of the game, they get a grip of themselves, showing us they actually can, compete. But I don't know what's happening for this past 5 rounds, that they can get nothing at all. Now they on a position that they push down RRQ to its last blood. Now MRY left alone now with 3 minutes on the clock. He needs to get, at least get extract or just leave the game. Now EVOS with the 3 players still, 36 total score, making them closer and closer to actually, on the 7th game, on the 7th round, it's not impossible for them to actually snatch the number 2 position on the group, because it's only 65 to 36. If they got the mental break for 20 and get some points, they actually can get the number 2 position, and if so, RRQ can get dropped down to 3rd position. But we also need to see Navi with the 79 points. They really needs to get a grip. Don't choke this last match on the 7th round if they really wants to, get the champion of this group for this week and get the advantage to ban and pick again. Now MRY, I see he's running away towards, I think, the printing area. Probably wants to just run around and make something, make the extraction. And EVOS, I think they're just gonna wait for the helicopter extraction as well. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And the 7th game for these 2 consecutive days, mobile and PC, we always get into the 7th game, Bang Liga. What do you think? Is it because of the new rulebook set making everything can happen, or is there any factors from the performance of each team?
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about specific in this group, Group A in PC division, obviously because of new rules, because Navi already get a 2-minute break, right? So of course because of the new rules. But if you're talking about the other group, especially in mobile division, I think none of them get a 2-minute break, right? I think there's I think there's no difference in terms of the rules, the new rules for the mobile division, because I think all the 12 team, I think, are like equally strong. I think that's why in mobile division, the new rules, I think, doesn't matter for me. It doesn't matter. But I think it's different in the PC division, because like I said before, Navi actually already get a 2-minute break, and in the old rules, Navi should done it game sooner. I mean, in game 4, correct me if I'm wrong. In game 4 or game 5, I kind of forget it. But they already get 2-minute break and they secure it. But in these new rules, the competition is more tight, and I think that's why the game is not done. We're going to game number 7. I think it's going to be more fun. I think in the neutral perspective, I think this is really fun. And I think from what I see, I think MRY going to extract in the back extract, and I think it's good, because don't forget, MRY bring a tier 5 vest and helmet, and definitely their weapon, I think it's quite expensive. I think you want to save it for the round 7. So I think it's really it's still okay round for RRQ. At least one of them can go home even without the backpack. But what a round from EVOS! Like I said before, they play really well, and I think after the extra, I think they're going to get 40 point maybe. I don't know. Can they get it? I mean, it's really close, 38 point. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they extract this, it's going to be another point, right? So let's see. Okay, let's see about the 10 seconds. Because if they get a 40 point, they have a chance to win it, because they're going to be triggered the match point. But let's see. Is it going to be enough point to trigger the match point? Let's see. Because now they're going for extract, and I don't think that's enough. But yeah, it's okay. Nice try. Like I said before, better late than nothing. So yeah, it's totally fine. But it's a good run for EVOS and Navi. I think they're going to be regret so much, because now there's a danger position for Navi, because RRQ still have a chance to win this group. Yeah, I think it's really hard, because RRQ play really aggressive, and we didn't know which map is going to be picked in round 7. Because if that is Brakkesh, I think that's going to be really interesting. And I think if Navi gets the mental break first in Brakkesh, I don't think they want to decode mental break in the Royal Museum, because if you put in there, you know that RRQ going to all in for the mental break. So I think it's going to be really interesting. Like I say, I don't know if it's going to be Brakkesh or another specialty. Let's see about that. But I think it's going to be a really interesting group for the round 7, Zanken.
Yep, I agree with you. A little bit a disappointment coming from Navi, not because they perform bad, but the way they not being able to actually take control of their advantage. We need to remember that on the 3rd round, on the 4th round, Navi is dominating this group for 2 consecutive rounds, having the only team to actually trigger the match point. Very wide disparagement from other teams, but actually getting pushed to the 7th game when everything could happen. Now, especially RRQ and EVOS is getting closer and closer. And if something happens on the 7th round, like for example, Navi getting killed off spawn, just instantly getting killed, then it's gonna be a hell override, a hell of a heart attack for Navi, waiting for RRQ and EVOS to actually get the game point again. And as you've said, if it's going to be Brakkesh, it's gonna be one hell of a match because Brakkesh back again, Royal Museum, Tower of Babel, and it also depends on where will the Mandel Brick will be spawned at. And I don't know, Navi needs to have a little bit of a pep talk to remind them that you need to close this out. You have been dominating for the past 5 rounds and suddenly you're on the 7th game. Look at EVOS. We've been talking about them. We've been talking the fans of EVOS, just like Hudson doing some inhaler on his room. And now EVOS is going on the 3rd place on the group. Now, Bang Liga is gonna be one a match that controls everything for the top 3, even though EWG RBN is not in a great position, but they still will be a variable to be the match point for the next game. But we're gonna save it for the 7th round. We're gonna take a break. See you later. Don't go anywhere.
Court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Hello, Predators. Welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And, Caster Curse is real, man. I mean, I don't know why. But I think that's different, because yesterday, I think it's the real Caster Curse. But today, I think in terms because of new rules. Because don't forget, Navi actually already get a 2-man break. But because the new rules, it is still going on for the round 7. So, I think this is quite different, because these new rules, Evo somehow have a new life in round 6. They get a really good round, and now we're moving forward to round 7. What do you think about round 6?
Well, I wasn't expecting this game to particularly reach round number 7. I thought Navi or RRQ could take it back to the lobby earlier, round 5, round 6, sure. But round number 7, it truly shows that it's still anybody's game, of course. I think AFOS did not unlock their match point yet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think 38.
Yeah,
it's maybe.
Yeah. But
it's not enough.
They're very close, of course. If they were able to take that Mando break on this round and get a lot of kills, they probably could end up in second. And if RRQ misplayed and get wiped off the map pretty early in the game, it should be also a problem. But RRQ also have the chance to still get the win, especially if we're looking at how Navi is playing. It's going to be pretty hard for them, of course. When the match point team is decoding the Mandel bricks, you do get the notification and you know that the match point team is currently decoding, so that is going to be a heads up for all of the other teams who has not yet unlocked the match point. But again, this is round number 7. you still can take a lot of points home. So I think a lot of the teams will try to get this Mandel break. And as we see, of course, it's very close for EFOS, 38 points, but unfortunately they could not beat that match threshold, of course. So they aren't going to be favored coming on to the next, of course, the point accumulation. But if they do get a Mandel break, they might just take RRQ's point, especially if they got a lot of kills in this round. So from the position 1, I think it's still anybody's game, except for, of course, RBN and EWG. They could probably take some points out of the hands of GTS and bringing them down towards the 4th or towards the 5th or 6th place. But other than that, I think Navi, even though they don't take the Mandel break and do not let RRQ decode as well as they can, I think they're going to bag it. But it's still anybody's game, to be honest, from the number 1 to number 3 spot.
Yeah, I think in terms of the Mandel break itself, all of them still need it, because at the end of the day, remember, this is just a group stage. You need to at least improve your position, because it will be a matter of, in terms of the point itself. For example, like EWG, I know they're kind of struggling, but if they somehow getting a Mandel break, they can improve the position to the 4th place. And 4th place, you'll be get like 3 points. Yes, 3 points. Yeah, it's 3 points in the group stage. I think it's good. It's a good point if you get a 3 point in the group stage. I think it's totally fine. So in terms of the Mandel break, of course, everyone is gonna be chasing the Mandel break. But in terms of the controlling the game, I think Navi is still controlling the game, because they done it in round 6. If you look at the round 6, Navi actually quite passive. How they play. They just watch. It was attack to Mandel break, and I think. Like I said before with Zanken, I think Navi thinking like, as long as not RRQ sees the getting Mandel break, I think Navi just, it's not like let them go, but it's more like, okay, we're just chill, we're just waiting for the chance. If we can receive the Mandel break, it's good, but if not, it's totally fine too. So I think that's why Navi, like I said before, Navi is kind of like being a spectator maybe, because they know that, okay, if was taking Mandel break, even if was get the Mandel break, our position is still safe as long as RRQ doesn't get Mandel break. So I think Navi is still controlling this game, but let's see, because RRQ still have a chance. And now we're going to Brakkesh in round number 7. Who's gonna be champion? I think between Navi and RRQ, but don't forget about EVOS, because EVOS at this point they can still secure 2nd place. Like Olu say, if RRQ getting eliminated in the early one and EVOS somehow get Mandel break and get some kill point, they can secure 2nd place, Lu.
Yep. Again, both Navi and RRQ actually have a safe spawn. They are going to spawn over by the tier 2 and tier 3 spawns on the left side of the map. So they are going to have a relatively safer route towards the museum. But talking about a safer route, turns out right now they are going to encounter GTS trying to wreak havoc onto the rotation from Team Navi here. Of course, Pizza Boy using that compound bow for the day, and also the AS Vow will have a second thought. But on the other side, RRQ is taking the fight onto the RBN. RBN drops 1 player, another one drops down. Safi was able to find a kill onto the player of RBN. Drill charge goes out. Beyond trying to look for the angles. Now, elevator being used, of course. Opening up this door will probably get Beyond another kill. It's just by the door. If he opens this up, they might find it. Safi going in. Safi gets a kill on the Sushi. Last man alive, but turns out Demon gets the kill. 2 players now is able to take hold of this building on the side of the museum. Win for RRQ. Another point goes to the hands of RRQ. Now, if I'm Navi, I'm truly considerate of how RRQ is playing. They are playing pretty aggressively, while Navi is taking a step back, trying to play it a little bit slow. It was a gamble out of RRQ trying to take point onto the museum area, but turns out that gamble is a win, Bang Liga, because they got a full wipe onto Team RBN, and that puts them on a 71 point.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree how RQ play because this is the last round, Olu. You need to play aggressive. You need to looking for another point. And I think RQ looking for the bigger prize, and that is the first place. So I think that's why I totally understand why RQ play aggressive. And this is RQ like we already know. They play with aggressive. They want to looking for another kill. They're going to fight for it, and they're not even going to get the chance for the opponent. So I think that's why RRQ play really well, and I'm really happy RRQ playing like this because yeah, go for it, man. I mean, there's still a chance you win this group. So I think there's no other way. You need to put some kill point. Just go for Mendel break maybe, and then yeah, let's see about the result later. So I think that's really good, and I'm really happy about what RQ doing. But I agree with you too. There's some gamble thing RQ do. There's some risk that RQ gonna be faced. But let's see because now Beyond already unlock the E device. I think they're going for Mendel brick maybe. Oh, there you go. I think they're going for Mendel brick, but look at that, some smoke. I think got stuck in window, but then it's totally fine. Now they're going for a Mendel brick, and can Beyond takes it. Let's go. And I think okay, Beyond finally pick up the Mendel brick. I think they're going for the Royal Museum. Let's see about that because now RRQ going to Mendel brick, but look at for balcony. EWG already waiting in balcony, and RRQ doesn't have any clue that EWG already stay in that position. Now let's see, because now RRQ trying to see Mendel break, try to decode the Mendel break, but I think now RRQ
coming.
Think about later because now Royal Museum already has some party, and that is EWG now become the third party. Yeah, I think it's gonna be really hard for RRQ to put the Mendel brick around museum. I think they want to going outside the museum, but let's see because now the position is not safe anymore. With Zaboy already become the party. Beyond in trap, Beyond in danger, and look at that what the combo. Maybe work. One player done, but don't forget there's still ED first. He can doing a self revive, but Beyond still holding the position, holding the angle. One player down, and Mendel brick itself is dropped. And let's see become the RRQ because now it's gonna be really interesting. Navi against RRQ. That's gonna be a spotlight, Olu.
Or Pizza Boy after using that EED device and realizing that this is going to be RRQ on top of them, will play it a little bit more safer. Don't want to risk losing their position right now to RRQ because RRQ could eventually take over the win, gaining more kill points after kill points, and they could be raised onto their match points, their total match points. So Navi is just going to back down for now. It's a safer way to play the game, which means they are going to try to delay as much as possible. They don't want to push. Well, Beyond on the other side tried to save MRY, but MRY's body is actually being held hostage by EWG. Mendel brick still drops on the floor, on the second floor of the museum. So most likely it's either EWG going to take this Mendel brick and decode it for themselves, or it could go back to the Mendel brick station, and it will reset the game. 1 minute 30 before the Mendel brick goes back to the Mendel brick station. RRQ is not making move. They don't want to risk losing this map. They don't want to be wiped off this lobby yet. They are going to wait for the moves out of all the other teams. EFOS now trying to close in to the museum area, while GTS also on the staircase on the outside actually. EFOS on the extraction point will not make a move. This is going to be a hard fought if any of these teams were to decode on the museum, because right now 5 teams currently close by the museum area. I think the Mandelbrot is just going to go back to their original position. So teams are going to play it a little bit slower, as RRQ actually making a move onto the basement. They don't want to be pushed by all the other teams that are in the second story of the building. GTS could find a way to go into that second floor of the museum area. So they don't want to take this risk. They want to play on the basement of museum, which is a really great call. A really great rotation out of Beyond. But what if the Mandelbrot was snatched by EFOS, who's slowly closing by, and they're going to take it all the way to the reservoir area? Smoke goes out onto the Mandelbrot station. Control Z is finding this Mandelbrot for EFOS, and they are taking it back to the reservoir area, which is going to be very safe because they know that RRQ was the team who spawned by them on the tier 2 side. So they are going to be very safe. They are going to take this very slowly, and this is what I'm talking about, Bang Liga. 60 points if they could find this decode onto the Mandelbrot, which means they are very close to RRQ and they might just get the points to actually take this game out of the RRQ's hands. But again, Navi needs to rack up some of other points. They need to find some KPs, or they need to wipe out EFOS, as we see Navi is actually going to be the first team to rotate to the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I think this is a chance for EVOS. But in terms of can they get a second place, I think there's some condition they need to do. First of all, RRQ must get eliminated, because if RRQ not get eliminated and somehow they get extra, I think RRQ survive in the second place. So EVOS, because remember, if all of you maybe doesn't know about the Mandelbrot point, in round 7 it will be 20 points. So EVOS, if they can decode the Mandelbrot, it will be going for a 60 point. Still not enough, still like a 9 point gap. So I think EVOS still need to put up some of kill point, couple of kill point, I think, for make sure they can go for second place. But I think it's still hard because the gap itself is really far. But yeah, let's focus on this round first, okay? Because I think EVOS doing a really good job. They get the Mandelbrot and they just bring it outside the bubble. I think it's a really good position for them. But let's see now, can they survive in this moment? Because now in the water storage area, I think in the bubble itself, I think there's one team, and that is Navi actually. So I think it's gonna be really interesting because now Navi become the challenger for EVOS. Can EVOS survive against Navi? It's gonna be a really interesting match. And of course, don't forget about the Royal Museum, because RRQ still stuck against EWG, and EWG obviously still needs some point if they want to secure the 5th place, because now there's a chance for EWG to up their placement going to 5th place. And of course, another point is really important in the group standing, right? So I think it's going to be really important for EWG. But let's see now, EVOS still 2 minutes remaining for the Mandelbrot become a decoding. But let's see, because now Navi is slowly but surely going for the Mandelbrot. But I don't know, are Navi really going to contest it, or Navi just waiting? Because this is similar like round 6. They only become a spectator. They only just pick from far away, maybe just looking for a kill point. But let's see. But because now they are getting closer and closer. Pizza Boy still using a compound bow, looking for one player. Oh my God! Oh no! Nasty. Careful with the jiggle pick. But let's see, because now Undog needs to fall back, because now this is a really dangerous situation for EVOS. And what a shot by Navi. One player down from EVOS. Headshot is real. And Endog try to save, but this is bad timing for Endog. But not for sure, because Endog fight back. Pizza Boy is down. And let's see, because now team is deployed. He want to looking for one player, and I think it's gonna be Control Z getting cocked, but then it's already fine, because now Stretch just fall behind, and now Navi become the last man standing. Pizza Boy still can doing a self revive. Prap takes the kill. What a fight back from EVOS, Olu.
Yep, Control Z now looking for this angle, but he is getting delayed, but now Stretch goes down. Another player goes down. It's left to one player only, and Pizza Boy now is also wiped out by EFOS. And this is what we're talking about. The fight onto the Mandel breakdowns. 30 seconds remaining. GTS is closing by into EFOS. EFOS needs to quickly go back to their Mandel break to defend it, but on the other side, Miu finds the kill onto Prap. Prap goes down. 2v3 situation on the decoding. 10 seconds remaining. Drill Charge goes out from Control Z, trying to delay as much as possible. And a dog find the kill onto Zenith. Another delay being down. And now the Randy is actually finding Control Z on the other side. Randy's. But unfortunately, the Mandel break goes to the hands of Team EFOS Bangliga. Oh, the timer ran out. GTS was too late, and now it's EFOS who was able to find the kill, and another kill from a dog. The fight is not over. More kills, more points onto the side of EFOS. Another delay trying to get caught, and EFOS actually, oh my god, GTS! Oh no, Miu, he fell down!
No way!
He tripped onto the banana pile!
No!
And he fell down from height! Not like this, Miu! Not like this!
No, no, Miu, why? Why you done that? I mean, I know you want to doing some jump shot, but please put some respect for the fall damage, guys. I know sometimes this game is not realistic, but come on, bro. Come on, bro. I mean, oh my god, that's really funny how to end this round. And now become 2 teams remaining, RRQ and EWG. And I don't think RRQ point is enough to going for the first place, because now there's a 9-point gap. You need more kill point. Now only 3 players they can get in terms of the kill point. And if you want to going to 9 point, let's say, but you need to 3 kills and 12 million. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. I mean, 3 kills and 12 million asset. And oh, come on, it's impossible, man. It's impossible. And I think it's gonna be Navi. You know, I think Navi gonna secure the first place. But let's see in this last
RRQ is
moment.
so confused.
RRQ is gonna be really confused. You know, I mean, like, where's everybody? How on earth EFOS getting extract? And where the hell is everybody? I mean, okay, if RRQ saw the live stream, I think they're gonna be hilarious about this situation, because they didn't realize that both of them is down by accident actually. But now, okay, now become EWG and RRQ, the 2 teams remaining. And I think for EWG, I think the mission right now is they need to extract. That's it. Just focus on the secure your point, because if you can secure this 12 point, you're going in the 5th place. And I think, yeah, that's better than 6th place, right? So I think EWG need to extract, and 1 player already doing some backless extract. And let's see the other 2. Can they survive? Because if they going down, I don't know about their value, but probably, maybe the point is going to be down. But look at that EWG. I think they're going to get airdrop, but there's helicopter guarding the airdrop, and I think EWG, are they going to do it? Obviously, they're going to do it, right? I mean, they need some point to at least secure the 5th place. But let's see now from Captain W himself, already looking for the airdrop, looking for a supply, and I think it's going to be AWM. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a little bit too late, but yeah, like I said before, better late than nothing. You get the AWM, you get another 1 point. Now you become a 13 point, and let's see, can they go home in this resource, because they need it so much to secure the 5th place. Let's see. But RRQ, I mean, if I become RRQ, I think I'm gonna be confused about this situation. And like I said before, I think it's gonna be hard for them. But let's see, because the RRQ itself, I think they just stuck in that position. And is it gonna be contest for extract? Maybe is it gonna be possible? Is still good enough time to extract? Olu, I don't.
It's 1 minute remaining, and nobody has pulled. So there is
so,
no one.
So that's it.
Yep, that's it. It's probably going to be hide and seek moment, but now, oh no, Cap W actually missed his arm shot, and now Beyond will notice it. The position from the rest of the players of EWG trying to find that kill, and Savi drops down. A nice shot from Cap W, getting that one kill onto Savi. Of course, they have not yet secured that kill, as Beyond trying to revive his teammate. Of course, it's going to be a little bit longer, but unfortunately, EWG only have 30 seconds on the clock to secure some of the last kill points onto the RRQ side. But again, Beyond has repositioned himself, and also Savi has been going back to the full health. Beyond using his EED device, trying to look for these kills, but unfortunately was cut down by Kid. Of course, it's going to be the last action going on because we have 5 seconds remaining on the clock. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that will be the last action of the game, Bang Liga. My
You saw the
God.
point, Olu. You saw the point, Olu. I think EWG -3, you know. Oh my God. I think
They
EWG
did not get the extra.
get it -3. Yeah, because they didn't get extra. I mean,
loot point.
What if? Okay, let's talk about this, Olu. What if they decided to going for airdrop first and then doing the backlegs extract? I think it's gonna be different, you know. You can bring home EWM, you can bring home some ammo. I mean, there's some value, right? At least you're going like -2, not -3. But now because you didn't get extract, I think that's sorry. The last moment, I think it becomes the -3 point. And I think EWG is going for the last place again. Oh my God, that's so sad from EWG. I mean, it's this close, but in terms of this close, I think that's going to be RRQ and EVOS, don't forget. Because if round 6 they get 40 points, it's gonna be what a comeback for EVOS. But it's not going to happen. They're just going a 38 point, and the last round, EVOS play really well, but still not enough. They only secure 3rd place. And once again, congratulations for Navi. Navi takes the win in this group in the really hard way, Olu.
And again, we saw a full 7 rounds of gameplay. I just want to highlight how RRQ is playing really good in this particular game, right? Especially in this push. They pushed this really well onto ROG RBN. They get caught off guard, knocking a couple of players first and then just double swinging in onto the last one. But unfortunately, MRY, of course, getting caught there. Pizza Boy missing the shot also almost cost them the game. EVOS, you know, they were trying to play it a little bit more slow, and fortunately for them, they got that Mandel break onto themselves, and this shot out of Pizza Boy, I mean, it is dirty. It feels like I'm watching Meg playing the Sineva on Tide Prison, you know, from the Americas. But again, unfortunately, I think it's a bit of a misplay coming out of Navi onto this fight to EVOS. Of course, this is going to be the last action of the match. Oh my God, Miu was going so well, but that one fight defined something about GTS, man. They always left Miu as the last remaining player alive. I don't know about the last 2 players, but Miu, props to him. He tried his best. He got the KPs to secure that 4th place. Of course, it's going to be a good placement for them. Of course, they didn't get what they want, but EVOS turn out to have some big plays on their pockets, Bang Liga. They are just showing up. They are here to compete, and the caster curse totally work on them because they got the 3rd place. Unfortunately, it wasn't the 2nd or the 1st, but it's okay. They got what they need. Good points, good placement, and again, round number 7, Bang Liga. What can I say? All hell, bro.
Yeah, it's really what a game. What a to myself. I mean, yeah, from EVOS, where have you been, EVOS? I mean, why only last? Okay, but I think we're going for the break, and it will be in Group B in the next one. So looking forward for that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. So stay tuned.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
We're running blind on intel for the AO. But this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
No! I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the
Warning.
signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Scale 5. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INES scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AC-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AO. This region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then pack the scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 5. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INTS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 PC version Zanken! Woo! Round number 7. Again, yesterday on mobile, we have 2 round number 7s. Do you think Group B out of the PC version will go out to the round number 7?
I hope not. I hope not. I hope not. Nah, listen. I hope there will be a team that actually not to choke or actually wants to, complete the game before it gets to even round 6. But back again, if we're talking about past results, mobile yesterday and Group A, just we've watched, it's only going to be a 7 consecutive round every single group, and we are going to see again on the last group, which is Group A, the map rotation. We started from 0 Dame, which was little bit dominated by RBN, ROG, and then the second to the sixth round, it's always been dominated by Navi there. And eventually Navi, even though they cannot complete the game by fifth or even sixth match, they actually, being the top of the leaderboard with 70 plus points, not making any chances for RRQ and also EVOS to actually chase them down. One thing I wanna, ask you about is how did ROG was getting their pace, they're getting their grabs on their feet in this game, in this new rulebook on the first eco round, which is 0 them, but they were nowhere to be seen for the last 6 rounds, Bolu.
I mean, I think it's about rotations, all the other teams, Navi, RRQ, and also EVOS, not mistakenly here, you are seeing EVOS, who has been in the bottom of the group for the longest time, up until that 6th round. Of course, they are on the bottom. I think it's just about the rotations that the teams are doing, right? Navi, of course, we have seen them doing their rotations pretty well, and that builds up eventually, and up until that round number 5, I think Navi's rotation was on point, but until that round number 6 to round number 7, they kind of get caught by the teams who are in the middle of rotating. No, I mean, it was, I think, when they was hold by GTS and EWG, where they got caught in the middle of the gunfights before they could get their hands onto the Mando break. But nonetheless, I mean, Navi still rocks the group with Stretch bagging 14 kills and also 15.68 million on his bank account. We have seen a lot of clutches done by Stretch, of course. The gunfights that he had, the smart plays that he puts up, of course, with the Shepherds we saw in Brakkesh, and also with Gizmo and some other times we saw how clutch this player is. But of course, we cannot back down from Savvy and also beyond with 14 and 11 kills. It's being dominated overall by Team RRQ and Team Navi, they got the most kills and they have the most points. So I'm not surprised by a lot of these numbers being put on the screen,
Yep, I agree about this Stretch guy, and one of the most, remarkable things that he has done on this match, on the last group, which is Group A, when he clutches 1v2 against, if I'm versus 2 with a Shepherd, doing his sonic traps immaculately, bagging 2 bodies to his name, and yep, as I expected, top kills, top assets as well, making him deserve as the MVP with 15.68 million, chased by Beyond, which also getting 11 kills on the kills leaderboard with 13.32 million, and then Pizza Boy is there, and as well as Wheezy. I think Wheezy is around 9 or 8 kills, when Stretch got around 14, then Pizza Boy got 10. It's one hell of a players that Navi got right now, with remarkable and terrific, chemistry between the players. The way they have been pushing other teams is always been strategic. They don't, attack the wrong decisions every time. They want to either get the mantle brick or just want to play the third party positions. And as you've said, it's all about rotations and rotations. The way they have been, chose their rotations towards the mantle brick or the decoding station between Brakkesh and Space City, that makes them Navi as the deserved champion. And I also want to state that RRQ, they step up with the aggressiveness. They play very much on the kill points and assets as well, even though they don't have as much as Mandelbrick. And also EFOS, that they were on 3 points for 4 straight rounds, 4 consecutive rounds. They only being able to gather around 3 to 4 points. But when it matters, when we say that they have to step up until 7th round, there it is 63 points. What do you think, Olu?
I mean, EFOS, of course, still have a chance, and we said it all over the games before they did. Up until round 5, we were saying that EFOS needs to do something. You know, EFOS needs to play a little differently than the way they would. You know, in the earlier rounds, we saw them trying to get the Mandelbrick first. Didn't know where the other team was, and then gets pushed. Play really separately. One person inside, one person outside, one person is in the basement. 3 different fight going on for the 3 people they have in their team. So I think the conversation actually gets through, of course, with the experience of the players. They know how to talk it out in their team, and they eventually get that Mandelbrick onto round 6 and also round number 7. It was really great for them. Of course, to see these teams actually grow in game is very, very good to hear, you know, because sometimes teams, when you're in game, especially during match day, it's very hard for you to be able to adapt to the new gameplay, the new strategy being implemented by your teams, right? But looking at EFOS, it looks like it is still possible to change up your strats. You know, we saw a lot of rotation strats out of Navi, but from EFOS, I think it is more of a decision-making strat who they kind of change a little bit. Whether or not you want to wait, whether or not you want to push, whether or not you want to defend, playing in closer to each other, it's all about decisions, right? That they make in game, and they adapted really well, and so they got that 3rd place, and very deservedly. Because RRQ, yeah, sure, they are slaying out the whole lobby as well as Navi, so they are still the top teams. But EFOS, looking at them, trying to upgrade their way in game while still in the match is really showing you the abilities of the players themselves, right?
Yep, I agree, and that's the beauty of this new rulebook sets. You can actually giving the same chances between teams. If we still on the last rulebook sets, maybe Navi and I think Navi already been able to actually close this game with 2 Mandelbrick on their hands. But in this set of new rulebooks, if you can't even get a Mandelbrick after you get the match point, it gonna pushes you to the 7th round, and it makes every single team will be able to take control of the group leaderboard, especially the top 1. And that what happens when the mobile yesterday on the new FPS team. Now EFOS was actually really close to take over RRQ as the 2nd place, but they got wiped out first and getting not enough total kill points, even though they got the 20 points Mandelbrick. But it's so close, and it's just the fact that this rulebook are really affecting to the environment of the team is a really immaculate. Now we're moving on to the group B, Olu, with teams that we know very dominating, as well as the last time I've casted this group. We have ROG, we have Onyx, we have Tarung, also we have Flanker and Executor as well. Yep, we're gonna see it not long again on the zero them on the eco rounds. What do you hope? What's the play here that you hope you will see on the eco rounds? Do you want to see the same, the exam approach that RBN showed on the group A when they actually dominated zero dame with just third party, or do you really want to see on the zero dame this group actually play more aggressive toward people, toward other team?
I think I want to see more. As we know, ROG won last week on week 2.
Mhm.
Of course, it is something that you need to keep in mind that this ROG is very different in terms of gameplay with the ROG we saw with ROG RBN, their brother group, right? Their brother team.
Yep.
So I think there is going to be a lot of different playstyle being shown off by Arai, especially by Kreko. We know that they are able to pull off some stunts that we saw in the last time we casted them, and of course, it is going to be a huge treat watching the rivalry between Flanker and also ROG. As for
Yep.
right now, Flanker is actually going to take point. Too many substation. But M5 actually has been staying here for the longest time because they spawn over by the tier 2 spawns. So they are going to go ahead and fight off Flanker here in just a minute because Just Juice now is trying to make his way. Sound cue has been heard. Gunshot has been sprayed. But again, Flanker don't want to push onto that small choke, so they will try to delay as much as possible. But now, actually, the dam extraction point has been pulled, so this is more of a bait, I would say. So it's probably going to be teams not extracting. Of course, Big Z coming across that NPC one more time. It's going to get a little scratch there. Executor spawning over by this visitor side. Big Z trying to do the flank that he is known to have. But on the other side, Meta is actually getting shot by Termi, and Termi puts down Meta to the ground. Of course, M5 is now going to look for a push. 3 versus 2. Big Z nowhere to be found from the behind. Meta needs to keep pushing onto Flanker. Just Juice in a really bad spot. Confirmed kill onto Termi. Again, Big Z is still somewhere behind them. So this is going to be a bad time if you're a Flanker fan, because on the eco round, they have lost one player. To the landmines we go. Just Juice was able to reconnect with his teammate Big Z on the other side of the substation area. Big Z have done his flank. So he is going to be very close onto M5. And this is what I want to see. The aggression out of M5. Because last time M5 played, they placed last. So this is what I want to see. Termi actually going in. Rip pulling out that flashbang. Did not connect onto anybody. Silver Wing goes out from M5. So they will know Big Z's position. Exchanging gunfight. Termi, of course, getting headshotted. Needs to back down. Needs to reset. Just Choose flying that Silver Wing to find out the location out of the team. From M5, Big Z still have his dash. Will probably try to isolate the fight. Delaying just now. Just Juice. The other side though, Arai is actually getting some loots going for ROG. So this is very good. Just Juice didn't realize that there is still a team. There is still a member of M5 on the left side. And Big Z now coming in clutch. Getting the trade kill. So it's a 1v1. A dash forward. And again, Big Z with a big dash. Big man. And a big name. Big Z. A clutch over Flanker. M5 gets eliminated from this lobby, Zanken. Wow. What a play.
What a play, Olu, but wait a minute. Look at that Tarung. Somehow they were from admin. But now they're on the riverbank, and I don't think Flanker aware of this thing. Look at that Big Z already going down now. Just Juice is left alone. Mick, V, HL, Tarung now trying to get a bit closer and closer. Zik is knowing that players on the flanker is not being aware of the whereabouts of the
on the other side though.
Tarung here now. ROG getting knocked down. Alexa getting the second one now. Flinder out is going up. Trying to get the rotation. Frost getting the 2 my goodness me! What just happened? Kreko is also getting one. Now Onyx is also getting wiped out the lobby. Flanker only getting just juice left with a 6 total score. ROG still 3 players left, conceding a 1 but can be revived because Onyx is out of the lobby. They have 7 total score now. Tarung with 5 because they get flanker caught off guard when Big Z trying to revive Meta on the riverbank side closer to the mini major. Now Executor on the Asara camp. I don't think they want to actually go closer and closer to the river banks, but I don't know. I think they also heard the fight between Tarung and Flanker on the mini major side of the map, but as we can see, Tarung also actually decided to go towards the administrative area, and I think they went to the underground side. They probably going to hear the ROG team that is running around the construction site between administrative area and the barracks. Now Executor still just playing around, waiting for something to happen around them, hoping to see some players or squad to get cut by them as well. And as we can see from flanker, Meta is out of this lobby, cannot be revived anymore. And even though Just Juice can actually able to revive Big Z, I don't think the weapons will be still there always. I think it's gonna be taken down by Tarung, the weapons and all the resources from M5 and also from flanker's body. Just Juice is left alone. He needs to make something here or at least just survive, because 1v3 versus 3, I don't think it's really possible. As we can see Kreko here with his gizmo setting up on the underground. I don't think they hurt Tarung, but they are aware.
Kreko trying to bait out Tarung here. 2 players from ROG. Actually going to go upstairs. Trying to take control, of course, finding some of the loot. Of course, ROG, after wiping out Onyx out of the map, is going to have the loot of the admin for themselves. Again, the extraction pool is no longer. The extraction point on the elevator shaft is no longer, guys. It has been pulled. So there is no way that all these teams could actually find that extraction. There is 2 more extraction area you can use, of course, milk. Gotta be careful of course, with the height. Again, we saw how Miu got eliminated because of the height last game of round Group A. You gotta respect the height differences here. You gotta respect the fall damage, guys. Of course, this is a more realistic game than the other games. As we see now, Tarung Valhalla is actually making their way back towards the riverbank area. Or should I say they are going back to cement plant area where they originally was spawned. The other side, Big Z was actually able to be picked up by Just Juice. Executor, however, have substation for themselves. So they are going to find that loot and also that airdrop that contains the arm. So they have that for the Space City rounds. If they could extract. Because again, the only extraction point that is currently active is by the paid extract by the riverbank, which flanker is currently camping. And then you also have the maintenance tunnel, which is the backpack extract. And also the dam crest, which is the 30 kilogram maximum extract. You gotta count down your weights, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be too fat because you cannot extract if you are more than 30 kilos over there. So now ROG actually finding themselves a juicy little airdrop that contains a lot of reds, who they also already have actually. They do have a lot of reds, and where's the reds? Zanken, no reds. Uh-oh, it's a
I
bad
think you
lobby,
just
no reds.
scamming me. You just scamming me, Olu. No
No
actual
reds.
red. You just get an explosive there, Olu. What are you doing? How is there no reds on the airdrop, Olu? You snatched them?
I don't know, it's RNG. RNG.
No, I think Olu is in the game rating, you know. He cast, but his his
no.
PC is playing on the game, rating all the airdrops, you know, taking all the reds and bringing his loot home to his black side.
Talking about reds, Dims is actually getting a big red right there. 2 million in the bank
Yep.
for Tarung Valhalla, which is really good for them.
There's a juicy loot there from Dims after they're getting their kills on flanker, even though now Big Z is actually successfully being revived by Just Juice here now. Finally, ROG, now Array to be specific, pulling the 0 damn extraction point. Countdown is going on 4 minutes on the clock, and I don't think
they can
there will
still
be
extract.
anyone to, you know, actually contest for this extraction point. They can actually just you know, just rotates around to the free extraction point here. Now they'll still gather around doing some things on the container. Now Executor going in front of Big Z and Just Juice here. I think they are aware because the, you know, the sound cue is a little bit loud here. I think they already know, and it's a good decision for them for actually just go back and don't contest these things, because I believe that Big Z has no weapons at all. But we need to check when we spectate into them. But yeah, Wilson, Amor Fati, and Executor team is now on the mini major side of the map. Justin here, Just Juice is just playing as Olu right there, rating, but actually getting on the landmine side there, and actually get noticed by the Silver Wings. I think he must know that there is nothing he can do except waiting for the round to go down, or maybe find, you know, a place to actually extract. Oh, Big Z, he still get his weapons. I mean, there's a chance for him to actually fight the Executor, but he needs a really, really, really good spot. And now they are both on like the entry to the underground. Now, if I see it this way, is probably Tarung wants to try the extraction point to the riverbank extraction point. Probably they want to pay the extraction fee. And I think the pace is gonna be slower and going slower and slower into the end of the game, guys, because we see no actual gunfight or even an approach or an effort to actually, you know, get a chip damage between each other. And the position between one team and another, it's pretty far. Look at that. Look at Executor still on the mini major now. Yep, as I said, that Tarung is going for the river bank extraction point. Flanker is still on the entry to the underground, not doing anything, doing absolutely nothing there. ROG still waiting for their extraction point. I think it's just gonna be like this until the end of the game, except Kapal out here with the AWM aiming at the riverbank extraction point. There is Tarung Valhalla here cosplaying as a Navy SEAL, just swimming around. Is this going to be a fight, Olu? And I think it's going to be, because oh yep, Dim's getting one there. Couple out goes down. Couple out goes down now, and now still Milk trying to get his hold of the toxic smoke. Zeke for the one as well. 2 players down from Executor. They need to make something here. They really need to make something, Executor, if they really wants to get a point now. Big Z with the flank, just like his name, Flanker, trying to get something from behind, aiming at Tarung Valhalla there. Not knowing there is Justin as well. Just Juice with the QBZ. With, I think they still wants to get the kill points, and eventually ROG, Image, Kreko, and Array complete their extraction. And now 3 minutes on the clock. Executor just with 2 people. Oh, yep. Now Tarung Valhalla decided to actually extract from the riverbank. Now it's just Flanker and Executor, while Flanker is still on the 2 players. Now Executor just left with 1. And I think there is no way for them to actually extract now. For Big Z, in the other hand, he's still going to be managed to, probably going to take 1 more kill points, trying to get his teammates, but doesn't being able to do so because Big Z not wanting to let loose of these Executor players that was still left alone, trying to chase him down. Just Juice on his back, trying to cover it about 2v1 before the revive is on. Now the EMP is going down. Now Wilson goes down as Flanker survived again. I mean,
move to the extraction point.
I don't know, the way that these players have been playing this game, specifically how Flanker has been playing this is very, very well. They were on the handicap with just 1 player, and now they came back and put more kill points onto them. What do you think, Olu, about this Flanker? They still can manage to get more kill points and make the same on the 9 total score.
I mean, honestly, looking at what Flanker did, of course, they are not going to be able to extract because it has been, probably Big C actually kind of have the time to go to that damn crash, that 30 kilogram damn extraction point. He is trying to go there, but let's see whether or not they are going to be able to take that back to their lobby. But it is going to be pretty far, so it's going to be a pretty close call. He is going to utilize Byron's passive, of course, to run a little bit faster each and every time his utility will come out. But other than that, I mean, Flanker did a real good job to find the last kills on the match, right? Being that third party onto Tarung, of course, Tarung unfortunately went out first, so they couldn't find that kills onto Tarung, and they just extracted using the paid extract. But overall, it's fine. They did try to get those kills onto Executor, and they also wasn't able to get it. But it looks like Big Z is not going to have enough time to extract via that last extraction point. Of course, it was unfortunate because they did collect the arm from the hands of Team Executor, but nonetheless, Big Z, Just Juice, and the others get those kills onto Team M5, right? They got that wipe. Of course, 3 kills is going to be valuable for each and every one of them, especially if you bring back those dog tags for yourself, which is going to be a good loot asset, even though they could not extract. Being the last person on the map is sometimes very lonely, as we saw. But it's okay. They got what they came for. It always starts off slow, Zanken. Okay, it's 0
Yeah.
damage. It's an eco round.
0 damage.
Everybody is playing a bit safe. Of course, we have Onyx getting pounded down by ROG, which is going to be the highlight of the game and is going to be the highlight for a lot of these games moving forward. We have Onyx and we have Flanker, and we also have ROG community. So it is going to be a brawl between the 3 of them, while the other 3, I don't know, we'll have to see on the Mandelbrick rounds, because from what I see is just a normal rotation being done, of course, by the teams here, by M5 and also flanked by M5, by Tarung Valhalla. It's a normal 0 dam rotation being done, so there's not much to actually judge them by. But again, Big Z with a big dash in a big game, showing off his skill. using that Viron, of course, going to take out M5 out of the game, while Onyx unfortunately getting caught off guard there by ROG community, being that only team who spawn at tier 1. So ROG and Onyx will not have the tier 1 spawn over by Brakkesh. So we'll have to see what they will do on the Mando break rounds right after this. So what do you think?
Yep, Mantle Brick rounds, we will go to Brakkesh not so long after this, with the second and also the third round will be played on Brakkesh. Looking down on their, for me, this first round on Zero Ding, it shows that it's kind of more competitive of what we compare if we going to Group A. But as you've said, this is Eco. The pace is a little bit slower. It's just players and squads just trying to get a grabs on their feet to actually set up for the Mandel Brick round. I really want to see how the Brakkesh Mandel Brick round going to be played, especially by Flanker and ROG. And I see a little bit of more improvement from Tarung Valhalla as well. But we're gonna save that for later because we're gonna take a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. See you guys.
Apa gitu bakso ya? Ah gitu ya.
Countdownnya 0 mas.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3 for another good action in Group B. And now we're going for round 2. I think it's just okay for the round 1, Zanken. I mean, there's nothing special, to be honest. Yeah, of course, there's some action in round 1, but to be honest, the tempo itself is kind of slower round 1.
Yep.
And you know, I think both from ROG and Tarung Falala, I think they decide to just play safe, just secure 1 or 2 kills, and then they just go home extract for the next round. So that's why both of them get only like 9 points, correct if I'm wrong. But I think it's okay. But because like Olu say, zero them is all about eco round. It's about how much resource you bring home for the next round. I think that's the important thing. So yeah, I think round 1 is nothing special. Round 2 is gonna be really interesting. Zanken.
Yep, I agree with you. The way that these teams played, you are correct. I think ROG and Tarung is in the same points, which is 9. They play a little bit more to a similar play style as you've said, getting 1 or 2 kills. That's what Tarung just did. You know, they did get 1 or 2 kills, and then they actually decided to extract from the riverbank position. Now we can see the camps from teams that are playing. We have Big Z, Justin, and teams from ROG as well as Onyx. Now As we can see to the map rotation, we are going to Brakkesh that contains airdrop and Mandel Brick again. It's one of the spiciest round. It gonna shows us if round 2 is played like more an aggressive play style for every team, it actually going to spoil us, make a spoiler about what round 3, 4 and etc is going to be played, because this is the round that you have to be all in, first time getting all your loot from your eco round, which is zero dem, and getting it for the first Mandel Brick on Brakkesh round 2 now. And we also going to see the leaderboard for the group B, which is the zero dem round 1 that has been played now. As we can see, ROG with 9, Tarung with 9, correct what just Bang Liga said, they have the same exact points, same exact total kills, just different assets, maybe 1 or 900,000 difference, not much. And as we can see, Flanker left just with 2 players, but in the end, they managed to get 7. If they can actually extract it, I believe, and I remember, they still can get another 2, which are gonna ended up being 9 points, but because they can't extract, they left with 7. Now M5 with 3, Onyx with 3, Executor with 2 now. Last time I've casted this with also you and with Olu, both of us, I saw how M5 is playing. They play a little bit more passive playstyle, but on this zero dem, I saw them play a little bit more aggressive. What do you think about M5? Because they got picked, right? They got picked by this top 1, which is ROG. They pick M5 as their team to play in this group.
Yeah, I think it's totally makes sense, ROG pick Magic Starship, or should we say M5, because I think M5, I say to all the two that M5 is, I don't know, they kind of not used to against Indonesian team, because Indonesian team, play relatively more aggressive than the other region. So I think that's why M5 doesn't suit in Indonesian team. So I think that's why ROG quite comfortable if going to face M5. But like I said before too, M5 starting to growing in this tournament, because if the other region come to Indonesian region compete in this competition, I think they need to adapt, in the week 1. So I think that's why in week 1 they cannot do anything. They just struggling in the last place. But you never know, man. I mean they kind of already know how to handle the Indonesian team. So let's see about that. But let's see, because now the round 2 is going to be really interesting. But if you're asking me, I think Magic Starship, I think they just want to play safe. They just maybe looking for momentum. I think they just want to play with patience. I think teams like ROG and maybe Flanker, maybe the both of them, I think they want to play aggressive. But look at that, Onyx play with only 2 players, only Allegra and Frost, and that's some really bad news for Onyx, because Onyx really need this point in round 2. And I think with this chance, I think they're gonna be play safe and just waiting for the momentum, waiting to become a third party in the Mandel Brick. But let's see now, because now Team Flanker starting in the tier 2 spawn in the bubble, I think it's gonna be really interesting. But like I said before, I think between ROG and Flanker, I think both of them is going to play aggressive in this round, Zenken.
Yep, I agree with you. It's really bad news as well for Onyx. I don't think they actually can make something with just 2 players. Not to mention, not to mention like they need to actually get points here. Even better if they got the Mandel Break with just 3 points from a last match. The one missing player is, I suppose, Buaya Dewa, if I'm not mistaken. Now Onyx is trying to just, I think they're going to be playing a little bit more of a passive gameplay right now. It's just Frost and Allegra with Raptor and Toxic on their hands as of their operators. Now ROG and Tarung both already got 10 total score. I think they just got 2 more millions of assets coming to their pocket. Now Flanker on the right side of the extraction point here, getting around and playing a little bit more passive, waiting for the rotations to go on, because this is the place where, you know, some players or some teams usually take the rotations on. We can see as well Array getting some watch there and getting more red to their black side, to their stash, to get more total assets on their points. And the pace for this match still low, couple of minutes into the game, still slow pace. Airdrop is coming, but on 1 minute and 20 seconds mark, no mandel break approachment, but it's already been spawned. Flanker is going closer and closer to the mandel break, is just right in front of them, but not wanting to get it firsthand. Maybe because we've been talking about the caster curse or even the mandel break curse, who get the match point or, you know, get the mandel break first usually cannot close the game that fast. Now, as we can see from the drone view, M5 already got their hands in to the Royal Museum. We can also see Executor making some rotations, as well as Tarung Valhalla that is so far away in the point of the map there. Onyx still just waiting around inside the houses there between Royal Museum. Now Scholar scanning, ripped with his knocks. Now talking about the, you know, the Asian composition, Bang Liga, there is no Tempest at all.
Yeah, I think in terms of round 2, I think they want to save it maybe for the Space City in terms of the Tempest. Especially maybe they will be pop out in round 5. I mean they just want to play safe. If you look at that, it's not just about there's no Tempest in this round, but I think there's only 2 assault players.
Yep.
In this round, I think it's only Magic Spaceship and Executor, and then that's it. There's no assault. So I think in this group, I think the tempo is really slow. I think they just want to play safe. I think they just want to play with a calculated move, and let's see, because now, like I said before, Team Flanker is the one who play well aggressive, and they take the mana break and they start to decoding on the Royal Museum. I think that's okay, because I think Team Flanker already realized that in this group, I think so many teams play with really passive with a slow tempo. So I think that's why it's totally fine if you want to decoding on the Royal Museum. But let's see, can Team Flanker secure this pendle break, or there's gonna be a fight? But look at that, because now 1 kill now done for Tarung Valhalla. He gets 1 kill against Executor, and that's the assault operators down. So I think it's gonna be bad news for Executor, because now they cannot play aggressive anymore. They need to stick behind, just looking for a chance for a counter attack against Team Flank. Against Tarung Valhalla. But let's see. But because Tarung Valhalla itself, I think they don't want to chase them. I think they just want to secure 1 kill, and then that's it. 1 point plus. But let's see, because now they're already outside the building. But let's see, Executor, I think they want to keeping in range. They don't want to face them in a close combat. I think that's a really risk move if they want to contest in a close combat. So let's see. Now Milk looking for a chance. Games itself try to looking at the upstairs and looking for a chance. I think they want they put some utility in there. Let's see, are they gonna do it? Are they gonna be invade him, or maybe they just waiting for the momentum? Let's see. Now let's go, because Tarung Valhalla already starting to planting some trap. Let's see. Oh, it's connect 1 player, and I think it's about chance for James to go for it and fight for it. And there you go. And James takes the kill. Wilson is down. Now Executor with 1 more player remaining. Can he escape in this situation? Tarung Valhalla chasing down. It's really low HP. Is he gonna be survived? Open the door and let's see Dims. Okay, Dims decide to just waiting. They don't want to chasing any longer. They're just waiting for Executor going to offset, but there you go. That's so calculated. What a play by Tarung Valhalla. They know he's already done, and they know the pattern. They want to escape and go for it, and Tarung Valhalla with a good mapping, with a good macro gets the kill, and Executor become the first one getting eliminated in this round, Zangan.
Wow, what a calculated play there. Doesn't want to rush. The Dims is just decided to wait for Amor Party to actually get out of the building and cut them there. Now back again on the mantle break, 1 minute and 20 seconds for flanker. Now ROG getting closer and closer. Image with his toxic. Reset a little bit for his armor there. A little bit incendiary coming onto him. Kreko once again with ACOG scope now. Trying to get the angle he needed to take control of the fight. Trying to get some chip damage or even a headshot towards flanker teams. Forward flanker players. Now another incendiary. He still got 2 incendiary. Keep in mind, it will be an advantage for him to actually isolate the movement and the space. That can actually be an advantage for the flanker team. Now Kreko slashing the angle closer and closer to flanker. 1 minute, no, 40 seconds exactly on the wall, trying to place the Uluru walls as well, trying to push flanker, but still on the better side of the defense. 30-second clock is ticking. Still, ROG can't get their way to actually get it. M5 from the other side of the wall is trying to get into the mantle brick as well. Big Z as the Uluru. I don't think he still have his incendiary, but 10 seconds to go. Justin and as well as Meta here doesn't make any more movement. I think they still have the utility there. Still doesn't want to make anything. Flanker get their first mantle brick point on Brakkesh. What a big point for them. And Kreko getting Meta down. Meta going straight out of this lobby. Silver Wings out by RLCRT. Now trying to push them. Flanker on a sketchy situation. They got also getting pushed by 2 sides from 2 different sides, 2 different locations by M5 and also ROG here. Very pinch situation now experienced by Justin and also Big Z here, which using Gizmo and Uluru. But in a good side, they still get the mantle brick to actually bump out their points, even though they still not able to get their total kill points as well. 2 players left. What do you think is going to happen? Will, I think, ROG actually push them to get the total kill points, or waiting for M5 to actually play the third party, Bang Liga?
I think they will go for it. I mean, you didn't get mantle brick. Obviously, you want to go for a kill, right? I mean,
yep.
If they didn't go for a kill, I don't understand why they let the mantle brick going for team flanker. So I think that's why they really want to get the kill point. I think that's the reason. And don't forget, if they can get team flanker, it will be ruin the economy for team flanker. So I think that's why they focusing on the team for the kill point. But let's see now. Big C still looking for a momentum, just stay in the corner. But I think team's doing the job, and the Spider gets 1 player, and I think team flanker getting eliminated because now there is the magic spaceship looking for the surprise. But Kreko fight back, and Kreko takes the 3 kill streak. Right in other side, want to back up his teammate, but looking for Judgment. Judgment want to contest this fight. They really want this fight so much. Magic Spaceship really needs some kill point. And let's see, from the bot side, can they done it? But they didn't saw in the corner because Kreko still survived. No, Kreko's down, but Arai still survived. And I think from M5 is down. ROG takes the kill. And now, even without mantle brick, they still secure 16 points. And I think it's good for them. And don't forget, I think it's going to be really interesting in the next round because the point is really close. But what a play by ROG. And don't forget, Zanken, even teams get a mantle brick in round 2, it doesn't mean they're going to be win this group because anything can happen. Yeah. And we already know that round 2 is 12 points. I mean, in the next round, obviously the mantle brick is has a bigger point. So I think for ROG, as long as they can wipe out team flanker, I think that's more than enough, at least to ruin the economy. But there you go. I think the Silver Wing, look at it, another team, and let's see, our ROG is going to be looking for a kill point. I mean, if they can get this kill, if they can get a 2 player from Tarung Fahala, 2 player from Onyx, they can actually catching team flanker in terms of the point, you know, because now the gap itself is just a 2 point. So I think that's a really good chance for ROG to catch the point for team flanker without the mantle break, Zamkan.
Yep, I agree 100% with you. ROG, even though they don't get the Mandel Brick, still be able to actually get 18 total score. Not even mentioning if they actually get Onyx down, it's another 2 points. And if actually they can get another player from Tarung, another 3 point. But now look, Array is going for Onyx here. Allegra, oh, Kreko just deleted his head out of this lobby. What a nasty shot there. Onyx left just with 1 frost. Look, Bang Liga without a Mandel Brick. 20 total score. They just seem to like saying for us like we don't need the Mandel Brick for this specific round, you know. We just going to play the players. We just going to play the total kills now. Oh my Lord, Frost just waiting for his death. Yup, it is what it is, Frost. Just, you know, accept your destiny to be pinched on the middle of the stairway. Not even being able to actually breathe for a second there. And as I've said, 2 more points if they get Onyx down. And now, Tarung, one of them able to actually extract, but they left 2 players. And getting down now another 3 point.
No way.
Dim's getting 1 as well, but I don't think he
No
can actually
way.
win this
No
thing.
way.
Bang Liga.
No.
What
No
just
way,
win here?
Zanken.
ROG. They're just giving 3 points to ROG. What is this?
I mean,
No
to be
Mandel
honest,
Brick, Bang
Zanken.
Liga, no Mandel Brick. 23
Yeah, I know.
points.
To be honest, Zanken. I'm just joking, you know, about if you get a kill from Onyx, if you get 2 players from Tarung Vala, you get the first place with 23. And they actually done it. I mean, I'm just joking, you know. Come on, ROG. I'm just joking, but you really done it. You wipe out every single player in this round. I mean, wow, what a display. What a statement performance by ROG. I mean, I know they don't get the Mandel Break, but
Yep.
if you're against ROG and you face this situation, I think even me, myself, I think I'm gonna be scared in next round, you know. I mean, like, oh my god, ROG is so scared, man. So scary, bro. I mean, ROG is really strong, and now they wipe out all of them, and they still can get extract because don't worry, the time I think is enough, but I don't know, Kreko. I think Kreko. Okay, finally, I thought there's kind of some internet issue, but hopefully not because you need to extract. You know, you need to extract to at least secure the 24 point or maybe more. But overall, what a round by ROG. Yes, Team Flanker gets the Mandel Break, but ROG takes the kill, and now they have a 24 point. And like I said before, Zanken, when the Mandel Break is on, I think the fight is between Team Flanker and ROG, and that's really done it. But I didn't expect that Eru just let the Mandel Brick going for Team Flanker, and there you go. They want to secure the helicopter reserve because the helicopter is kind of annoying, you know. And Kreko, they want to destroy the pilot, and look at it, there's loitering munition. Going for helicopter, I think it's going to be done. I think it's going to be safe. I think it's okay for the ROG. 20 seconds before the extract, and they should save, right? Right? It should be safe, right?
I think they're gonna save this, but I don't remember Somplak is playing on Brakkesh. There's a helicopter there. What is Somplak doing here, bro? Oh my, and yes, as you've said, ROG managed to extract, and not long again, we are going to see the leaderboard now. Actually, ROG has, you know, giving us what a performance on Brakkesh. They actually say it to our face. We don't need the Mandel Brick. Just give us the kill points. And when me and Bang Liga say they gonna be on the first place if they get Onyx 2 players, Tarung 2 players, they really actually hear us and actually did the job, securing 2 plus 2, which is 4 more points, making them as the group a leader for round number 2. And moving on, we're still going to be on Brakkesh, but how they play this is, I don't know, it's out of nowhere the way they have been cutting rotations. They play a little bit patience. They don't want to push themselves to actually get the Mandel Brick. They let the Mandel Brick goes into flanker hands and then punishing them afterwards. And what I wanna ask you, it's really making me questionable about why Tarung, extract with one person, with one players, and leaving the other two? Or is it because the part of the game, or is it just their strat?
Well, you ask me. I mean, you can ask them about Falala. I mean, but yeah, maybe they just want to play safe. Maybe they just want to, let's keep this round. Just make sure we can go. Because don't forget, they bring out the M82. I think they get the airdrop. Yes, they get the airdrop, and they get M82. So I think that's why one player decided, okay, let's make sure even if the both of them cannot get extract, one of them can bring M82 for the next round. So I think that's why they decided to going for the backlash extract, bring the M82 and go for it for the specialty resource for specialty. So I think it's totally fine. I mean, it's still okay, still normal situation for Tarung Falala, Zarikan. So I think it's fine. But the unusual thing is ROG once again. I mean, of course, we never doubt about their skill. I mean, yeah, Kreko, Array, they play really well. We already know, but individual skill, they're really scary. But my point is, they just waiting. They just let the Mendel break. I mean, I expected more. To them. I mean, I wish they play aggressive more earlier, so they can get a Mendel break too. I mean, they can pay off the Mendel break in the next round. If they can get the next Mendel break in round 3 and get some kills, they going to get the match point trigger, because they already secure 24 points, and in the next round it will be 13 points for the Mendel break. So yeah, you just need to add 3 more kills, and that's it. You get the trigger, the match point. So maybe that's a plan. But I really hope that ROG at least try to contest the Mendel break. But I think it's okay. At the end of the day, they got the kill. They destroy the economy from the other teams. So I think that's really important. But let's see about the next round. But before going for round 3, I think we're going for a short break. Next, it will be Brakkesh again. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. So stay tuned in this channel.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Yes, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Southeast Asia Season 3. And yeah, we're going to round 3. And we saw that Mandelbrick doesn't mean anything, man. I mean, for ROG. ROG just want to take the kill, man. They don't need, like, what is Mandelbrick? I don't understand about Mandelbrick. I just understand about my skill, my killing instinct, and take the kill, because they don't need Mandelbrick. They in the first place right now with a 24 point. And why your name Zanken? By the way, I remember Zanken's more skinny than this one.
But I'm more handsome than Zanken. But
yeah,
it's talking about handsome, man. My God. Well, Greco seems to feel like his aim is right now very handsome, because Greco and his teammates, I would never want to cross path with him in a pub. Oh no, Bang Liga. Even if I'm using a tier 6, the red armor, I think I'm still going to knock by him, and I'm going to be eliminated from that pub lobby because of him. Even though he's using purple ammo and I'm using a tier 6 armor, I swear to God, they are looking very scary, Bang.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really scared of them. And of course, if I meet them in rank, I think I just quit, you know. Just queue for another rank. I think that's it. Because they really scary. I agree with you. They're scary. And one thing that I'm really scared about them is they play aggressive. Okay, we know they're really aggressive. But my point is they're so calculate in their move. You know, I mean, because if you're talking about aggressive, EVOS play aggressive, RRQ play aggressive, but this feel like different, you know.
Different.
I mean, this feels really different. I mean, they play aggressive, but with a calculated move. That's so scary, man. I'm telling you, man. So, ROG, without Mandelbrick, still in the first place with 24 points. Oh my God. Already secured 12 total kills. And Team Flagger in second place because they get a Mandelbrick in 19 points, Tarung Vala 15 points, M5 6 points, Executor 4 points, and Onyx 3 points. And Onyx play only with 2 players. I mean, that's really hard. I mean, you're in one group with ROG and you play with just 2 players. Oh my God, it's really hard.
It's a bit hard.
Yeah, but let's see. Our ROG actually doesn't want Mandelbrick at all, or maybe they're going to secure Mandelbrick, because if they secure Mandelbrick and secure a little bit kill point, they're going to be triggered match point in round 4, Olu.
I mean, if they just don't want to secure the Mandel bricks and just try to take all the kill points at that point, I mean, they are just flexing on this group right now.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that they aren't going to flex that too much because this is not the final week yet. So you gotta save some of those gameplays for later on in the weeks, of course. Because, I mean, I saw some plays being done by Tarung Valhalla, which is really good. Yes, last week, the last time we saw Tarung Valhalla, they were looking a bit shaky, but I guess the new format really awards them with their gameplay, how they want to play a little bit more aggressive. They want to join in that fights, and maybe we're just too late to the Mandelbrick areas. Of course, we have M5 trying to take that out of the hands of Flanker, but wasn't able to because they got delayed. Also was ROG. They were trying their hardest to actually take that Mandelbrick, but unfortunately, it was just too much delay coming out of Team Flanker, which is really good for them. They know how to defend a Mandelbrick. They don't just know how to flank people. It's really good out of Flanker, but of course, we are going to see Onyx again playing with only 2 players. What a shame coming out of them. It would be really great to see them actually in a full squad, but unfortunately, maybe some technical issues coming in. So it is not going to go well for them. But nonetheless, of course, we are going to go ahead and head on to round number 3, where we have M5, who's going to spawn over by Babel. Of course, going to have that shiny piece of equipment from Termi. Of course, how do you play with that? Do you have that shiny of a headset, Bang Liga?
Ow.
Oh my god,
Ouch.
that
It's kind of ouch my eyes, ouch.
that is too bright, brother.
That's his style. That's his style. Let them do that. I mean, I think they kind of like a flashy things, Maybe that's why in their weapon they put some flashlight. So I think that's why. And look at the Team Flanker. Look at that. It's more like green, in his camera. I mean, I think he's a huge fan of Hulk, maybe, and that's why. And don't forget, Team Flanker in the green color, right? So I think it's kind of makes sense, in the green color with the green cam. Let's see, and now Team Flanker once again getting the Mandel brick.
Careful! Onyx is here.
I don't think they want to do anything. Maybe on. Okay. From behind. Oh my god. Oh my god, trigger discipline. They try to do it, but now Onyx not gonna happen. No one's getting killed, and but I think it's fine for Onyx because I don't think Team Flanker gonna be chasing Onyx. They just want to focus on decoding the Mandel break, Olu.
But Tarung Valhalla might notice this position out of Onyx, so it might be a really bad sign for Onyx. If they don't move, if they don't reposition themselves, they might just get caught here by Tarung Valhalla. Of course, Onyx playing with only 2 players, trying to have their own fun. Of course, losing Buaya Dewa early on in the rounds, of course, is going to hurt a lot for them. But Flanker on the other side, they are going to take that Mandel break as the first team to try and decode. Decoding station will be at the Asara camp, one of the other favorite places for teams to go decode because it's such a big area and it is on a high ground. You do need to take some stairs to be able to push, so I think that is why a lot of teams actually like to defend this particular station, and especially with some of the places, some of the engineer fences, as we see here, Big Z trying to open up. It allows to give you more cover, and it is easier for you to defend. But unfortunately, when you have operators such as Ulurus coming out of M5, Executor, and also ROG, it's a bit hard to defend because you can just get caught by a random loitering munition and get burned down by an incendiary grenade, especially on those fences where it is normally just a one-way area. So we're going to see how they Team Flanker will be able to defend this. Of course, we have yet to see Team ROG. Oh no, ROG. Talking about ROG, I actually goes down to the hands of Just Juice. Just Juice dropping down to half HP. Kreko now opening up his loitering munition, but again, Arai is still down. Image, of course, it's going to help his teammate, trying his best to defend. Loitering munition goes out from Flanker, trying to look for that angle, trying to reset. Arai needs to reset because currently he is down to half HP, but Image actually finding the pick onto a player from Flanker. Meta goes down, so this is going to be 2v3 situation. Arai did not get a full kill, and Just Juice now dropping to 1 HP, and the helicopter again, Bang Liga. He is coming to the fray. He says, don't leave me behind. I also want to have the fun. As now, Kreko and his teammates trying to push out Team Flanker out of their position. Of course, it's going to be delayed a little bit by the incendiary grenade going out from Just Juice. Kreko still trying to get that angle, and of course, ROG is going to have to seize the Mandal break. Flanker needs to reset, and again, that was a really nice position coming out of Team ROG. They caught Flanker off guard, and they just died like that. They got absolutely destroyed on meta. They got the pick onto Arai. Arai gets to be revived, but then Meta unfortunately wasn't expecting Image to pick around. But on the other side again, Tarung Valhalla is coming in. Milk.
Yes, I think it'll be really interesting. I mean, the match between these three teams, I think it's gonna be top 3 right now, facing each other in Asara camp. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be backstabber from Valhalla, but it's not going to happen. It's kind of weave shot, but it's Zeke, and Zeke is down. Just takes the kill, but looking for so many utility. They utilize really well, and Justice is down by Milk, but Dames trying to back up his teammate. But let's see, because now from Onyx fight back, and Frost in Allegra takes the kill. Now become the 4th party joining in this party, and Tarung is down.
Tarung is dead.
I Team Flanker. Big C takes the last kill, and Kreko secure one wooden sculpture. And it's really good item for them. And let's see, 2 minutes remaining for ROG to decode the Mandal break. Now Tarung Valhalla is no more. It's gonna be really interesting because now, and at the behind, Magic Spaceship now become the another party joining in this fight. And let's see about it. But what is that moment? Okay.
Mr. Producer, stop!
I think someone getting stunned, you know, getting stunned. I think they're gonna.
The flashlight, Bang Liga. The flashlight.
Yeah, I think his headset, you know, makes him blind. You know, I think you need to lower the brightness maybe. But the headset, I think that's really ouch in my eyes. But let's see about that from the Magic Spaceship. Let's see, because now ROG still looking good to decoding the Mandal break, because now Flanker only 1 player remaining, and I don't think they want to contest the Mandal break. I don't think he can do that. Big Z, I think they want to focus on the Magic Spaceship, and let's see, because now Magic Spaceship, 1 player already moved to Mandal break, but I think they don't realize still 1 player from Team Flanker still running in that position. Okay, Rip try using incendiary, and okay, it's really close, but I think it's not gonna hit Big Z, so I think it's totally fine, but still good effort by Rip, and I think they want to focus on airdrop too, because airdrop is really close by. So let's see what decision make from Magic Spaceship. Are they going to fight for Mandal break, or are they going for airdrop? I think it's going to be interesting. Big Z still waiting, fronting, looking for the tail. Let's see, Magic Spaceship kind of hesitate to move, and there is smoke, and Big Z, what a play by Big Z. 1 player's down. What a defense by Big Z. Big Z escaping in this moment. Rip try to use the incendiary, but not gonna hit anyone. Rip doesn't get Big Z. Big Z finally escaped, and finally Big Z is down because Rip doing a jump shot, but ROG is gonna be free for a Mandal break. Free Mandal break from ROG, and ROG ready for trigger the match point.
And now Kreko playing more aggressively, getting the full wipe onto Magic Spaceship, and now Image trying to use his SVD, trying to get that pick onto Executor, who is currently trying to push Kreko and friends out of this lobby. But Again, Executor from the back. We saw Onyx. Now Kreko using that loitering munition actually connects onto Executor, and they are down one player. 2 players left. 3 versus 2. Wilson got it. The Dragonfly Swarm connects. The team connects also onto Image, but again, Image got that kill onto Wilson. 2v1 situation.
Ooh,
Coming
nice.
out of the team ROG, and
No
again they are able to find
No
the
way,
kills.
Olu.
Oh my god, it is looking disastrous for all the other teams. But again, we still have Onyx actually circling back around onto the Tower of Babel, and now they are just eyeing for that last KPs onto Team ROG again. This is going to be very valuable for them because they are not going to end up as the last team as the team who are currently in the bottom. Frost and Allegra is waiting for that momentum. Image. Allegra is going to hear this sound cue. The jumping from Arai and Image has probably been hurt. So they know they are coming. Arai is still playing it safe. Trying to loot around. Of course, there is a lot of body to loot. They want to have those loot points up. Again, as you see on the left side, they have 48 points. Not including all the loots that is currently in the ground. Frost and Allegra, of course, in a disadvantage, in a handicap, playing only with 2 players, is just trying to survive, it's just trying to look for that KPs. But if they do get the kill onto Team ROG, that would be gold. They would have a lot of points from their loots. Reko, on that airdrop, of course, is going to again. They got the Oh no, Bang Liga. It's
way,
going to
man.
be game, I think.
Man.
Kreko got his hand on that You know how scary Kreko is.
Come on,
Arai.
come on, please
Oh my
stop,
God.
Olu. Please stop, Olu. That's so one-sided, man. I mean, he's too strong. ROG is too strong, man. I think so far, it's really a flawless performance by them. I don't see any weakness. Maybe okay. Maybe there's sometimes they kind of like too aggressive, but yes, it's fine. It's just a small mistake, but I think overall it's almost flawless play by by ROG. I mean, I don't see any team's gonna be stopped in this train. You know, I mean, ROG play really well. And they so compact between each other, you know. They support each other really well. Yeah, I don't understand how good this team. I mean, this team is really good. I mean, okay, I'm saying this because I just realized it about the composition operator itself.
Oh
because,
no, the flashback again, the flashlight.
No, stop it, operator. So stop it. I mean, now we're kind of getting blind too. I mean, there's kind of flashbang for us, you know. That I said no, so please. But what I want to say is, in terms of composition operator, this is quite unique, Olu. I mean, ROG already spent 2 Uluru in both of Brakkesh. That's quite interesting fact, you know. I mean, I saw the other teams. They still have 1 more Uluru, but only ROG doesn't have Uluru in the Space City. That's really interesting to see how they want to play, because in terms of the Space City, Uluru is really important operator, you know. I mean, you have incendiary, loitering munition to guarding the Mandel brick. Yeah, I mean, I know there's Luna. You can replace the Luna with a Fault Arrow, but the damage itself is quite different, like Uluru, right? I mean, yeah. I want to see. I want to see in the next round how ROG play without Uluru in Space City, Olu.
I mean, Uluru does give them the advantage, especially on Brakkesh. Of course, you have that incendiary grenade and loitering munition to kind of push people away out of their position. Of course, we saw what happened there where they tried to push Team Flanker, and Just Juice was just destroyed by the loitering munition. The incendiaries is really good, especially on Brakkesh, where you have the museum area. You also have Asara Camp, even in the ruins. And man, I mean, it looks like Brakkesh using Uluru is going to have a lot of impact. And I've been seeing many Ulurus being used by all the other teams. So I'm guessing that the teams have some of these teams have figured out that, you know, using just the Ulurus for playing aggressive in Brakkesh especially is going to be a real good for them. And it turns out it is paying out for Team ROG, right? Even though they only have one Mando pick, but hello, they are currently in 50 points. What is this?
Wow.
Somebody stop the train, because ROG might just take it in round 5, and this is going to be the first time where we will see that round 5 finish on the game. Bang Liga, what do you think? Could ROG possibly take this?
I believe in our curse, you know, so I don't think it's gonna be happening in round 4. I mean, I believe in our curse because our curse is really strong so far. Let's see our ROG gonna be break our curse, but I think it's gonna be really interesting because the game is not done. Don't forget, the game is not done. There's still some extracting need to do for ROG and for Onyx definitely. But let's see, because Onyx just looking for the chance, because I think 1 or 2 kill point I think is good for Onyx, because of course they don't want to stuck in the 5th place. They want to at least move up to the 4th place. So 1 kill or 2 kill I think is really important for Onyx. Let's see, can they get it? Can they at least being, you know, kind of want to disturbing how ROG will drop? And I don't know why this our operator, you know, behind the scene really love that headset. I think after this tournament, I think they want to searching, you know, which headset, what headset is that? I mean, it's kind of curious.
Maybe we might finally use it when we cast offline.
I will not use it because, you know, I'm using it at home, and of course, if I'm using it at home, I think many people in my family gonna be like, my eyes. So I don't think I will use it. But yeah, I just want to see, maybe someone will buy it. Maybe you want to buy it. I want to borrow it like one day maybe. I really want to. I just want to use it, but I don't want to have it. You know what I mean, right? So
yep.
Yeah, I mean,
the collection.
Yeah, I just curious, you know. I just being curious. I just want to use it for one day, and that's it. So I hope maybe you or Zanken, maybe you can have that asset. Then I will borrow it for one day, you know. So yeah, I just curious, and I don't want to use it, but I just curious about that.
As we are going to wait on 1 minute and 30 seconds, but oh no, the sonar scan goes out from Team ROG and is going to be spotted. Onyx will try to back down a little bit. Sonic Swarm, Dragonfly Swarm is actually going out. Smoke trying to isolate the fight, and Allegra is going to take the fight onto Image. Image trying to find this skill. Of course, it's going to get it. Get it again. Image is still going, but Frost taking on that 1 KP onto ROG. And Arai will try to finish off Onyx, and he will do so. Oh man, that was a really nice try and a good trade, I would say. 1 KP onto ROG feels like 10 KPs, I would say.
That's an achievement.
God. Yep, and of course, the loot from ROG will probably be added up. 30 seconds still on the clock for the extraction. Of course, ROG with that 2 kills going from Team Onyx will add up to their total score point of 54 in just round number 3.
That's not fair, Olu. That's not fair. Come on, man. That's really not fair. I mean, look how Image Ross play aggressive, right? He smoked on the left and they jump to the right. I mean, that's really one of mechanical move, you know, by Image. I mean, this player, guys. I mean, they are unbelievable performance, you know. I don't understand. I mean, listen, Olu. The Image already know. Onyx only have a 2 player, and they know they're going to be picked on the both side from left and from right. So Image, what Image do? They smoke on the left and they going for right. In the same time, I mean, that's the unbelievable move. I mean, okay, maybe some of you who watch that moment thinking like, it's normal. But trust me, bro, that's not normal at all. Trust me, that's not normal. That's some move by Image, and they somehow get 1 kill. I mean, this team, man, this team is not fair. It's not fair, Olu. That's not fair. Come on.
I mean, it's still fair considering they all got qualified for the DFNC. I would say it's still fair. Of course, they are going to be dominating teams, and one of them would be ROG, and I would really love to see when Navi and ROG probably will never going to meet in the group stage. They are going to play in the playoffs, I would say. We are going to see those coming to our eyes over by the playoffs area, playoffs time, of course. But Big Z getting a couple of KPs here onto M5 is, I think it's really good. And the other trade that was happening onto Tarung Valhalla also was really good. So good points to Mr. Tarung Valhalla and Flanker. Of course, Executor being a little bit shaky. Still have to find a way how they want to play the game, how they want to approach the Mandal breaks and the fights. And again, I mean, ROG just, I think it's just they know how to utilize their utilities very well, unlike on some of the other teams where you forgot to actually throw out your utils. You know, you see the plays coming out of Kreko, Arai, and also Image, throwing out the smoke, knowing where people are, you know, using that sonar scan again before extracting, trying to find out whether or not there are players, there are enemies around. Just making sure of it, and they did get the scan. Smoke left, jump right, incendiary left, jump right. It was just a calculated move, you know. It shows how much they play together and how the chemistry actually works. So I think they could close it out on round number 4, but we'll have to see. We'll have to wait until round number 4 actually starts. But before round number 4 starts, we are going to a little break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, of course, Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations Group B PC version, or I would say ROG version. Oh, ROG community looking scary, Zanken. I have yet to make any funny faces, of course, because right now I'm very scared if I miss say a word, Kreko will come with the three of his teammates and come running down to my house and actually shooting me in the back.
Yeah,
very scary team.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree about. I also watched last game. They get the Mandel Brick, they get the kills into Executor as well. Also taking another kill points onto Onyx. They triggered the match point as well with 50 plus points. It's pretty a good position that they currently have right now on the top of the leaderboard, and as you've said, the domination between ROG and other teams like even Flanker and Tarum Valhalla doesn't seem to have their grasp into the new rulebook or even the way that this game has to be played between one team and another. Now ROG 3 rounds straight, 3 maps straight. We're looking at the same eyes of ROG community ID. Now going forward to round 4 Space City. Here's the thing, Olu, I'm sorry and I don't mean harm, but if we were going to compare, there is like it's one hell of a contrast between ROG on Group B and Group A. I don't know what happens, or ROG RBNT4.
I mean,
play style or very different individual, but look at the way that they dominated these first 3 rounds. 54 20 kill points? Are you kidding me? 20? With 42 total asset. That means every single round, every single map that has been played by them, they managed to extract. What an achievement for them. Okay, maybe Tarung Valhalla can get 17 assets. They extracted 2 times with Zero Dame and Brakkesh getting 8 total kills, but look at Flanker with just 6 total kills because they get their own Mandel Brick. They still can get to 21 point marks, but this team 54, not to mention M5 doesn't make any movement, and I don't know how Executor getting less kills than Onyx, who has been playing with 2 players. This actual group is I don't know, Olu, what words to describe this group. I know it's still 3 rounds that has been played, but come on, man, what is this? Well, who's gonna stop ROG train?
The train keeps going when you have one, of course. If there's no one to break it, there's no one to break the railways, I guess. I would assume that Flanker is the one to have to break the railways for their train, but looking now, I mean, Flanker hasn't had the best start yet. Of course, they did get that Mandel Brick, but as soon as the Mandel Brick got decoded, they went out of the lobby. They got wiped. And that particular round, the second Brakkesh round on round 3, they got the Mandel Brick, but then they got shot in the back by Onyx, but then they successfully decoded the Mandel Brick. But then ROG came in and just destroyed everybody. What
Another
in the
wipe
world
of the
are we seeing, ladies and gentlemen? But of course, we are going to go ahead and head ourselves to Space City, where everything can go wrong to any team, as we can already see throughout the days, where we have some teams who have the match point ready for them on round 4 but unable to close the game. Sometimes they could, sometimes they don't. So ROG, of course, using that Stinger, Luna, and Tempest with the tier 5 gears, of course, going to go all out in this first round of Space City. So everybody needs to take an eye on them because, of course, when they decode the Mandal Brick, everybody will notices it because the red Mandal Brick icon will pop out to every single team that is currently still in the game. So they know whether or not ROG is currently decoding the Mandal Brick. But as we see, ROG actually getting that tier 3 spawn, which means they are going to spawn over by the bridge. But now they are. Hey, they have gone through and meta. Oh my god, that was so close. That was coming out of ROG also. But on the other side, though, M5 getting caught by Allegra. Judgment goes down, and Onyx got the kill after 3 consecutive games. After 2 consecutive games playing with only 2 players, now Buaya Dewa has finally arrived onto the lobby using that Stinger. Of course, they are going to try and decode the Mandal Brick for themselves, but again, M5 have close judgment here, and likely he will be strapped out of his gears, and so he will not have a chance to come back. M5 probably will take this game with only 2 players remaining.
Finally, and now as you can see, Onyx is now playing with actual 3 players. Onyx, Buaya Dewa is going back to the game, and it actually, if I'm not mistaken, and if I'm not going to jinx it, Onyx can actually like turn the tables, and yes, just like what Olu just said, couple out, getting his rocket fuel right onto his stash, right onto his backpack to gather around more assets. Now, as we can see, Krakow trying to get to the Mandal Brick, trying to get the Mandal Brick, a little bit PDD. I think he's gonna get it up. Oh my, that was close. That was real close, and this is what I like. This is what I like from ROG, Olu. When they have the match point, when they have the chance to actually take back the Mandal Brick, they don't play passive. They go straight to the Mandal Brick. They go straight for the game point itself. It's like rare to see because the way that we have been watching the game between mobile and a PC Group A yesterday and today, most teams that already get their hands on like match point, just like ROG, they don't want to even touch the Mandal Brick, but ROG says no. They just saying that, okay, I'm gonna take the Mandal Brick, I'm gonna use my ED, you know, just to take the Mandal Brick, making it on to the top side a little bit closer to the backpack extraction point. Mamma mia, Power Ranger Ninja Storm on my screen.
Oh, Tarung! Oh my god, what is happening over by Tarung and Onyx right now? They are still on a 2v2.
Yeah.
It is still a 2v2 right now.
2v2 situation. Who is getting down? Oh, Dims. Dims is taken down by Allegra, and Buaya Dewa is also gonna be taken down by Tarung. 2v2 on, I think it's a test range. They're playing on the pool area, and now Executor is going to be closer and closer to ROG here, Olu.
This is what I like to see out of Executor, of course, being on the bottom side of the group standing right now. They have to make a move, and I like this move out of them because they will have a chance to either wipe out ROG in this decoding station, or they will get wiped out again. But of course, we'll have to see whether or not they are successful on wiping down ROG. Again, guys, I'm gonna talk about this a little bit because never mind, because Zig actually found a kill onto Frost Blue over by the other side of the map. So Allegra now is down to the last player in Onyx. Okay. I'm coming back to my point, okay? Tier 5.
Yep.
You guys
Yep.
usually play, normal teams coming in outside of ROG, of course, going to use that tier 4 ammo type. And then as you see, Kreko going into that decoding station, actually using that tier 5 and didn't die because of that tier 5. But, Allegra actually using that EED device, trying to
I cannot even see his face.
M5. Okay.
Try
can we
being
stop,
real.
Mr. Producer, with the Termi face cam? Can we stop
brother.
for a little bit? I got flashlight all over my face now.
That thing is
course.
brighter than Olu's future, bro. Come on, man.
But anyways, of course. Oh, Termi! Will he get this kill onto Allegra?
Red
He
versus
is really
red
close. Red versus red. But again, it's 1 minute, by the way, with Zanken on the decoding station. Couple out actually tried to go in to find that C's, but unable to do so on the other side. Big Z actually finding out the kills onto Team Tarung Valhalla. And 2 players down out of Tarung Valhalla. And now Tarung Valhalla is actually eliminated, which means there is one less team trying their best to try and take this Mandelbrick. Seizing is currently being used by Couple Out, but Couple Out goes down in the hands of Image. And Image was able to delay again. But unfortunately for Team ROG, they need to seize it back because Image looks like he was able to take it from the hands of ROG. Now it's seized back by Team ROG. On the other side though, Allegra actually finding 2 kills onto Team M5 alone. What is happening in this bracket? Everything is happening at the same time. I am confused. Kreko now actually getting sprayed by Amor Fati. Of course, pop-ups, the love of our life. The streamer we know and love. Drill charge goes out of Kreko. Will connect onto Amor Fati. He will be able to revive his teammates. But unfortunately, Couple Out ran out of time. Of course, this is still his first full kill, which means Amor Fati will have the safe chance to actually get him back to his feet. A reset coming down from Executor. Flanker, however, Meta is closing by to the bridge. Kreko and friends, Image, Arai still anchoring the backpack extract, trying to look whether or not there are other teams trying to push them from the other side of this backpack extract. Image still holding down this bus area, this trailer head glitch that he have. Of course, this is going to be a really good spot. As we saw, it is going to have a really good advantage to shoot whoever tries to seize then Mandelbrick Zanken.
Yeah. Flanker is closing by 3v3 between ROG Flanker, Executor, and also Onyx, who has left Allegra, if I'm not mistaken, left, even though they still managed to get their kill points onto M5. Now, matter of time, 1 minute into the game.
Allegra got a kill again!
What? Allegra! Make it stop! No, I think Allegra is just an assister for ROG.
Oh my, he might get one again! The device goes out, but unfortunately.
Yep. It is the end for Allegra. And now another attempt from Kapalout, trying to get his hands on the Mandelbrick again. A different approach, and now Kapalout's going down. EED is going down as well by Kreko. 1v1 win by Kreko, I suppose, and Image. Still no more shock darts, no more utility except for this hand grenade, I suppose, and Amor Fati as well as Kapalout is pinged. But I see
Dirty from Arai
getting his kills with AEWM straight into his hands. Count me Olu. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is! And ROG has broken the curse, broken the match point curse to actually close this game in the 4th round.
Congratulations!
They might also get the kills before the game ends.
Kill!
Oh no!
For ROG, another Power Ranger by producer onto my monitor. ROG, RI Imagi, and Kreko just actually close this game in a matter of 4 rounds. Oh, congratulations for them. 2 times they get griefed by Executor, but although you need to make you know, 1 point with me, and we have to agree on this. If it wasn't because of Allegra, probably Flanker will also join Executor to seize the Mandel Brick. Allegra single-handedly cutting the rotation of Flanker. They cut the rotation and cut the time. I think Allegra just say, please, end this already. Okay? End this already. Give the Mandel Brick to ROG and let the suffering end. And it just happens. Flanker can't even touch, cannot even smell the sound and the seeing of that Mandel Brick. And what a game by ROG. This is what I've been expecting and wanting, every time for the past couple of groups, PC series and mobile series. Every time when you have a team that already seizing enough Mandel Brick to secure your match point, the next actual round they don't even want to seize the Mandel Brick. But ROG says otherwise. He says, to hell with the curse, to hell with the jinx, and here it is, us as ROG, RB, and community taking down this lobby, this group, and securing the championship for this week for their group with just 4 rounds.
I mean, the caster curse turns out wasn't able to penetrate the likes of ROG, because my god, if that is not domination, I don't know what is, guys. Because even in the last 10 seconds of the game, okay, in the countdown, they still was able to find the wipe onto Executor. That means they still have some kill points up to their names. I believe that was a 70-point game in just 4 rounds. To be exact, to compare these things, guys. Onyx, Navi ended round 7 with 78 total points. ROG did that with just 4. Okay, so I guess in the next level, I don't know if it's about the group roles, but of course they have Flanker there. They have M5. They have Onyx, but I don't know. I think they are pulling up some strings over by the devs or something, because oh my god, they just is so good. I think their mouse is just very, very, very good to use to aim, I guess, because we are of course going to go ahead and a little break, because we are going to hear about the pick ban coming out from Navi and also ROG. My god.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. with the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements. And following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Well, welcome back everybody to, of course, Delta Force National Championship Season 3 PC version. Well, what a game we had, Zanken. We just saw the pure domination out of Group B, and we also came about from Group A, where we saw a lot of fights going on up until that round number 7, of course. But it truly shows the two different type of playstyle we have in this particular bracket, you know, with the teams happening here, where some of the teams who like to play aggressive will be rewarded by the new format, while the other teams who like to play, you know, a little bit more passive, it truly shows how they aren't able to find the kills. Even Onyx on that game, playing with 2 players, were able to find kills and get their points. Even though they only play with 2 players, you still can find those points. And teams like Executor and EWG, who hasn't shown their strongest features, strongest gameplays, they just kind of fall behind when it comes to all these other teams who played a little more aggressive. They want to challenge the Mando bricks. They want to do something in the game without not just, you know, waiting for teams to go on the fights.
Yep, I agree with you. Totally agree. The way that these two groups have been played by 2 different, you know, side of the game. We have on the Group A, we have Navi and RRQ. If we want to actually, you know, compare the top 3s between 2 groups, we have Navi, RRQ, and EVOS on Group A. Now on Group B, if I'm not mistaken, it must be ROG, and then we have also Flanker, and one more, I suppose it might be Executor, or it might be Tarung Valhalla as well.
Tarung Valhalla.
But yeah, Tarung Valhalla for the top 3 with ROG and then Flanker. As we can see, and what I can conclude for this day, the way that this ROG has been playing, they can be seen as an aggressive players, aggressive team, yes, but they also know the timings. You know, they play aggressive and they take control of their timings. they don't actually play the Mandel Brick every single time. For an instance, we can see at the second round of the Brakkesh, you remember Flanker get the Mandel Brick, right? And we can see at that time at the Royal Museum, ROG can actually, you know, backstep and try to snatch the Mandel Brick, but they don't. They chose to actually push and pinch Flanker to get the kill points, and then moving forward, they punish Executor, also taking down Onyx for all the skill points. But when they get into round 3, they started, okay, this is enough setup for us. This is enough preparation for us. We have the, you know, we have the assets, we have the money to buy every type of gear and every bullets that we needed to actually fight for the Mandel Brick. And alas, on the third round, they get the Mandel Brick. They try to get the first seize on the Mandel Brick. And the fourth round, as we just say every single time, because for, okay, last mobile, we have 14 consecutive games, 7 round and 7 round. Group A, another 7 consecutive games. So that adds up to the total 21 consecutive game, waiting for 7 round in order to close the game. But when it depends on ROG to, you know, close their own game, they actually, you know, doesn't want to add up any more delay to their winning game match point. On the third round, get the match point. Fourth round, they spawn not really far away from the Mandel Brick, getting that Mandel Brick and bringing it up. I like the way they chose the, you know, the place to actually set up the Mandel Brick, right on the open area between the bridge. Yeah, the workshop. It's closer to the what did say, the backpack, backpack extraction, and close to the spawn as well. Correct, and it make them more and more confident to actually defend the Mandel Brick, as we can see, and we just saw Kapal Laut from Executor, you know, try to use the EED device to actually snatch the Mandel Brick within the Tempest, but doesn't been able to do so, even though he managed to do it once. But on the second one, Kreko already been there, Image and Array with his AWM punishing our Papa Hobbies Amorpati there, not even having the chance to actually kidnap one of the players from ROG. And yep, I agree with you. The way that ROG has been playing is immaculate. It's terrific. Now, moving on, Olu. What do you think? What is happening to other teams, other top 3 teams? For instance, Tarum Valhalla and Flanker. To be specific, Flanker. What do you think about the performance for today's match for them?
I mean, when you have the Mandel Brick, you need to be able to defend your bodies, right? You don't want to get instantly wiped, and especially what we saw out of EFOS also coming out of the Group A, they were able to get their match point and also their Mandel Bricks, but they aren't able to withstand the attacks that are coming from the other teams. I think you need to be, when you are holding the Mandel Bricks, there is 2 types of teams who plays the game. From what I see, there are teams who defend the Mandel Brick aggressively, which means they are going to take that fights. Or you also have, when you have when you are decoding, you have those defensive teams. And looking from this perspective on Group B specifically, we saw Flanker playing very passively, very defensively when they have that Mandel Brick. And when you meet teams such as ROG Community Indonesia, when they are going to jump you, you need to be able to put down your utilities. You need to be able to delay those jumps. Flanker actually did that on game number 2 when it was Brakkesh first round. That is how they were able to delay ROG to take that Mandel Brick, to seize that Mandel Brick, as we saw right now. Flanker get that Mandel Brick on round number 2. But on round number 3, they weren't able to do so, even though they have set it up first, which is going to be a huge question mark onto their team meetings. How did they were able to get a pick on us? You know, we were the one who was supposed to defend. We were the
Yep.
one who's supposed to hold the angles, not them. So ROG have this understanding, and as you say, the timings to actually strike the defending team. They know when to swing and when to delay and when to throw out your utilities. As we saw, there is a lot of going on, and of course, this comes out of that that chemistry that was built within that team, and we could see how ROG community is going to take everything from you if you don't have a clear strategy going on with your own team. And as we saw, of course, the MVP, the man, the myth himself, Mr. ROG Kreko, with a total kills of 12 and 15.95 million on his bank account, will be our this week MVP for Group B. I mean, I'm just astonished, by how Kreko, Arai, and Image plays the game, how they approach fights, of course, when to third party, when to take the lead, when to be aggressive, when to be a little bit defensive, and how to defend their mandal breaks. And as you saw, how Executor trying to seize the mandal break was able to do so once, but afterwards, Kreko just said, okay, it looks like there's no other team coming in. I'll just play in front. I'll just play near the mandal breaks. Of course, we have 12 kills onto Kreko being the top kills for this week, and then followed by Big Z, and the other two will be the rest of ROG. I mean, what a showing, Zanken, out of Team ROG.
Yep, what a showing. And deserve MVP again and again from Kreko here, with taking down the MVPs, now taking down the total kills now with 12 kills. And now looking at the top kills, it actually shows us why ROG get the 24 total kills. As we can see, Kreko with the 12, Arai and Image, both of them get 6, and it totals on 24. It's actually crazy how this team is very consistent throughout the game. Flanker, on the other hand, has still Big Z there with 10 total kills. Now on the top assets value back again, Kreko 15.95 million top kills and top assets. Yep, MVP deserved now, chased down by Array with 14, Image with 10.36, and Big Z with 6.81. This is just, pure dominations, the way that ROG has been playing this game. All the kill points are on their name. All the assets are also around their name with, if I'm not mistaken, around 42 mil that they've gathered throughout this 4 round. Yeah, it's just making me speechless as a caster and also an enjoyer of ops. It's quite an enjoyable and remarkable performance by them. And for the top kills and top assets, we cannot see anyone other than ROG and Flanker, because I think the scoreboard talked to themselves around, because ROG and Flanker are both the top 1 and the top 2 here. Wow, what a match here, what a match. And I don't know, with this, with this type of performance, I think ROG is going to the final, like straight to the final. If they can keep consistent about these things, they can keep discipline about they approach the games, every single games, they know when to take patience, they know when to take aggressiveness. I think ROG is one of the most expected, or it's one of the most teams that people's going to predict come out as the champions of Delta Force National Championship SEA version here.
I mean, it's really a no-brainer, of course. We have seen domination coming out of Navi, but of course, the kill differences between Navi and ROG is it's quite a despair. But talking about the other teams, Tarung Valhalla actually tried. Flanker also tried. But again, I want to reiterate this. when you have that Mandel break, you need to be able to both play in two different ways. You must know when you have to be aggressive towards a team who's pushing and when to play a little bit defensive on your team. And I want to, especially when you look at the compositions of their operators, right? Brakkesh, we have a Morse, a Toxic, and an Uluru coming out of ROG. And it seems like it's working very hard for them. Some of the teams pull out their Shepherds, some of the teams pull out their Raptors, some of the team pull out Virons,
Gizmos
Noxus, Gizmo also was there. But a lot of times what I see, people will try to defend one particular spot on that map to just play in the same area for too long. And when you're in the same area for too long, you aren't able to kind of map out the surroundings between teams that are around you. Sometimes you kind of miscalculated where the teams are actually going to push you from. Sure, you have a one way. As if we're talking about the balcony museum, you have two ways that teams can push you: on the decoding station, the window, and also the lift from the left side of the balcony. You can get pushed from both two ways. But if the teams that are currently pushing you knows where you exactly are, then the teams can just throw utilities out to your head and you'll get burned down. That's what we saw with Flanker, of course, getting pushed from two different ways, from two different teams, because they stayed there for too long. And unfortunately, they also got picked on one of the players. So it was a 2v3 situation with 5-man Hopeless, ROG, and also Flanker. So you need to be able to assess the situation with the operators you use, what utilities you can use to further delay the decoding process from the other teams, or to defend your decoding process. And I think ROG just knows how to use their smoke in the correct time. They push with very carefully. They smoke around the decoding station and also the line of sight of Team 5-man Hopeless, who are in the showcase, the right side of the balcony, right? So they know their objective right now is to push Flanker out of the balcony. And that is also what happens when it comes to the second map of Brakkesh, where we saw ROG just knows where Team Flanker was defending the angles. Of course, they have that Morse to help. So sonar scan goes out, they know where people are. Kreko using that incendiary, throwing it out on a specific spot onto the house of the decoding station, and then it gets some of the players, and then also throwing out the loitering munition to kind of reposition the defensive team to find another angle. And as soon as they are trying to reposition themselves, Image was there, and just like that, they got the kills. So the plays that are Team ROG are bringing out is just probably need to be studied by the other teams. You need to look at the VODs of how they play to actually implement them on your gameplays. And I'm looking forward for Team Flanker, who loves to backstab people from the back, but was not showing off their fangs in this particular game day. And also Tarung Valhalla coming in strong in the first couple of rounds, but then kind of fall out a little bit in round 3 and round 4. So, and for the other teams, you know, you need to have a strategy coming into the match. It feels like in Group B, after they saw ROG, they just kind of, I don't know if it's about mental or if it's about getting cut off in your strategy in the middle by Onyx or by Tarum. But again, you need to have some kind of, fighting will, if you will, to actually find that footing in the game, to find your groove, to find your own train like ROG did in this particular game day. I mean, that it's just very hard to say what are the factors, but we have a lot of factors going on in Group A, but in Group B, I think it's just an ROG factor actually.
Yeah, I agree. It's ROG factor, the way that they single-handedly dominated this group. It's immaculate. And talking about another team, I also want to, highlight teams like Executor, Onyx, and M5, which already tried their best to actually compete in the game, and sadly for Onyx specifically, they need to actually play the game 2 rounds without one player. I only see Buaya Dewa on the first and the fourth round. Yeah, it's kind of unlucky for them to actually play. Just like EWG on a mobile, they play with just 2 players, but they can actually still get some kill points because they cut some of the rotations of another team. But it is what it is. We cannot turn back the time. They actually still managed to be able to work around 2 players at a time. Now talking about Executor and M5, and specifically M5, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, M5 is the champion of last season, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, I've casted this before with you, right? Just the 2 of us when we all saw 2 different group A and Group B as well. It's the first round, the first group of the tournament. M5, I think M5 is still doing the same play style for themselves. And now on the group standing, Navi with 20, ROG T1 with 20, same dominating. RRQ with flanker, each with 14, EVOS with 10, GTS F1 with 8, chased down by Tarung Valhalla with 7, Onyx by 6, RBN by ROG with 5, Executor and M5 respectively with 3 points, and EWG with 2. Back again with M5 as the defending champions from last season. The thing that they have been doing is doing absolutely nothing. I don't know what kind of strategy that they want to win, that they want to get a score, because for the top 7 players, I mean top 7 teams from Tarung Valhalla and EWG, they need to step up their game every single week just to get the top 6 to actually, you know, secure their actual position onto the, I think the
playoffs,
yeah, the playoff and the finals. They really need to grasp their feet to actually get their points worth. And now M5 is so far away, even to chase GTS F1. I think they need to, you know, actually take control of a group for 1 or 2 weeks just to get points on the global group stage right now. They cannot actually chase Navi and ROG with the 20. Is just on top of the world right now, that 2 teams. And now for the ban and pick, I think it's the same thing again and the same thing again. Navi picking M5 and ROG picking EWG. Navi is a banning flanker, if I'm not mistaken, and ROG is banning RRQ. Now Navi is going to be in the same group with RRQ, M5, RBN, ROG, GTS, F1, and Tarung Valhalla. On the other hand, Group B, ROG, EWG, flanker, EVOS, Onyx, Executor. Another consequence, another coincidence, EVOS and Onyx is going to face one another again and again. EVOS and Onyx Classics is going to be another story to tell later on the week, and Executor is there as well. Now looking at this, I don't think with the rest of the tournament, if players or teams like M5 and EWG as well as Executor and RBN by ROG doesn't actually want to step up their game, they cannot even secure their place into the playoffs, Olu.
I mean, they are going to be able to do so, but they are going to be rated in the lowest tier of the group. They are going to the lower brackets. But afterwards, when they do play that lower brackets, I'm kind of questioning whether or not they are going to be able to proceed into the new, to the upper brackets. Because you make your way onto the upper brackets by being top 2 from the lower bracket. So you have 2 chances for top 1 and top 2 to go to the upper bracket and try to compete again. So it is going to be really hard to compete for those roles, especially for the foremost bottom group, because there is only 2 top 7 and top 8 who will continue their journey onto the upper bracket, which is going to be hard. So I don't know, it's still up for grabs, of course, but looking at the teams who are currently in the top 6, you have a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we are hoping that all the other teams also can progress their gameplay, also can grow their strategies after watching what we have watched out of the mobile teams, out of the PC teams. Both can learn from each other. We have had a huge blast casting for this week number 5, watching how the mobile went a long way, full 7 games of both group. Of course, we also have that group A on PC going all the way to 7th round. We have a lot of gunfights who have been highlighted, of course, the likes of Stretch with that MVP, and of also Kreko for today. But again, guys, we had a blast for this week, especially with having having PC back to the streams. We are going to meet you guys next week. Of course, we have more Delta Force for you guys, so don't go anywhere, because we still have a lot of more Delta Force gameplay coming up for Delta Force National Championship Season 3. So we'll see you guys later, and adios.